Editor's Preface. This book brings together the work of one of the most remarkable political activists and thinkers of our time. The discussions span a wide array of topics from the workings of the modern media, to globalization, the education system, environmental crises, the military-industrial complex, activist strategies, and beyond, and present a revolutionary perspective for evaluating the world, and for understanding power. What distinguishes Noam Chomsky's political thinking is not any one novel insight or single overarching idea. In fact, Chomsky's political stance is rooted in concepts that have been understood for centuries. Rather, Chomsky's great contribution is his mastery of a huge wealth of factual information, and his uncanny skill at unmasking, in case after case, the workings and deceptions of powerful institutions in today's world. His method involves teaching through examples, not in the abstract, as a means of helping people to learn how to think critically for themselves. The opening chapter introduces two themes that underlie nearly every aspect of the book: the progress of activism in changing the world, and the role of the media in staving off that activism and in shaping the way we think. The book follows a roughly chronological order, and begins with four discussions that took place in 1989 and 1990, the dawn of the post-Cold War era. These first chapters lay a foundation for Chomsky's subsequent analysis. The remaining chapters explore more recent developments in U.S. foreign policy, international economics, the domestic social and political environment, as well as activist strategies and problems. The book and its accompanying footnotes bring Chomsky's analysis right up to the present day. The Internet has enabled us to place extensive documentation in our footnotes, which appear at the book's website. These vast online notes go well beyond mere citation to sources. They include commentary on the text, excerpts from government documents, significant quotations from newspaper articles and scholarship, and other important information. Our goal was to make accessible much of the evidence supporting each of Chomsky's factual assertions. The notes also add additional depth for those interested in a given topic. The complete footnotes, which are longer than the text itself, can be easily downloaded from the book's website, www.understandingpower.com. They can also be accessed through www.thenewpress.com. Information about obtaining a bound printout of the notes is available on the website, or by writing us in care of the publisher. The book was put together as follows. We transcribed tapes of dozens of question and answer sessions, edited them for readability, then reorganized and combined them to eliminate repetition and present the analysis in a coherent progression of topics and ideas. Our aim was to compile an overview of Chomsky's political thought that combines the rigor and documentation of his scholarly books with the accessibility of the interview format. Always we remained faithful to Chomsky's own language and answers, and he reviewed the text, but it was necessary to make superficial alterations for structural and stylistic reasons. Most of the material is from seminar-style discussions with groups of activists, or from question periods after public talks, held between 1989 and 1999. Some of the answers in chapters 6, 7, 8, and 9 are taken from conversations between Chomsky and Michael Albert. Questioners are identified as man or woman because frequently this device reveals when the same person is pursuing a line of questioning, or whether somebody else has taken over. We have personally checked and verified the sources cited in the footnotes, except for certain foreign language materials. Most of the sources are those Chomsky relied upon when making his comments in the text, but some are not. Emily Mitchell's assistance in retrieving reams of this material in the final months of our work on this project was invaluable. We direct readers to footnote 67 of Chapter 1 for discussion of one common misunderstanding regarding the footnotes, that the frequent citation to articles from the mainstream media is at odds with the propaganda model of the media, which Chomsky outlines in Chapter 1. We want to thank our parents Emily and George Mitchell and Ron and Joan Schoeffel, whose support made the book possible. The editors. A note on the events of September 11, 2001. As this book was going to print, hijacked airplanes hit the World Trade Center and Pentagon, killing thousands, and potentially triggering major repercussions in U.S. society and in the world. The US media devoted huge coverage to the attacks and their aftermath. But, overwhelmingly, the media omitted a critical, accurate discussion of the context in which they occurred. When President Bush and US officials announced that America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, the mainstream media in the US mostly echoed the refrains. A lead analysis in the New York Times stated that the perpetrators had acted out of hatred for the values cherished in the West as freedom, tolerance, prosperity, religious pluralism, and universal suffrage. One glaringly missing from the U.S. media's coverage was a full and realistic account of U.S. foreign policy and its effects around the world. It was hard to find anything but a passing mention of the immense slaughter of Iraqi civilians during the Gulf War, the devastation of Iraq's population by U.S. instigated sanctions throughout the past decade, the U.S.'s crucial role in supporting Israel's 35-year occupation of Palestinian territories, its support for brutal dictatorships throughout the Middle East that repress the local populations, and on and on. Similarly absent was any suggestion that U.S. foreign policy should in fundamental ways be changed. This book was compiled before the events of September 11, 2001. But answers to many of the most important questions presented by those attacks will be found here. Why does the media provide such a limited and uncritical perspective, and such inaccurate analysis? What is the basis of U.S. foreign policy and why does it engender such widespread hatred of the U.S.? What can ordinary citizens do to change these situations? As Chomsky noted right after the attacks, the people in the advanced countries now face a choice: we can express justified horror, or we can seek to understand what may have led to the crimes. If we refuse to do the latter, we will be contributing to the likelihood that much worse lies ahead. From our frightening, current vantage point, the discussions collected in this book seem more urgent than ever. We hope that the book will provide a starting point for understanding, and will contribute to the critical debates and changes that must now occur. 1. Weekend Teach-In, Opening Session. Based primarily on discussions at Roe, Massachusetts, April 15 to 16, 1989. The Achievements of Domestic Dissidents. Woman, Noam, I think the reason we've all come out here to spend the weekend talking with you is to get some of your perspectives on the state of the world, and what we can do to change it. I'm wondering, do you think activism has brought about many changes in the USA in the past few decades? Oh sure, big changes actually. I don't think the structure of the institutions has been changed, but you can see real changes in the culture, and in a lot of other ways too. For instance, compare two presidential administrations in the 1960s and 1980s, the Kennedy administration and the Reagan administration. Now, in a sense they had a lot in common, contrary to what everyone says. Both came into office on fraudulent denunciations of their predecessors as being wimpish and weak and letting the Russians get ahead of us. There was a fraudulent missile gap in the Kennedy case, a fraudulent window of vulnerability in the Reagan case. Both were characterized by a major escalation of the arms race, which means more international violence and increased taxpayer subsidies to advanced industry at home through military spending. Both were jingoist. Both tried to whip up fear in the general population through a lot of militarist hysteria and jingoism. Both launched highly aggressive foreign policies around the world. Kennedy substantially increased the level of violence in Latin America. The plague of repression that culminated in the 1980s under Reagan was in fact largely a result of his initiatives. 1. Of course, the Kennedy administration was different in that, at least rhetorically, and to some extent in practice, it was concerned for social reform programs at home, whereas the Reagan administration was committed to the opposite, to eliminating what there was of a social welfare system here. But that probably reflects the difference in international affairs in the two periods more than anything else. In the early 1960s, the United States was the world dominant power, and had plenty of opportunity for combining international violence and commitment to military spending with social reform at home. By the 1980s, that same opportunity wasn't around anymore. The United States was just not that powerful and not that rich relative to its industrial rivals. In absolute terms it was, but not relatively. And there was a general consensus among elites, it wasn't just Reagan, that you had to break down the welfare state in order to maintain the profitability and competitiveness of American capital. But that difference apart, the two administrations were very similar. On the other hand, they couldn't do the same things. So for example, Kennedy could invade Cuba and launch the world's to-date major international terrorist operation against them, which went on for years, probably still is going on. Point 2, he was able to invade South Vietnam, which he did. After all, Kennedy sent the American Air Force to bomb and napalm South Vietnam and defoliate the country, and he sent troops to crush the peasant independence movement there. Point 3, and Vietnam's an area of minor American concern, it's way on the other end of the world. The Reagan administration tried to do similar things much closer to home in Central America, and couldn't. As soon as they started moving towards direct intervention in Central America in the first few months of the administration in 1981, they had to back off and move to clandestine operations, secret arms sales, covert funding through client states, training of terrorist forces like the Contras in Nicaragua, and so on. Point 4. That's a very striking difference, a dramatic difference. And I think that difference is one of the achievements of the activism and dissidence of the last 25 years. In fact, the Reagan administration was forced to create a major propaganda office, the Office of Public Diplomacy. It's not the first one in American history, it's the second. The first was during the Wilson administration in 1917. But this one was much larger, much more extensive. It was a major effort at indoctrinating the public. Point 5, the Kennedy administration never had to do that, because they could trust that the population would be supportive of any form of violence and aggression they decided to carry out. That's a big change, and it's had its effects. There were no B-52s in Central America in the 1980s. It was bad enough, hundreds of thousands of people were slaughtered, but if we'd sent B-52s and the 82nd Airborne, it would have been a lot worse. And that's a reflection of a serious rise in domestic dissidence and activism in the United States over the past 25 years. The Reagan administration was forced into clandestine tactics rather than direct aggression of the sort that Kennedy was able to use in Vietnam, largely in order to pacify the domestic population. As soon as Reagan indicated that he might try to turn to direct military intervention in Central America, there was a convulsion in the country, ranging from a massive flow of letters, to demonstrations, to church groups getting involved. People started coming out of the woodwork all over the place. And the administration immediately backed off. Also, the Reagan military budget had to level off by 1985. It did spurt, pretty much along the lines of Carter administration projections, but then it leveled off at about what it would have been if Carter had stayed in. Point 6, well, why did that happen? Partly it happened because of fiscal problems arising after 4 years of catastrophic Reaganite deficit spending, but partly it was just because there was a lot of domestic dissidence. And by now that dissidence is kind of irrepressible, actually. The fact that it doesn't have a center, and doesn't have a source, and doesn't have an organizational structure, that has both strengths and weaknesses. The weaknesses are that people get the sense that they're alone because you don't see things happening down the street. And it's possible to maintain the illusion that there's no activism going on, because there's nothing dramatically visible, like huge demonstrations or something. Occasionally there are, but not most of the time. And there's very little in the way of intercommunication, so all sorts of organizing can be happening in parallel, but it doesn't feed into itself and move on from there. Those are all weaknesses. On the other hand, the strength is, it's very hard to crush because there's nothing to cut off. If one thing gets eliminated, something else just comes up to take its place. So looking over a long stretch, I don't think it's true that things have gotten more passive, more quiescent, more indoctrinated and so on. In fact, if anything, it's the opposite. But it's sort of neither more nor less, really, it's just different. And you can see it in all kinds of ways. I mean, public opposition to the policies of the Reagan administration kept rising. It was always very high, and it rose through the 80s. 7 Or take the media, there have been slight changes, there's more openness. It's easier for dissidents to get access to the media today than it was 20 years ago. It's not easy, like it's 0.2% instead of 0.1%, but it is different. And in fact, by now there are even people inside the institutions who came out of the culture and experiences of the 60s, and have worked their way into the media, universities, publishing firms, the political system to some extent. That's had an effect as well. Or take something like the human rights policies of the Carter administration. Now, they weren't from the Carter administration really, they were from Congress. They were congressional human rights programs which the Carter administration was forced to adapt to a limited extent. And they've been maintained through the 1980s as well. The Reagan administration had to adapt to them somewhat too. And they've had an effect. They're used very cynically and hypocritically, we know all that stuff, but nevertheless, there are plenty of people whose lives have been saved by them. Well, where did those programs come from? Where they came from, if you trace it back, is kids from the 1960s who became congressional assistants and pressed for drafting of legislation using popular pressures from here, there, and the other place to help them through. Their proposals worked their way through a couple of congressional offices, and finally found their way into congressional legislation. 8 New human rights organizations developed at the same time, like Human Rights Watch. And out of it all came at least a rhetorical commitment to putting human rights issues in the forefront of foreign policy concerns. And that's not without an effect. It's cynical, doubtless you can show it. But still it's had an effect. The US network of terrorist mercenary states. Woman, it's curious that you're saying that, because I certainly didn't have that impression. The only human rights issue the Reagan administration seemed to be concerned with was that of the Soviet Jews. I mean, they resumed funding the terror in Guatemala. But note how they did it, they had to sneak it in around the back. In fact, there was more funding of Guatemala under Carter than there was under Reagan, though it's not very well known. See, the Carter administration was compelled to stop sending military aid to Guatemala by congressional legislation in 1977, and officially they did, but if you look at the Pentagon records, funding continued until around 1980 or 81 at just about the normal level, by various forms of trickery. You know, things were in the pipeline, that kind of business. This was never talked about in the press, but if you look at the records, you'll see the funding was still going through until that time. 9 The Reagan administration had to stop sending it altogether, and in fact, what they did was turn to mercenary states. See, one of the interesting features of the 1980s is that to a large extent the United States had to carry out its foreign interventions through the medium of mercenary states. There's a whole network of US mercenary states. Israel is the major one, but it also includes Taiwan, South Africa, South Korea, the states that are involved in the World Anti-Communist League and the various military groups that unite the Western Hemisphere, Saudi Arabia to fund it. Panama. Noriega was right in the center of the thing. We caught a glimpse of it in things like the Oliver North trial and the Iran-Contra hearings. Oliver North was tried in 1989 for his role in Iran-Contra, the U.S. government's illegal scheme to fund the Nicaraguan Contra militias in their war against Nicaragua's left-wing government by covertly selling weapons to Iran, their international terrorist networks of mercenary states. It's a new phenomenon in world history, way beyond what anybody has ever dreamt of. Other countries hire terrorists, we hire terrorist states, we're a big, powerful country. Actually, one significant thing came up in the North trial. To my surprise, I didn't think anything was going to come up. One interesting thing was put on the record, this famous 42-page document that they referred to. I don't know if any of you saw that. 10c. The government would not allow secret documents to appear, but they did permit a summary to appear, which the judge presented to the jury saying, you can take this to be fact, we don't question it anymore because it's authorized by the government. That doesn't mean it's not disinformation. Incidentally, it means that this is what the government was willing to say is the truth. Whether it's true or not is another question. But this 42-page document is kind of interesting. It outlines a massive international terrorist network run by the United States. It lists the countries that were involved, the ways we got them involved. All of it is focused on one thing in this case, the war in Nicaragua. But there were plenty of other operations going on, and if you expanded it to look at, say, Angola, and Afghanistan, and others, you'd bring in more pieces. One of the main players is Israel. They've helped the United States penetrate Black Africa, they've helped support the genocide in Guatemala, when the United States couldn't directly involve itself with the military dictatorships of the Southern Cone in South America. Israel did it for us. 11 It's very valuable to have a mercenary state like that around which is militarily advanced and technologically competent. But the point is, what was the need to develop this huge international terrorist network involving mercenary states? It's that the US government couldn't intervene directly whenever it wanted to anymore, so it had to do it in what amounted to quite inefficient ways. It's a lot more efficient to do what Kennedy did, and what Johnson did, just send in the Marines. That's efficient, it's an efficient killing machine, it's not going to be exposed and put a crimp in the works, you don't have to do it around the corners. So you're right, the Reagan administration did support Guatemala, but indirectly. They had to get Israeli advisors in there, and Taiwanese counterinsurgency agents and so on. Just to take one example of this, the chief of intelligence for the FDN, the main Contra force in Nicaragua, defected about 6 months ago, a guy named Horacio Arce. He's the most important defector yet. This was of course never reported in the United States, but he was very widely interviewed in Mexico. 12 And he had a lot of things to say, including details of his own training. He had been brought illegally to Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, and he described in detail what the training was like there and then in San Salvador, where he was sent for paratroop practice. The trainers were from all over the place. They had Spanish trainers, plenty of Israeli trainers, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Taiwanese, Dominicans, separate Japanese trainers for the Mosquito Indian recruits. They've got a huge operation running. And it's all clandestine, and all obviously illegal. And it's lethal, all right. I mean, in Guatemala alone maybe 100,000 people were killed during the 1980s, and the popular movements were decimated. 13 But lethal as it is, it would have been a lot worse without the restrictions that have been imposed by US domestic dissidents in the last 25 years. I think that's the important point. If you want to measure the achievement of the popular movements here, you have to ask, what would things have been like if they hadn't been around? And things would have been like South Vietnam in the 60s when the country was wiped out, and may never recover. And remember, Central America's a much more significant concern for the United States than Vietnam. There's a historical commitment to controlling it, it's our own backyard, and American business wants it as the equivalent of what East Asia is to Japan, a cheap labor area for exploitation. Yet the Reagan administration was unable to intervene there at the level that Kennedy did in an area of marginal American concern, Vietnam. That's a big change, and I think it's primarily attributable to the domestic dissidents. After all, what are the Iran-Contra hearings about? What they're about is the fact that the government was driven underground. Well, why was the government driven underground? Why didn't they just come out and do everything up front? They couldn't. They couldn't because they were afraid of their own population. And that's significant, you know. It's very rare that a government has had to go this deep underground in order to carry out its terrorist activities. It's an unusual situation. I don't even think there's a historical precedent. Overthrowing third world governments. Woman, the Allende coup in Chile that wasn't above ground. Chilean President Salvador Allende was overthrown in a coup engineered by the CIA in 1973. The Allende thing was underground, that's true, but that was a one-shot affair. And even there, notice that it was done in a different style. It was done in the classic style. It was like the Iran side of the Iran-Contra affair. See, there's a classic technique when you want to overthrow a government, you arm its military. That's the standard thing, For obvious reasons. You want to overthrow a government, who's going to overthrow it for you? Well, the military, they're the guys who overthrow governments. In fact, that's the main reason for giving military aid and training all around the world in the first place, to keep contacts with our guys in the place that counts, the army. If you read American secret documents, this is all stated very openly, actually. For example, there's a now declassified Robert McNamara Secretary of Defense to McGeorge Bundy Special Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs Intercommunication from 1965 with a detailed discussion of Latin America, in which they talk about how the role of the military in Latin American societies is to overthrow civilian governments if, in the judgment of the military, the governments are not pursuing the welfare of the nation, which turns out to be the welfare of American multinational corporations. 14. So if you want to overthrow a government, you arm its military, and of course you make it hard for the civilian government to function. And that's what was done in the Chile case. We armed the military, we tried to cause economic chaos, and the military took over. 15. Okay, that's sort of classic. In fact, that's almost certainly what the Iran part of the Iran-Contra affair was about. The arms shipments to the Iranian military didn't have anything to do with a secret deal to release American hostages held by pro-Iranian groups in Lebanon beginning in 1985, and they didn't have anything to do with October surprises either. In my view, theory that the Reagan electoral campaign secretly promised arms to Iran if Iran delayed the release of earlier U.S. hostages until after the 1980 presidential election. What they had to do with was the classic device of arming the military so they would carry out a coup and restore the old arrangement that existed under the Shah. There's very good evidence for this, I can talk about it if you like. 16. But Chile was a straight, classic operation, clandestine in a sense, but not all that clandestine. For instance, arming the Chilean military was completely public, it was in public records, it was never secret. 17. It's just that nobody in the United States ever looks, because the media and the intellectual class are too disciplined, and ordinary people out there don't have the time to go and read Pentagon records and figure out what happened. So it was clandestine in the sense that nobody knew about it, but the information was all available in public records, there was nothing hidden about it. In fact, Chile was kind of a normal CIA operation. It was like overthrowing Sukarno in Indonesia in a 1965 U.S.-backed coup. 18. There were some clandestine parts to it and there are parts that still haven't come out yet, but it was not really deep covert action. And it was nothing like the Central American activities of the 1980s, they're just radically different in scale. I mean, there have been clandestine operations, I don't want to suggest that it's novel. Like, overthrowing the government of Iran in 1953 was clandestine. 19. Overthrowing the government of Guatemala in 1954 was clandestine and it was kept secret for 20 years. 20. Operation Mongoose, which so far wins the prize as the world's leading single international terrorist operation, started by the Kennedy administration right after the Bay of Pigs, that was secret. Man, which one was that? Operation Mongoose. Right after the Bay of Pigs invasion attempt failed, Kennedy launched a major terrorist operation against Cuba beginning November 30, 1961. It was huge. I think it had a $50 million a year budget, that's known. It had about 2,500 employees, about 500 of them American, about 2,000 what they call assets, you know, Cuban exiles, or one thing or another. It was launched from Florida and it was totally illegal. I mean, international law we can't even talk about, but even by domestic law it was illegal, because it was a CIA operation taking place on American territory, which is illegal. 21. And it was serious, it involved blowing up hotels, sinking fishing boats, blowing up industrial installations, bombing airplanes. This was a very serious terrorist operation. The part of it that became well known was the assassination attempts. There were 8 known assassination attempts on Castro. 22. A lot of this stuff came out in the Senate Church Committee hearings in 1975, and other parts were uncovered through some good investigative reporting. It may still be going on today. We usually find out about these things a few years later, but it certainly went on through the 1970s. 23. Actually, let me just tell you one piece of it that was revealed about a year ago. It turns out that Operation Mongoose practically blew up the world. I don't know how many of you have been following the new material that's been released on the Cuban Missile Crisis 1962 U.S. Soviet showdown over Soviet missiles in Cuba, but it's very interesting. There have been meetings with the Russians, now there are some with the Cubans, and a lot of material has come out under the Freedom of Information Act here. And there's a very different picture of the Cuban Missile Crisis emerging. One thing that's been discovered is that the Russians and the Cubans had separate agendas during the course of the crisis. See, the standard view is that the Cubans were just Russian puppets. Well, that's not true, nothing like that is ever true. It may be convenient to believe, but it's never true. And in fact, the Cubans had their own concerns, they were worried about an American invasion. And now it turns out that those concerns were very valid. The United States had invasion plans for October 1962, the missile crisis was in October 1962. In fact, American naval and military units were already being deployed for an invasion before the beginning of the missile crisis. That's just been revealed in Freedom of Information Act materials. 24. Of course, it's always been denied here, like if you read McGeorge Bundy's book on the military system, he denies it, but it's true, and now the documents are around to prove it. 25. And the Cubans doubtless knew it, so that was probably what was motivating them. The Russians, on the other hand, were worried about the enormous missile gap, which was in fact in the US's favor, not in their favor as Kennedy claimed. 26. So what happened is, there was that famous interchange between Kennedy and Khrushchev, in which an agreement to end the crisis was reached. Then shortly after that, the Russians tried to take control of their missiles in Cuba, in order to carry through the deal they had made with the United States. See, at that point the Russians didn't actually control the missiles were in the hands of Cubans, and the Cubans didn't want to give them up, because they were still worried, plausibly, that there would be an American invasion. So there was a standoff between them early in November, which even included an actual confrontation between Russian and Cuban forces about who was going to have physical control of the missiles. It was a very tense moment, and you didn't know what was going to happen. Then right in the middle of it, one of the Operation Mongoose activities took place. Right at one of the tensest moments of the missile crisis, the CIA blew up a factory in Cuba, with about 400 people killed according to the Cubans. Well, fortunately the Cubans didn't react, but if something like that had happened to us at the time, Kennedy certainly would have reacted, and we would have had a nuclear war. It came very close. All right, there's a terrorist operation which might have set off a nuclear war. That wasn't even reported in the United States when the information was released about a year ago, it was considered so insignificant. The only two places where you can find it reported are in a footnote, on another topic actually, in one of these national security journals, International Security, and also in a pretty interesting book by one of the top State Department intelligence specialists, Raymond Garthoff, who's a sensible guy. He has a book called Reflections on the Cuban Missile Crisis, and he brings in some of this material. 27. Actually, other things have been revealed about the crisis which are absolutely startling. For instance, it turns out that the head of the U.S. Air Force at the time, General Thomas Power, without consultation with the government, in fact, without even informing the government, raised the level of American national security alert to the second highest level on October 24, 1962. See, there's a series of levels of alert for U.S. military forces. It's called Defense Condition 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Usually you're at 5, nothing's going on. Then the president can say, you can move up to 3, which means, get the Strategic Air Command bombers in the air, or go up to 2, which means you're ready to shoot, then you're at 1, and you send them off. Well, this guy just raised the level of alert unilaterally. Now, when you raise the level of alert, the point is to inform the Russians and to inform the other major powers what you're doing, because they know something's happening. They can see what you're doing, they can see the SAC bombers going up and the ships getting deployed. This stuff is all meant to be seen. So one of the top US generals openly raised the level of security alert to just before nuclear war, right in the middle of the missile crisis, and didn't inform Washington. The Secretary of Defense didn't even know about it. The Russian Secretary of Defense knew it, because his intelligence was picking it up, but Washington didn't know. And this general did it just out of, snubbing his nose at the Russians. The fact that this happened was just released about a year ago. 28. Man, at that point, did the Russians go up to the next level too? No, they didn't react. See, we would have seen if they'd reacted, and Kennedy probably would have shot off the missiles. But Khrushchev didn't react. In fact, throughout this whole period the Russians were very passive. They never reacted much because they were scared. The fact is, the United States had an enormous preponderance of military force. I mean, the US military thought there was no real problem. They wanted a war, because they figured we'd just wipe the Russians out. 29. Woman, but are you saying that the US intentionally created the Cuban Missile Crisis? Well, I'm not quite saying that. These are things that happened in the course of the crisis. How we got to it is a little different. It came about when the Russians put missiles on Cuba and the United States observed that missiles were going in and didn't want to allow them there. But of course, there's a background, as there always is to everything, and part of the background is that the United States was planning to invade Cuba at the time, and the Russians knew it, and the Cubans knew it. The Americans didn't know it. I mean, the American people didn't know it. In fact, even a lot of the American government didn't know it. It was only at a very top level that it was known. Government secrecy. There's a point here to be made about government secrecy. Actually, government secrecy is not for security reasons. Overwhelmingly it's just to prevent the population here from knowing what's going on. I mean, a lot of secret internal documents get declassified after 30 years or so, and if you look over the entire long record of them, there's virtually nothing in there that ever had any security-related concern. I don't know if Steven Zuhn's a professor in the audience, who's just done a dissertation on a lot of this stuff, would agree, but my impression from reading the secret record over a wide range of areas is that you virtually never find anything in there that had any connection to security whatsoever. The main purpose of secrecy is just to make sure that the general population here doesn't know what's going on. Steven Zuhn's, I concur completely. Yeah, that's your impression too? And I'm at MIT, so I'm always talking to the scientists who work on missiles for the Pentagon and so on, and these guys also don't see any reason for it. Like, Stark Draper, who runs the big missile lab at MIT and who invented inertial guidance and so on, says publicly, and he's told me privately, that he doesn't see any purpose in security classifications because he says the only effect is to prevent American scientists from communicating adequately. As far as he's concerned, you can take the instruction book for building the most advanced missiles and just give it to China or Russia. He doesn't care. First of all, he says they can't do anything with it, because they don't have the technological and industrial level that would enable them to do anything. And if they did have that level, they'd have invented it too, so you're not telling them anything. All you're doing is making it harder for American scientists to communicate. As for the secret diplomatic record, it's difficult to think of anything that has been released that was ever a secret which actually involved security. They involve marginalizing the population. That's what government secrets are for. Woman, you could apply that insight to the Rosenberg trial in the 1950s. They were supposed to have endangered the world by selling the Russians nuclear secrets. Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were executed for treason by the US government in 1953. Yeah, the Rosenberg execution had nothing to do with national security, it was part of trying to destroy the political movements of the 30s. If you want to traumatize people, treason trials are an extreme way. If there are spies running around in our midst, then we're really in trouble. We'd better just listen to the government and stop thinking. Look, every government has a need to frighten its population, and one way of doing that is to shroud its workings in mystery. The idea that a government has to be shrouded in mystery is something that goes back to Herodotus, ancient Greek historian. You read Herodotus, and he describes how the Medes and others won their freedom by struggle, and then they lost their freedom when the institution of royalty was invented to create a cloak of mystery around power. 30c, the idea behind royalty was that there's this other species of individuals who are beyond the norm and who the people are not supposed to understand. That's the standard way you cloak and protect power. You make it look mysterious and secret, above the ordinary person, otherwise why should anybody accept it? Well, they're willing to accept it out of fear that some great enemies are about to destroy them, and because of that they'll cede their authority to the Lord, or the king, or the president or something, just to protect themselves. That's the way governments work, that's the way any system of power works, and the secrecy system is part of it. Clandestine terror is a different part of it. If the public will not support direct intervention and violence, then you have to keep it secret from them somehow. So in a way, I think the scale of clandestine government activities is a pretty good measure of the popular dissidence and activism in a country, and clandestine activities shot way up during the Reagan period. That tells you something right there about popular empowerment. It's a reflection of people's power that the government was forced underground. That's a victory, you know. Woman, doesn't seem like much of a victory. Well, it depends what you look at. If you look at 200,000 corpses in Central America, it doesn't seem like much of a victory. But if you look at 10 million people who are still alive, it does seem like a victory. It depends where you're looking. You don't win what you'd like to win, but you could have lost a lot more. For example, take El Salvador in the 1980s. The purpose of U.S. policies there was to wipe out the popular organizations and support a traditional Latin American-style regime that would ensure the kind of business climate we expect in the region. So the independent press was destroyed, the political opposition was murdered, priests and labor organizers were murdered, and so on and so forth, and U.S. planners figured they had the problem licked. Well, today it's right back where it was. New people came up, the organizations are forming again. It's at a lower level, of course, because there's been so much destruction, but they're right back. That wouldn't have happened if we'd sent in B-52s and the 82nd Airborne. So there is kind of a margin for survival in the Third World that relates to the degree of American dissidence. Or take the hurricane in Nicaragua in October 1988. Well, it was devastating. The country may not survive, in fact. But the possibility of survival will come from American dissidents. I mean, there's been a tremendous amount of hurricane relief raised. Quest for Peace, which is a dozen people at a Jesuit center in Hyattsville, Maryland, has raised several $1 million in hurricane relief all by themselves, without any funds or any outreach, no media, nothing. Raising several $1 million with no resources is not easy. Try it sometime. But that can be done because there's a large part of the American population which is just out of the system. They don't believe what the government tells them, they don't accept anything, they may not have any organization or any media or anything like that, but they're there, and they can be reached, by letter if nothing else. And that can provide a kind of margin for survival in the Third World. The media, an institutional analysis. Man, you mentioned the media being only slightly open to dissidents. I'm wondering how long it has been the case that the American government and other powerful interests in the country could count on the participation of the major media when it comes to framing topics and reporting issues more or less the way they want them reported. Well, you know, I haven't looked at the entire history, but I would guess since about 1775. Man, that long? If you look back at the Revolutionary War period, you'll find that Revolutionary War leaders, people like Thomas Jefferson, who's regarded as a great libertarian, and with some reason, were saying that people should be punished if they are, in his words, traitors in thought but not in deed, meaning they should be punished if they say things that are treacherous, or even if they think things that are treacherous. And during the Revolutionary War, there was vicious repression of dissident opinion. 31. Well, it just goes on from there. Today the methods are different. Now it's not the threat of force that ensures the media will present things within a framework that serves the interests of the dominant institutions. The mechanisms today are much more subtle. But nevertheless, there is a complex system of filters in the media and educational institutions which ends up ensuring that dissident perspectives are weeded out, or marginalized in one way or another. And the end result is in fact quite similar. What are called opinions on the left and on the right in the media represent only a limited spectrum of debate, which reflects the range of needs of private power, but there's essentially nothing beyond those acceptable positions. So what the media do, in effect, is to take the set of assumptions which express the basic ideas of the propaganda system, whether about the Cold War or the economic system or the national interest and so on, and then present a range of debate within that framework, so the debate only enhances the strength of the assumptions, ingraining them in people's minds as the entire possible spectrum of opinion that there is. So you see, in our system what you might call state propaganda isn't expressed as such, as it would be in a totalitarian society. Rather it's implicit, it's presupposed, it provides the framework for debate among the people who are admitted into mainstream discussion. In fact, the nature of Western systems of indoctrination is typically not understood by dictators. They don't understand the utility for propaganda purposes of having critical debate that incorporates the basic assumptions of the official doctrines, and thereby marginalizes and eliminates authentic and rational critical discussion. Under what's sometimes been called brainwashing under freedom, the critics, or at least, the responsible critics, make a major contribution to the cause by bounding the debate within certain acceptable limits. That's why they're tolerated, and in fact even honored. But what exactly are these filters that create this situation? How does it actually work that really challenging positions are weeded out of the media? Well, to begin with, there are various layers and components to the American media. The National Enquirer that you pick up in the supermarket is not the same as the Washington Post, for example. But if you want to talk about presentation of news and information, the basic structure is that there are what are sometimes called agenda-setting media. There are a number of major media outlets that end up setting a basic framework that other smaller media units more or less have to adapt to. The larger media have the essential resources, and other smaller media scattered around the country pretty much have to take the framework which the major outlets present and adapt to it, because if the newspapers in Pittsburgh or Salt Lake City want to know about Angola, say, very few of them are going to be able to send their own correspondents and have their own analysts and so on. 32. Well, if you look at these larger media outlets, they have some crucial features in common. First of all, the agenda-setting institutions are big corporations. In fact, they're megacorporations, which are highly profitable, and for the most part they're also linked into even bigger conglomerates. 33 And they, like other corporations, have a product to sell and a market they want to sell it to. The product is audiences, and the market is advertisers. So the economic structure of a newspaper is that it sells readers to other businesses. See, they're not really trying to sell newspapers to people. In fact, very often a journal that's in financial trouble will try to cut down its circulation, and what they'll try to do is upscale their readership, because that increases advertising rates. 34 So what they're doing is selling audiences to other businesses, and for the agenda-setting media like the New York Times and the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal, they're in fact selling very privileged, elite audiences to other businesses. Overwhelmingly their readers are members of the so-called political class, which is the class that makes decisions in our society. Okay, imagine that you're an intelligent Martian looking down at the system. What you see is big corporations selling relatively privileged audiences in the decision-making classes to other businesses. Now you ask, what picture of the world do you expect to come out of this arrangement? Well, a plausible answer is, one that puts forward points of view and political perspectives which satisfy the needs and the interests and the perspectives of the buyers, the sellers, and the market. I mean, it would be pretty surprising if that weren't the case. So I don't call this a theory or anything like that, it's virtually just an observation. What Ed Herman and I called the propaganda model in our book on the media manufacturing consent is really just a kind of truism. It just says that you'd expect institutions to work in their own interests, because if they didn't they wouldn't be able to function for very long. So I think that the propaganda model is primarily useful just as a tool to help us think about the media. It's really not much deeper than that. 35. Testing the propaganda model. Woman, could you give us kind of a thumbnail sketch of how you've used that tool? Well, essentially in manufacturing consent what we were doing was contrasting two models, how the media ought to function, and how they do function. The former model is the more or less conventional one. It's what the New York Times recently referred to in a book review as the traditional Jeffersonian role of the media as a counterweight to government. In other words, a cantankerous, obstinate, ubiquitous press, which must be suffered by those in authority in order to preserve the right of the people to know, and to help the population assert meaningful control over the political process. 36 That's the standard conception of the media in the United States, and it's what most of the people in the media themselves take for granted. The alternative conception is that the media will present a picture of the world which defends and inculcates the economic, social, and political agendas of the privileged groups that dominate the domestic economy, and who therefore also largely control the government. According to this propaganda model, the media serve their societal purpose by things like the way they select topics, distribute their concerns, frame issues, filter information, focus their analyses through emphasis, tone, and a whole range of other techniques like that. Now, I should point out that none of this should suggest that the media always will agree with state policy at any given moment. Because control over the government shifts back and forth between various elite groupings in our society, whichever segment of the business community happens to control the government at a particular time reflects only part of an elite political spectrum, within which there are sometimes tactical disagreements. What the propaganda model in fact predicts is that this entire range of elite perspectives will be reflected in the media. It's just there will be essentially nothing that goes beyond it. Alright, how do you prove this? It's a big, complex topic, but let me just point out 4 basic observations to start with, then we can go into more detail if you like. The first point is that the propaganda model actually has a fair amount of elite advocacy. In fact, there's a very significant tradition among elite democratic thinkers in the West which claims that the media and the intellectual class in general ought to carry out a propaganda function. They're supposed to marginalize the general population by controlling what's called the public mind. 37 This view has probably been the dominant theme in Anglo-American democratic thought for over 300 years, and it remains so right until the present. You can trace the thinking on this back to the first major popular democratic revolution in the West, the English Civil War in the 1640s, an armed conflict between supporters of the king and the Parliament for sovereignty over England from 1642 to 1648. See, elites on both sides of the Civil War in England. On the one hand the landed gentry and rising merchant class, who were aligned with Parliament, and on the other the royalists, who represented more traditional elite groupings, were very worried about all the popular ferment that was starting to develop in the context of the elite struggle. I mean, there were popular movements springing up which were challenging everything: the relationship between master and servant, the right of authority altogether. There was a lot of radical publishing taking place because the printing press had just been invented, and so on and so forth. And elites on both sides of the Civil War were very worried that the general population suddenly was beginning to get out of control. As they put it, the people are becoming so curious and so arrogant that they will never find humility enough to submit to a civil rule. 38 So both the king and the Parliament were losing the capacity to coerce, and they had to react to that. Well, the first thing they tried to do was to reintroduce the capacity to coerce. There was an absolutist state for a time, and then the king was restored. Charles II regained the throne in 1660 after several years of rule by Oliver Cromwell's military administration. But they couldn't change everything back, they couldn't regain total control, and a lot of what the popular movements had been fighting for slowly began to work its way into the development of British political democracy, e.g. constitutional monarchy was established in 1689 and a Bill of Rights adopted. And ever since then, every time popular movements have succeeded in dissolving power to a certain extent, there has been a deepening recognition among elites in the West that as you begin to lose the power to control people by force, you have to start to control what they think. And in the United States, that recognition has reached its apogee. So in the 20th century, there's a major current of American thought. In fact, it's probably the dominant current among people who think about these things, political scientists, journalists, public relations experts and so on, which says that precisely because the state has lost the power to coerce, elites need to have more effective propaganda to control the public mind. That was Walter Lippmann's point of view. For example, to mention probably the dean of American journalists, he referred to the population as a bewildered herd. We have to protect ourselves from the rage and trampling of the bewildered herd. And the way you do it, Lippmann said, is by what he called the manufacture of consent. If you don't do it by force, you have to do it by the calculated manufacture of consent. 39. Back in the 1920s, the major manual of the public relations industry actually was titled Propaganda. In those days, people were a little bit more honest. It opens saying something like this: the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is a central feature of a democratic system. The wording is virtually like that. Then it says, it is the job of the intelligent minorities to carry out this manipulation of the attitudes and opinions of the masses. Point 40. And really that's the leading doctrine of modern liberal democratic intellectual thought, that if you lose the power to control people by force, you need better indoctrination. Point 41. Alright, that's the first point about the propaganda model. It has traditionally been supported and advocated by a substantial part of the elite intellectual tradition. The second point I've already mentioned, it's that the propaganda model has a kind of prior plausibility. If you look at their institutional structure, you'd expect that the corporate media would serve a propaganda function in a business-dominated society like ours. A third point is that the general public actually tends to agree with the basic features of the propaganda model. So contrary to what's usually said, if you look at poll results, most of the public thinks that the media are too conformist and too subservient to power. It's very different from the media's self-image, obviously, but that's the public's image of them. Point 42. Well, from just these three initial observations, elite advocacy, prior plausibility, and the public's perspective, you would at least draw one conclusion, that the propaganda model ought to be a part of the ongoing debate about how the media function. You would think that would be enough grounds to make it a part of the discussion you often hear presented about the media's role, right? Well, it never is a part of that discussion. The debate is always over whether the media are too extreme in their undermining of authority and their criticism of power, or whether they are simply serving their traditional Jeffersonian role as a check on power. This other position, which says that there is no traditional Jeffersonian role, and that the media, like the intellectual community in general, are basically subservient to power, is never part of the discussion at all. And there's a very good reason why that's the case, actually, because discussing the propaganda model would itself be dysfunctional to the institutions, so therefore it simply is excluded. The propaganda model in fact predicts that it won't be discussable in the media. So, okay, those are the first three observations. The fourth has to do with the empirical validity of the propaganda model, and that's of course the meat of the matter. Is the propaganda model descriptively accurate? Is it true that the media serve the traditional Jeffersonian role, or do they rather follow the propaganda model? Well, to answer that question satisfactorily for yourself, you have to do a lot of investigation and examine an extensive amount of material on the question. But just to give you kind of an outline of how one can go about it, methodologically speaking, the first way we tested the model in manufacturing consent was to submit it to what is really its harshest possible test. We let the opponents select their own ground. See, if you don't do this, a critic can always attack you by saying, well, you're just picking examples that work. Fine, So you let the opponents select their own ground, you take the cases that people on the other side of the spectrum point to show that the media go too far in their undermining of authority, you take the examples they select to prove their position like the Vietnam War, or Watergate, or other cases like that, and you look at those examples to see whether they follow the propaganda model. So that was the first thing we did, we let the opponents pick the ground, so there would be no question of taking the wrong sample or anything like that. And the result was, even when you let the opponents pick the ground, you still get very strong confirmation of the propaganda model. Another thing we've done is to document the range of permitted opinion in the media, just to discover what the bounds of expressible thought actually are in the mainstream. We've looked at crucial historical examples in detail. We've studied media treatment of closely paired examples. I mean, history doesn't construct controlled experiments for you, but there are lots of historical events that are more or less paired, and it's possible to compare how the media deal with them. So we've examined media coverage of atrocities committed by enemy states and compared it to coverage of atrocities which were roughly on the same scale, but for which the United States was responsible. We've compared coverage of elections in enemy states and in client states. We've looked at the treatment of problems of freedom of the press in official enemies and in client states. And there are a lot of other topics we've investigated as well. Point 43. So we've studied a great number of cases, from every methodological point of view that we've been able to think of, and they all support the propaganda model. And by now there are thousands of pages of similar material confirming the thesis in books and articles by other people too. In fact, I would hazard a guess that the propaganda model is one of the best confirmed theses in the social sciences. There has been no serious counter-discussion of it at all, actually, that I'm aware of. Point 44. But that's all irrelevant within the mainstream culture, and the point is, it will all stay irrelevant, even if the level of proof were to reach way beyond what could ever be achieved in the social sciences. In fact, even if you could prove it at the level of physics, it would always remain irrelevant within the mainstream institutions. And the reason for that is that the propaganda model is in fact valid, and it predicts that it will be irrelevant and in fact, not even be understandable within the elite culture, no matter how well it's proven. And that's because what it reveals undermines very effective and useful ideological institutions, so it's dysfunctional to them, and will be excluded. The media and elite opinion. Man, but Mr. Chomsky, don't you think you might be making a bit of an intellectually lazy assumption as you draw up this analysis, namely, that there's this monolith, the media? Isn't it a bit hypocritical to expect the media to be any different from the rest of the American population in the views it advocates? Well, the media are different from the general population. They're very much like American elites. Man, I'm not necessarily sure that's true. I'm not sure how you could prove it one way or the other. I think you can prove it, actually. On major issues there is a very noticeable split between elite and popular opinion, and the media consistently reflect elite opinion. So for example, on things like, say, dismantling welfare state programs, or on a nuclear weapons freeze, or on U.S. policies in Central America in the 1980s, or on the nature of the Vietnam War, the views expressed in the media have always been very different from public opinion, and in line with elite opinion. Point 45. Man, my point is that it's not necessarily a transformation of the media, but a transformation of society that you're looking towards. It can be a lazy diversion just to talk about the media as them. Well, I think you would need a transformation of society to change the media, but I still think it's right to call the media them. Man, take a look at the word media, it is us talking to us. Others, no, no. Woman, you're wrong. There I really disagree. I mean, I think it's a good question to examine, but I don't agree. After all, what are the media? Who are they? Are they us? Take CBS, or the New York Times. Who are they? They're among the major corporations in the country. They're not us. They are no more us than General Motors is us. The question is, are the media like a sample of public opinion? Is it that the public has a certain range of beliefs and the media are just a sample of it? If that were the case, the media would be very democratic in fact. Man, the only poll that I've seen about journalists is that they are basically narcissistic and left of center. Look, what people call left of center doesn't mean anything, it means they're conventional liberals, and conventional liberals are very state-oriented, and usually dedicated to private power. Man, but if there is only a small percentage of the American population that is actively dissident, I think it's unfair to expect any greater percentage than that in the media. Again, you have to look closely. I think there's plenty of evidence that public opinion and media presentation have differed quite sharply. The general public regarded the media as much too easy on the Reagan administration. They thought there should have been more exposure. In fact, they thought that the media were too hard on Carter, but too easy on Reagan. It's exactly the opposite of what everybody says. Woman, where do you get all this information? From polls. Actually, that point is made in a pretty interesting book by Mark Hertzgeard, called On Bended Knee, which is about media coverage of the Reagan administration. Point 46. Man, you gave the example of the public being more in favor of welfare state programs than the media, but in Massachusetts right now, there's strong support in the general population for dismantling a lot of social services, and for no new taxes. Don't you agree the support's pretty strong for that these days? No. If you ask people, do you want new taxes, they'll say no, but if you ask them, do you want better medical services, they'll say yes. Man, but there has been no strong popular response against a very austere state budget here which eliminates a lot of social services. But is there anybody pushing for developing meaningful social services? See, suppose there was somebody with a platform saying, we want everybody in Massachusetts to have access to adequate medical care. I'll bet you if somebody was pushing that, they'd get overwhelming support. But if you just come to people and say, do you want to have new taxes, of course they'll say no. If you have something on the ballot saying, should we put a limit on property taxes, the answer will be, sure, why should I pay more? But you're not asking the right question. If you ask people, do you want your roads clean? Do you want good schools? Do you want medical services? Then they'll say yes. So part of the reason there isn't much response is that there's no one offering real alternatives. Now, it's also true that there are a lot of people who just look at the world and say, don't confuse me with the facts, it's too painful, or I don't want to know about reality, it's too ugly. But they're not even reading the news anymore, they only read the style section, and the sports and so on. However, if you take the people who still pay attention to the world, it's pretty striking. The population tends to regard the media as too conformist, too subservient to power. It's exactly the opposite of what everybody says. 47. So just take a look at something like the nuclear freeze movement. The nuclear freeze had virtually no support in the media, no support among politicians, and certainly no support by business, but nevertheless, 75% of the American population supported it. Point 48. Well, that's certainly not reflected in editorial opinion or in opinion pieces in the media. Or take what's certainly the most discussed media issue of the 1980s, Nicaragua. I've done a lot of analysis of opinion pieces in the national media, like the Washington Post and the New York Times, and it's uniform. Well over 99% of them are anti-Sandinista, and think the Sandinista party government has to be eliminated. The only issue is how you do it. Do you do it by attacking them with Contra forces, or by some other means? Well, that does not reflect public opinion. I mean, most of the public thought we should just get out of Nicaragua and leave them alone. They didn't even know which side we were on, but thought we had no business there, so let's get away. That certainly wasn't reflected. Then among the minority of the population who in fact knew which side we were on, there was strong opposition to any method of overthrowing the government. Point 49. But that position is inexpressible in the media. Let me just give you an illustration. 6 months in early 1986 and 6 months in early 1987 happened to have been the periods of greatest debate over Nicaragua, right before the big Contra aid bills came to Congress. The New York Times and the Washington Post in those two periods published only two columns that even raised the possibility that the Sandinistas should be permitted to survive. One was by the Nicaraguan ambassador. 50. The other was by a guy named Kevin Cahill, a doctor at Lenox Hill Hospital in New York, who's a specialist in tropical diseases and who's worked extensively through the area. He had a column in which he said, "There's only one country in Latin America where the government cares about the population, it's Nicaragua. Here's what they're doing, we should let them do it." 51. That was the one exception of an opinion column, even considering this position in practically a year of intensive coverage of the issue in the two most important newspapers in the country. Now, that certainly does not reflect popular opinion. In fact, it doesn't even reflect opinion in the academic profession in this case. The media do not accept contributions from Latin America scholars on this issue, just because they disagree. 52. Woman, there were people who lost their jobs in the media for reporting other points of view. Oh, that happens all the time. Ray Bonner is the famous case. He was a freelancer the New York Times picked up who made the mistake of actually reporting what was going on for about a year in El Salvador. He was bounced off to work in the metro section or something, and then he just dropped out. 53. And there are lots of other reporters who have just ended up leaving. S.Y. Hirsch, for example, left the New York Times because they wouldn't let him do the kinds of stories he wanted to do. Look, I have a good friend who's one of the 7 or 8 main editors of a major American newspaper, and he happens to be very much opposed to U.S. policies towards Central America, and towards the arms race, as well as several other things. He tries to craft editorials which will just barely sneak through under the ideological barrier, but will sort of hint at some of the things he would like people to see. He has to make a very careful calculation as to what will make it in. Woman, but isn't that what this man over here is saying? No, that ideological barrier reflects elite opinion. It's not that the public is going to object. The public's not going to mind if the editor comes out with these things. In fact, this guy happens to be in a liberal city, the public will applaud. It's in Boston. Woman, so why is there that barrier? Well, I once asked another editor I know at the Boston Globe why their coverage of the Israeli/Palestinian conflict is so awful, and it is. He just laughed and said, "How many Arab advertisers do you think we have?" That was the end of that conversation. Man, that's not true, unless he was joking. It is true, and he wasn't joking. That wasn't joking. Man, the editor doesn't pay attention to the advertising, he doesn't care about the advertising. Are you kidding? If he doesn't care about the advertising, he will not be editor any longer. Man, you're saying that the Globe's editorial decisions are based on trying to keep advertising revenue from what? From dropping. It means retailers aren't going to advertise there and the Globe's going to go under. Man, but the Globe has a monopoly market. They do not. Man, what are they going to do, advertise in the Herald's second Boston newspaper? Absolutely. Man, I think that really is simplistic, I really do. This actually happened, it's happened a few times. Most of the time it never happens, because the newspapers never deviate. But in 1976 or 77, New York Times advertising and stock values began to drop very slightly. There were immediately articles about this in the Wall Street Journal and Business Week, pointing out what was going on. Business Week in fact said, if the New York Times doesn't realize that it's a business, it's not going to be in business any longer. 54. Well, what was happening was that the Times had taken a mildly supportive editorial position on a New York tax bill that business was opposed to, and advertising started slipping off a little, stocks started dropping very slightly. And the Times then shifted its entire editorial staff. John Oakes went out, all the liberal editors went out, and a whole bunch of new people came in. All it took was a slight change on the stock market. Now, in that case it was a matter of such a slight deviation that you'd need a microscope to see it. Suppose they took a major deviation, what would happen to their stock? In countries that have a wider range of democratic politics than we do, where there really is a danger that some political party might impose different policies, this sort of thing happens all the time. Man, I guess I don't know what it's like on a big paper. I have a great deal of autonomy as a reporter working for a small local paper. A small local paper's a different story. But suppose you start doing things that are harmful to local business interests, I think you'll find that it's not easy to keep doing it. You can probably do good reporting on international affairs if you want, just because they don't care so much in a small town paper. Man, I don't know, I don't take those interests into account at all. I'm the business writer for my county, and I can do what I want. You think you do what you want? See, Tom Wicker at the New York Times thinks he does what he wants, too, and he's right. But what he wants is what power wants. Man, I've just followed my instincts, and I've never had any problems. Have you ever done things that caused an uproar in the business community? Man, possibly. But that's the question. I think if you had, you would have heard about it. I mean, if you expose corruption, that's fine. Filters on reporting. Woman, is this a conscious effort on the part of the press, or would you say it just plays out economically because they want to sell newspapers and the public is buying it? It has nothing to do with the public. Woman, advertisers. Well, yes, advertisers. See, the press does not make money on people buying newspapers, they lose money on people buying newspapers. 55 But the press is business interests. I mean, the major press is huge corporate interests, the small press is more local business interests, but either way it's kept alive by other businesses, through advertising. Man, one of the biggest businesses around here is development, and I continually present both points of view, as far as environmental issues versus development issues. And business takes both points of view. Business is on both sides. Like, in this region, maintaining tourism is a huge thing for business, and that means maintaining the environment. And you know, the rich folk who move out here from New York also want to maintain the environment. So you've got very powerful, privileged interests on the other side of this issue. See, you happen to have picked an issue where the business community is split, and therefore the press will present both sides. But try to start doing something that undermines all business interests as such, you will quickly find that you're not a journalist anymore. I mean, they may be willing to keep you on as a maverick just for the fun of it, but if you ever get to the point where you're influencing people's attitudes about public policy or power, you're not going to stay on. And that's exactly why people who say those things don't stay on. Man, I posed this question to the president of the Chamber of Commerce: is economic growth really a desirable thing? That's a radical question, and I got an answer to it. But it's not a radical question here, because preventing economic growth is helping business interests in this region. You happen to be in a special position on that issue. Suggest a redistribution of income, increase of business taxes for welfare purposes. Try that. Woman, but that's not reporting. Why not? He says, opinions on both sides. That's an opinion on both sides. Look, one of the things that Edward Herman and I did in Manufacturing Consent was to just look at the sources that reporters go to. In a part that I wrote, I happened to be discussing Central America, so I went through 50 articles by Stephen Kinzer of the New York Times beginning in October 1987, and just asked, whose opinions did he try to get? Well, it turns out that in 50 articles he did not talk to one person in Nicaragua who was pro-Sandinista. Now, there's got to be somebody, you know, Ortega's mother, somebody's got to be pro-Sandinista. Nope, in fact, everybody he quotes is anti-Sandinista. Daniel Ortega was the Sandinista president. Well, there are polls, which the Times won't report, and they show that all of the opposition parties in Nicaragua combined had the support of only 9% of the population. But they have 100% of Stephen Kinzer. Everyone he's found supports the opposition parties, 9% of the population. That's in 50 articles. 56. Man, I think your indictment of subtlety is again simplistic. For instance, I read an article you wrote for The Progressive about reporters' dependence on government sources. That's really important. You have to get economic figures, you have to develop long-term sources, you can't get the information otherwise. 57. Why do you have such a low opinion of the readership to think that they're not going to pick up on the subtlety? It may be in the 5th or 6th paragraph, but you can see the reporter's own opinion there. I don't understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is that if you look at the sources reporters select, they are not sources that are expert, they are sources that represent vested interests. That's propaganda. Woman, but I don't think the journalists say that to themselves. They want to think they're doing an honest job. Sure they do, but you can see exactly how it works. Suppose that as a reporter you start going outside of vested interests. You will find, first of all, that the level of evidence that's required is far higher. You don't need verification when you go to vested interests, they're self-verifying. Like, if you report an atrocity carried out by guerrillas, all you need is one hearsay witness. You talk about torture carried out by an American military officer, you're going to need videotapes. And the same is true on every issue. I mean, if a journalist quotes an unnamed high U.S. government official, that suffices as evidence. What if they were to quote some dissident, or some official from a foreign government that's an enemy? Well, they'd have to start digging, and backing it up, and the reporter would have to have mountains of evidence, and expect to pick up a ton of flack, and maybe lose their job, and so on. With factors of that kind, it's very predictable which way they're going to go. And reporters generally pick the easy way. I mean, the laziness is phenomenal. Woman, would you characterize this media analysis as a conspiracy theory at all? It's precisely the opposite of conspiracy theory. Actually, in fact, in general this analysis tends to downplay the role of individuals, they're just replaceable pieces. Look, part of the structure of corporate capitalism is that the players in the game try to increase profits and market shares. If they don't do that, they will no longer be players in the game. Any economist knows this. It's not a conspiracy theory to point that out, it's just taken for granted as an institutional fact. If someone were to say, "Oh no, that's a conspiracy theory," people would laugh. Well, what we've been discussing are simply the institutional factors that set the boundaries for reporting and interpretation in the ideological institutions. That's the opposite of conspiracy theory, it's just normal institutional analysis, the kind of analysis you do automatically when you're trying to understand how the world works. For people to call it conspiracy theory is part of the effort to prevent an understanding of how the world works. In my view, conspiracy theory has become the intellectual equivalent of a four-letter word. It's something people say when they don't want you to think about what's really going on. Man, what role would you say the alternative media play in the propaganda model? Well, it varies. I think to some extent the alternative media play a role within the propaganda model. So a lot of what's called the alternative media in the United States is really just a kind of commercialization of freakishness, like 95% of the Village Voice, for example, or maybe 99%. I regard that as just another technique of marginalization of the public. It's sort of another version of the National Enquirer, just for a different audience. However, to a significant extent the alternative media play a very constructive role. Often they present people with an alternative view of the world, and that does make a difference. For example, I travel around giving talks all over the country, and I've noticed that in places that have listener-supported radio, there's just a different feel in the community. There's a place that people can go to, and relate themselves to, and find out what's going on, and hear other people, and contribute, and construct a different conception of the world and how it works on a continuing basis. I mean, you feel it right away if something like that is going on, and you feel it if nothing's going on. The alternative political journals are the same. But notice that anything that's alternative is going to be lacking in resources and lacking in outreach. It's like alternatives to automobile production. You can do it, but it's going to be extremely difficult. So I don't know the details, but I imagine that if you compare the resources behind, say, FAIR, fairness and accuracy in reporting, a left-wing media monitoring group, and AIM, accuracy in media, a right-wing one, you'll come out with a very good estimate of what's involved. Point 58. And it's only natural that powerful interests wouldn't want to support genuinely alternative structures. Why would an institution function in such a way as to undermine itself? Of course that's not going to happen. Woman, recently on public television there was a series of programs about clandestine activities and the atomic bomb, which brought out a lot of information that seemed to go against those powerful interests, though it was very unusual, the kind of thing you almost never see. I'm wondering what you think its purpose might have been. I was extremely surprised at the openness of what was being said. They mentioned Operation Mongoose, the assassination attempts on Castro, connections between the Kennedys and the Mafia. They talked about the US recruiting some of the worst Nazis to work for us at the end of World War II. 59. I'm curious why those kinds of things are coming out now. Why is it happening at this point, and in such a public forum? You were talking before about things sometimes slipping through the cracks. This is more than slipping through the cracks. Well, is it really? How many people saw it? See, and these are pretty activist people, people who are attuned to that sort of thing. And it's not the first time that this has happened. A lot of this material already appeared in the media, in 1975. So it would be interesting to know exactly why it is coming out now, but some things come to mind right off. The first set of exposures was in 1975, which was right after Watergate. The second set of exposures is right now, which happens to be right after Iran-Contra. And it's very typical that after government scandals like these, there's a period of relative openness in the media, which then closes up again. In fact, there are plenty of journalists who are very well aware of this fact, and who wait for government scandals to try to sneak through stories which they know they couldn't get published at other times. I can give you examples of that, if you'd like. And it's obvious why it's going to happen. There's a scandal, so the institutions want to legitimize themselves, and there's popular pressure, so journalists who want to write about things like this have a little bit of an opening to do it. That may be the reason. Incidentally, there are going to be some more exposures in the media in a week or two on the show Frontline, which, if PBS runs it, they're now debating it, will be very interesting. It's an episode on the Middle East by Leslie and Andrew Coburn, and from what I've heard, it's extremely well done. So it's not that these systems are completely closed to dissidents even on commercial television. There are possibilities. For instance, when Leslie Coburn was working at CBS, she was able to expose information of real importance about US government involvement in drug running through the Contras. I don't know if some of you saw that, but this was on a national network program, West 57th. Tens of millions of people were watching American pilots in jail testifying about how they would fly arms down to the Contras and come back with their planes loaded with cocaine, land at Homestead Air Force Base in Florida guided in by radar, then trucks would come up and unload the drugs and take them away, all right on the Air Force Base. That was on C.B.S.60. So there are openings for investigative reporting, and there are people in the media who look for them and find them. In fact, some of the top investigative reporters in the country are very conscious of the way the system works and play it like a violin, just looking for moments when they can sneak stories through. Some of the best known of them are even more cynical about the media than I am, actually, but they just find ways to work within the system, and often they get out material that's very important. So people will store up stories on topics they've researched, and wait for a time when it's going to be a little bit more lax and they can put them in. Or they'll look for the right editor. They write their points very carefully and frame them so they'll just get by. Remember, there really are conflicting values in these systems, and those conflicts allow for possibilities. One value is service to power, another value is professional integrity, and journalists can't do their job of serving power effectively unless they know how to work with some integrity, but if they know how to work with some integrity, they're also going to want to exercise that value in other areas. It's extremely hard to control that conflict, and things certainly do get through sometimes. Plus, there also just is a need in the media to present a tolerably accurate picture of the world, and that also creates openings. So for example, take the Wall Street Journal, the prototypical business press. The editorial pages are just comical tantrums, but the news coverage is often quite interesting and well done. They have some of the best reporting in the country, in fact. And I think the reason for that is pretty clear. On the editorial page of the Wall Street Journal, the editors can scream and yell and foam at the mouth and nobody cares very much, but people in the business world have to have a realistic picture of what's happening in the world if they're going to make sane decisions about their money. Well, that also creates openings, and those openings can often be capitalized on. So the main point is not total suppression of information by the media. That's rare, although it certainly exists. The main point is the shaping of history, the selection, the interpretation that takes place. I mean, just to give one illustration, I doubt that any story ever received the kind of fanatical level of coverage as the downing of Korean Airlines Flight 007 by the Russians in 1983. That was presented as sure proof that the Russians were the worst barbarians since Attila the Hun, and that we therefore had to install missiles in Germany, and step up the war against Nicaragua, and so on. Well, for the month of September 1983 alone, the New York Times Index, the very densely printed index of articles that have appeared in the Times, has 7 full pages devoted to this story. That's the index, for 1 month alone. The liberal Boston Globe on the first day of coverage had, I think, its first 10 full pages devoted to that story and nothing else. I mean, I didn't check, but I doubt that even the outbreak of the Second World War had that much coverage. All right. There were other events that took place in the midst of all of the furor over the KAL flight. For example, the Times devoted 100 words and no comment to the following fact: UNITA, who are the so-called freedom fighters supported by the United States and South Africa in Angola, took credit for downing an Angolan civilian jet plane with 126 people killed. Now, there were no ambiguities in this case. The plane wasn't off course. There was no R.C-135 confusing the issue. KAL Flight 007 had flown off course into Soviet airspace, and a U.S. Air Force R.C-135 spy plane had been patrolling the same area earlier that day. This was just premeditated mass murder, and that deserved 100 words and no further comment. 61. A few years earlier, in October 1976, a Cuban airliner was bombed by C.I.A-backed terrorists, killing 73 civilians. How much coverage was there of that? 62. In 1973, Israel downed a civilian plane lost in a sandstorm over the Suez Canal with 110 people killed. There was no protest, only editorial comments about, I'm quoting from the Times, how no useful purpose is served by an acrimonious debate over the assignment of blame. 63. 4 days later, Golda Meir, the Israeli Prime Minister, arrived in the United States, and the press troubled her with few embarrassing questions. In fact, she returned home with new gifts of military aircraft. 64. Going back to 1955, an Air India plane carrying the Chinese delegation to the Bandung conference was blown up in the air in what the Hong Kong police called a carefully planned mass murder. An American defector later claimed that he had planted the bomb in the service of the C.I.A. 65. In July 1988, the U.S. warship Vincennes shot down an Iranian civilian airliner in a commercial air corridor off the coast of Iran with 290 people killed out of a need to prove the viability of its high-tech missile system, according to U.S. Navy Commander David Carlson, who was monitoring the event from a nearby ship and said that he wondered aloud in disbelief. 66. None of these incidents was held to demonstrate barbarism, and in fact all have been quickly forgotten. Well, one could offer thousands of such examples, and a lot of people, including me, have done so in print. These are the ways in which history is shaped in the interests of those in power, and that's the kind of thing I'm saying about the press. The information sometimes is reported, but the media isn't presenting it. 67. Honest subordination. Man, I'm wondering how people inside the media tend to respond to this type of institutional critique. Well, to draw a broad brush stroke through it, by and large the media love to be attacked from the right. They love it when they're attacked as being subversive, adversarial, going so far in their passion to undermine power that they're destroying democracy, and so on. They even love being told that they're lying in their commitment to undermine power. There are dramatic examples of this. And it's obvious why they like it so much. Then they can come back and say, as Katharine Graham, owner of the Washington Post, did in a commencement address, well, yes, it's true that in our anti-establishment zeal we sometimes go too far, but that's the price you have to pay in a free society. It makes great copy. On the other hand, if they're criticized from the opposite side, saying, look, you may do your work with a good deal of integrity, but you're very subordinated to power, indeed servile, often in the way that you select topics, and shape them, and adopt perspectives, that they hate. So they don't like to be told that they're doing their work honestly but subordinated to power. They much prefer to be told, you're dishonest in your efforts to undermine power. To give you a recent example, one of the major right-wing attacks on the media was a huge 2-volume study published by an organization called Freedom House, nice Orwellian name, which criticized media coverage of the Tet Offensive in the Vietnam War, reaching the conclusion that the media basically lost the war for us by their lack of patriotism. 68 The thrust of the study was that the media had lied about the Tet Offensive and had presented a North Vietnamese/Viet Cong defeat as a great victory for the enemy, and had thereby undermined the American war effort. That was the fundamental claim, and to support it they alleged that the media had distorted what people had said, and had falsified the evidence, and so on and so forth. The media loved it, they just lapped it up, and ever since then, that's been the standard story. 69. Well, the fact of the matter is that this Freedom House study was immediately exposed as a hoax, in a journalism review which was widely read. I wrote the article. 70 The study was almost a total fraud. When you corrected the hundreds of crucial errors and falsifications, what you were left with was the conclusion that American journalists had covered the Tet Offensive quite honestly, in a very narrow sense, that is, they had described accurately what was in front of their eyes, but they had done it within a framework of patriotic premises which distorted the whole picture quite considerably. So, for example, reporters would describe how the US forces were wiping out towns in South Vietnam, and they'd say, this is an unfortunate necessity, but we have to defend these towns from attackers. Well, there were no attackers except the Americans. There were no Russians, no Chinese, virtually no North Vietnamese, nobody but the American aggressors. 71 But of course, nobody in the press could say that. So, narrowly speaking, the media did an honest job, though always from a perspective very much shaped by US government propaganda. And as to their depicting an enemy defeat as a victory, that's just totally false. The press was much more optimistic about the outcome of the Tet Offensive than official US intelligence was, and we know that, because the intelligence reports appear in the Pentagon Papers' top-secret Defense Department planning record of US involvement in Southeast Asia, leaked to the public in 1971. 72. So in reality, what it comes down to is that Freedom House was accusing the media of not being sufficiently upbeat and enthusiastic in their adoption of the government propaganda framework. Well, that's pure totalitarianism. But the critique of their study disappeared, nobody pays the slightest attention to it. It's been reprinted a number of times and amplified, it's all thoroughly documented and supported, but nobody wants to hear it. The media do not want to hear that they did an honest job, but within the framework of state power, they'd much rather hear that they were so subversive they may have even undermined democracy. Fight it better, the media and the Vietnam War. Woman, I had the impression that during the anti-Vietnam War period there was more openness in the media to the progressive movements than there is now, for instance in the New York Times and the Washington Post. That's an illusion people have. Actually, there was less openness. Look, I can tell you about that, because I was right in the middle of it, and also I've studied it in great detail. Woman, from reading today's newspapers, I think there's been a definite shift to the right. See, I don't agree with that. People do have that illusion, but I think it's because their perspective has shifted to the left, and that runs across most of the population, actually. So for example, the stance that most movement activists considered an anti-war position in 1969, they would today consider to be a pro-war position accurately. I mean, in 1969 it was considered anti-war to say we're not fighting well enough, that was called anti-war. So I don't know you, of course, but if you're like the ordinary movement activist, I would guess that your perspective also has shifted in the last 20 years, and that's where this impression is coming from. As for the New York Times, another of the things Ed Herman and I did in Manufacturing Consent was to spend about 150 pages reviewing mostly the New York Times on the Vietnam War from 1950 to the present, and the fact is, the Times was always to the hawkish side of the population, very far. They were never critical of it. There was never a critical columnist. They consciously suppressed U.S. government actions. When you look back at the reporters we thought of as critical, David Halberstam and others, Neil Sheehan, you'll discover that what they were criticizing was the failure. They were saying, of course it's a noble cause and we want to win, but you guys are screwing it up. Fight it better. It was that kind of criticism. Point 73. This comes out very clearly in Sheehan's new book, actually, this bestseller that just won the Pulitzer Prize, A Bright Shining Lie. 74. It's being highly touted everywhere as a big exposé of the Vietnam War, but if you look at it closely, what it's really exposing is the fact that the things American intelligence experts were saying in the field were not getting communicated back to Washington. That's the nature of Sheehan's criticism. And that's still considered the far-out anti-war position in the mainstream. Even today, you guys screwed it up, you should have fought it better. Sheehan's book is sort of a biography of John Paul Vann, who was an extreme hawk. He oversaw civilian pacification programs in Vietnam, but perceptive, he understood what was going on, and was on the scene in the field giving young reporters information that said things weren't going the way Washington said they were going, which was considered totally unpatriotic. How can you say it's not going the way Washington says? And he's Sheehan's hero of the whole war. Well, just take a look at Vann. He leaked some memoranda in 1965 which were used in the peace movement, like, I published them, and Ed Herman published them and so on, but the mainstream media would never publish them, and in fact Sheehan doesn't even mention them in his book. Basically they said something like this: in South Vietnam, the National Liberation Front, the so-called Viet Cong, has won the population over to their side, and they've won the population over to their side because they have good political programs. The peasants support them because they're the right people to support. We ought to be supporting their programs too. There's a social revolution in progress in South Vietnam. It's a badly needed social revolution. The NLF is organizing it, and that's why they have peasant support. There's nothing we can do about that. Well, then comes the conclusion. The conclusion is, we've got to escalate the war, we have to wipe the NLF out. Point 75. And the reason is essentially the same as what's argued by people like Walter Lippmann and the whole rest of this main tradition of democratic thinkers in the West, that democracy requires a class of elites to manage decision-making and manufacture the general population's consent for policies that are supposedly beyond their capacity to develop and decide on themselves. 76. So for Vann, the thinking was, these stupid Vietnamese peasants are making a mistake. It's us smart guys who are the ones who can run the social revolution for them. They think the NLF can run it, these people running around villages organizing them, but we're really the only ones who can run it. And out of our duty to the poor people of the world, we can't let them have their own way, because it'll just be a stupid error on their part. So what we have to do is wipe out the NLF, win the war, smash up Vietnam, and then we'll run the social revolution for them like we've always done in history, you know. That's basically Vann's line, and that's also the message of Neil Sheehan's book. That's what made Vann a hero. Or just take a look at the guy who was certainly the most critical columnist at the Times, Anthony Lewis. I mean, if you look at Anthony Lewis's record during the war, you'll really learn something about the peace movement. about ourselves because we actually regarded Anthony Lewis as an ally. Let's remember what happened. The hard work in the peace movement was from 1964 through 67. By February 1968, corporate America had turned against the war, and the reason was, the Tet Offensive had taken place in late January. In late January 1968, there was this huge popular uprising in every city in South Vietnam. It was all South Vietnamese, remember, it wasn't the North Vietnamese who were doing it. And by early February 1968, it was obvious to anybody with their head screwed on that this was just a massive popular movement. I mean, the American forces in Saigon were never even informed that Viet Cong troops were infiltrating into the city. Nobody told them. And it was simultaneous, and coordinated. It was just a huge popular uprising. There's nothing like it in history. Well, you know, people who care about their money and their property and so on realized that this war was just money going down the drain. It was going to take a huge effort to crush this revolution. And by that point, the US economy was actually beginning to suffer. That's the great achievement of the peace movement. In fact, it harmed the American economy. And that's not a joke. The peace movement made it impossible to declare a national mobilization around the war. There was just too much dissidence and disruption. They couldn't do what was done during the Second World War, for example, when the whole population was mobilized around the war. See, if they could have gotten the population mobilized like that, then the Vietnam War would have been very good for the economy, like the Second World War was during the 40s, a real shot in the arm. But they couldn't. They had to fight a deficit spending war, what's called a guns and butter war. And the result was that we got the beginnings of stagflation, inflation without a concurrent expansion of the economy, and weakening of the US dollar, and our main economic competitors, Europe and Japan, began raking off huge profits as offshore producers for the war. In short, the war changed the economic balance of power between the US and its major industrial rivals. Well, American business could understand that. They saw what was happening, and when the Tet Offensive came along and it was clear that there was going to be a big problem putting down this revolution, corporate America turned against the war. Also, they were worried about what was happening at home at the time, very worried. See, here we have exposed secret documents, which are extremely enlightening. If you look at the very tail end of the Pentagon Papers, for example, the part that deals with the weeks after the Tet Offensive, the top American military brass said that they were concerned about sending more troops to Vietnam, because they were afraid they wouldn't have enough troops left over for what they called civil disorder control at home. They were afraid of a revolution breaking out if they continued escalating the war. And they referred to the problems: youth, women, ethnic minorities. All these groups were starting to get involved in protest. 77. And actually, there was also another factor here that I should mention: the American army was falling apart. Remember, this was a citizens' army, and it was the first time in history that a citizens' army was being used to fight a colonial war, and that doesn't work. I mean, you cannot take kids off the street and turn them into professional killers in a couple months. For that you need Nazis like the French Foreign Legion, an army of foreigners used to fight in France's colonies, or peasants that you mobilize and give guns to and turn into cold-blooded killers, like the Contras, say. That's the way every imperial power in history has run its empire. But the United States tried to do it with a citizens' army, and by 1968 it was already collapsing: drugs, lack of discipline, shooting your officers. And all of that was also a reflection of the popular movement at home. This is a youth culture, after all, and the guys who were going into the army were not all that different from the ones at home who were getting involved in the various movements. So the American army was falling apart, and the top Pentagon brass didn't like it. They in fact wanted the army out. 78. Alright, let's go back to the New York Times. All this time the New York Times had no criticism of the war, nothing. Anthony Lewis is a bellwether, because he was their most extreme critic. More than a year after the Tet Offensive, in mid-1969, Anthony Lewis was the Times's bureau chief in London, and at that point he was unwilling even to speak to people in the American peace movement. I remember this personally. I was in Oxford in the spring of 1969 as John Locke lecturer, and I was all over the British media talking about the war. Some of the British anti-war groups tried to get Anthony Lewis just to have a private discussion with me. He wouldn't do it, said he's not going to talk to anyone connected with this peace movement. And this wasn't even in the United States, it was in England, where the pressures and the political climate were different. Finally, by late 1969, he did begin to write mildly critical stuff about the war. Then he went to North Vietnam and discovered that bombs actually hurt. You walk through Haiphong, you see a lot of buildings knocked down, people torn apart, big surprise. At that point Anthony Lewis started to write critical material about the war, but bear in mind that that's about a year and a half after corporate America turned against the war. Or take the My Lai massacre, the March 1968 shooting of 504 unarmed Vietnamese civilians by an American Army unit, which became a big issue in the United States. When My Lai became a big issue in November 1969, that's a year and a half after the killings took place, and about a year and a half after corporate America had turned against the war. And of course, My Lai was a triviality. It was such a triviality that the peace movement knew about it right away and didn't even talk about it. Like, the Quakers in Quang Ngai province where it took place working with the American Friends Service Committee didn't even bother reporting it because the same sort of thing was happening all over the place. 79. Man, Life magazine made My Lai famous. 80. My Lai, they did, but first of all, note the timing. It's a year and a half after it happened, a year and a half after corporate America turned against the war. And the reporting was falsified. See, My Lai was presented as if it was a bunch of crazy grunts who got out of control because they were being directed by this Lieutenant Calley, who was kind of a madman. That you can handle. But that's not what My Lai was about. My Lai was a footnote. My Lai was an uninteresting footnote to a military operation called Operation Wheeler Wallowa, which was a huge mass murder operation, in which B-52 raids were targeted right on villages. That wasn't Lieutenant Calley, that was a guy in Washington plotting out coordinates. You know what a B-52 raid is? That means wipe out everything, and it was targeted right on villages. In comparison to that, My Lai doesn't exist. In fact, there was a military commission that reviewed My Lai, the Peers Commission, and their most dramatic finding was that there were massacres like My Lai all over the place. For instance, they found another massacre in My Key, which is about 4 kilometers down the road. Everywhere they looked they found another massacre. 81. Well, what does that tell you? What does that suggest to you, if everywhere you look you find a My Lai? Well, it suggests something, but what it suggests was never brought out in the media. Woman, you mentioned that we had a citizens' army in Vietnam. Do we still have a citizens' army? No, now it's a professional army. Woman, I know, that's what's scary. Exactly. Woman, ironically, not having a draft. It's not ironic. I think the peace movement made a mistake there. I mean, personally I was never in favor of ending the draft, although I was all involved in resistance activities. When it turned to anti-draft activities, I pulled out of them. Woman, me too. Look, there is no such thing as a volunteer army. A volunteer army is a mercenary army of the poor. Take a look at the Marines. What you see is black faces, from the ghettos. Woman, and the officers are white. Yeah, and the officers are white, of course. That's like South Africa, the officers are white, the grunts who actually carry out most of the atrocities in places like Namibia are black. 82. That's the way empires have always been run. And sometime in the 70s, the American army shifted to a traditional mercenary army of the poor, which they call a volunteer army. People in power learn, you know. They're sophisticated, and they're organized, and they have continuity, and they realize that they made a mistake in Vietnam. They don't want to make that same mistake again. And as for the New York Times being anti-war, well, We thought of it as anti-war at the time, but that was because our standard was so low. Nowadays we would consider that same sort of criticism to be pro-war. And that's just another reflection of the increase in political consciousness and sophistication in the general population over the last 20 years. If you look back at the times in those days, that's what you'll find, I think. 2. Teach in, over coffee. Based primarily on discussions at Roe, Massachusetts, April 15 to 16, 1989. Containing the Soviet Union in the Cold War. Woman, Dr. Chomsky, it seems the terms of political discourse themselves are a tool for propagandizing the population. How is language used to prevent us from understanding and to disempower us? Well, the terminology we use is heavily ideologically laden, always. Pick your term, if it's a term that has any significance whatsoever, like, not and or it typically has two meanings, a dictionary meaning and a meaning that's used for ideological warfare. So, terrorism is only what other people do. What's called communism is supposed to be the far left. In my view, it's the far right, basically indistinguishable from fascism. These guys that everybody calls conservative, any conservative would turn over in their grave at the sight of them. They're extreme statists, they're not conservative in any traditional meaning of the word. Special interests means labor, women, blacks, the poor, the elderly, the young, in other words, the general population. There's only one sector of the population that doesn't ever get mentioned as a special interest, and that's corporations, and business in general, because they're the national interest. Or take defense, I have never heard of a state that admits it's carrying out an aggressive act. They're always engaged in defense, no matter what they're doing, maybe preemptive defense or something. Or look at the major theme of modern American history, containment, as in, the United States is containing Soviet expansionism. Unless you accept that framework of discussion when talking about international affairs in the modern period, you are just not a part of accepted discourse here. Everybody has to begin by assuming that for the last half century the United States has been containing the Soviet Union. Well, the rhetoric of containment begs all questions. Once you've accepted the rhetoric of containment, it really doesn't matter what you say, you've already given up everything. Because the fundamental question is it true? Has the United States been containing the Soviet Union? Well, on the surface it looks a little odd. I mean, maybe you think the Soviet Union is the worst place in history, but they're conservative. Whatever rotten things they've done, they've been inside the Soviet Union and right around its borders, in Eastern Europe and Afghanistan and so on. They never do anything anywhere else. They don't have troops stationed anywhere else. They don't have intervention forces positioned all over the world like we do. Point 1. So what does it mean to say we're containing them? We've been talking about the media and dumping on them, so why not turn to scholarship? Diplomatic history's a big field, people win big prizes, get fancy professorships. Well, if you look at diplomatic history, it too is in the framework of containment, even the so-called dissidents. I mean, everybody has to accept the premise of containment, or you simply will not have an opportunity to proceed in these fields. And in the footnotes of the professional literature on containment, often there are some revealing things said. For example, one of the major scholarly books on the Cold War is called Strategies of Containment, by John Lewis Gaddis. It's the foremost scholarly study by the top diplomatic historian, so it's worth taking a look at. Well, in discussing this great theme, strategies of containment, Gaddis begins by talking about the terminology. He says at the beginning, it's true that the term containment begs some questions. Yes, it presupposes some things, but nevertheless, despite the question of whether it's factually accurate, it still is proper to adopt it as the framework for discussion. And the reason why it's proper is because it was the perception of American leaders that they were taking a defensive position against the Soviet Union. So, Gaddis concludes, since that was the perception of American leaders, and since we're studying American history, it's fair to continue in that framework. 2. Well, just suppose some diplomatic historian tried that with the Nazis. Suppose somebody were to write a book about German history and say, well, look, Hitler and his advisors certainly perceived their position as defensive, which is absolutely true. Germany was under attack by the Jews, remember. Go back and look at the Nazi literature. They had to defend themselves against this virus, this bacillus that was eating away at the core of modern civilization, and you've got to defend yourself, after all. And they were under attack by the Czechs, and by the Poles, and by European encirclement. That's not a joke. In fact, they had a better argument there than we do with the Soviet Union. They were encircled, and contained, and they had this enormous Versailles debt stuck on them for no reason after World War I. Okay, so suppose somebody wrote a book saying, look, the Nazi leadership perceived themselves as taking a defensive stance against external and internal aggression. It's true it begs some questions, but we'll proceed that way now. We'll talk about how they defended themselves against the Jews by building Auschwitz, and how they defended themselves against the Czechs by invading Czechoslovakia, how they defended themselves against the Poles, and so on. If anybody tried to do that, you wouldn't even bother to laugh. But about the United States, that's the only thing you can say. It's not just that it's acceptable, it's that anything else is unacceptable. And when you pursue the matter further, it becomes even more interesting. So for example, in this same book Gaddis points out again, in sort of a footnote, an aside, he doesn't elaborate on that, it's a striking fact that when you look over the American diplomatic record since World War II, all of our decisions about how to contain the Soviet Union, like the arms buildups, the shifts to détente, all those things, reflected largely domestic economic considerations. Then he sort of drops the point. Point 3. Well, what does that mean? What does Gaddis mean by that? There he's beginning to enter into the realm of truth. See, the truth of the matter, and it's very well supported by declassified documents and other evidence, is that military spending is our method of industrial management. It's our way of keeping the economy profitable for business. So just take a look at the major declassified documents on military spending. They're pretty frank about it. For example, NSC 68 National Security Council Memorandum 68 is the major Cold War document, as everybody agrees, and one of the things it says very clearly is that without military spending, there's going to be an economic decline both in the United States and worldwide. So consequently it calls for a vast increase in military spending in the US, in addition to breaking up the Soviet Union. Point 4. You have to remember the context in which these decisions were being made, after all. This was right after the Marshall Plan had failed, right after the post-war aid programs had failed. There still had been no success as yet in reconstructing either the Japanese or Western European economies, and American business needed them. American manufacturers needed those export markets desperately. See, the Marshall Plan was designed largely as an export promotion operation for American business, not as the noblest effort in history, and so on. But it had failed. We hadn't rebuilt the industrial powers we needed as allies and reconstructed the markets we needed for exports. And at that point, military spending was considered the one thing that could really do it. It was seen as the engine that could drive economic growth after the wartime boom ended, and prevent the US from slipping back into a depression. Point 5. And it worked. Military spending was a big stimulus to the US economy, and it led to the rebuilding of Japanese industry, and the rebuilding of European industry, and in fact, it has continued to be our mode of industrial management right up to the present. So in that little comment Gaddis was getting near the main story. He was saying, post-war American decisions on rearmament and détente have been keyed to domestic economic considerations, but then he drops it, and we go back to talking about containment again. And if you look still closer at the scholarship on containment, it's even more intriguing. For example, in another book Gaddis discusses the American military intervention in the Soviet Union right after the Bolshevik Revolution, when we tried to overthrow the new Bolshevik government by force, and he says that was defensive and that was containment, our invasion of the Russian land mass. And remember, I'm not talking about some right-wing historian, this is the major, most respected, liberal diplomatic historian, the dean of the field. he says the military intervention by 13 Western nations in the Soviet Union in 1918 was a defensive act. And why was it defensive? Well, there's a sense in which he's right. He says it was defensive because the Bolsheviks had declared a challenge to the existing order throughout the West, they had offered a challenge to Western capitalism, and naturally we had to defend ourselves. And the only way we could defend ourselves was by sending troops to Russia, so that's a defensive invasion, that's defense. 6. And if you look at that history in more detail, you'll find the point is even more revealing. So for example, right after the Bolshevik Revolution, American Secretary of State Robert Lansing warned President Wilson that the Bolsheviks are issuing an appeal to the proletariat of all nations, to the illiterate and mentally deficient, who by their very numbers are supposed to take control of all governments. And since they're issuing an appeal to the mass of the population in other countries to take control of their own affairs, and since that mass of the population are the mentally deficient and the illiterate, all these poor slobs out there who have to be kept in their place, for their own good, that's an attack on us, and therefore we have to defend ourselves. Point 7. And what Wilson actually did was to defend ourselves in the two obvious ways, first by invading Russia to try to prevent that challenge from being issued, and second by initiating the Red Scare at home, a 1919 campaign of U.S. government repression and propaganda against communists to crush the threat that anyone here might answer the appeal. Those were both a part of the same intervention, the same defensive intervention. And it's the same right up until today. Why do we have to get rid of the Sandinistas in Nicaragua? In reality, it's not because anybody really thinks that they're a communist power about to conquer the hemisphere. It's because they were carrying out social programs that were beginning to succeed, and which would have appealed to other people in Latin America who want the same things. In 1980, the World Bank estimated that it would take Nicaragua 10 years just to get back to the economic level it had in 1977, because of the vast destruction inflicted at the end of the Somoza reign, the 4-decade Nicaraguan family dictatorship ousted by the Sandinista revolution in July 1979. But nevertheless, under the Sandinista government, Nicaragua was in fact beginning economic development, it was establishing health programs, and social programs, and things were starting to improve for the general population there. Point 8. Well, that set off the alarm bells in New York and Washington, like it always does, and we had to stop it because it was issuing an appeal to the illiterate and mentally deficient in other desperate countries, like Honduras and Guatemala, to do the same thing. That's what US planners call the domino theory, or the threat of a good example, and pretty soon the whole U.S. dominated system starts to fall apart. Point 9. Orwell's world and ours. Well, all of that is within the rhetoric of containing communism, and we could easily go on. But there's one word. You look at any other term of political discourse, and you're going to find the same thing. The terms of political discourse are designed so as to prevent thought. One of the main ones is this notion of defense. So look at the diplomatic record of any country you want: Nazi Germany, the Soviet Union, Libya. Pick your favorite horror story, you'll find that everything they ever did was defensive. I'm sure if we had records from Genghis Khan, we would find that what he was doing was defensive too. And here in the United States you cannot challenge that, no matter how absurd it gets. Like, we can be defending South Vietnam. I have never seen in the media, never in 30 years that I have been looking carefully, one phrase even suggesting that we were not defending South Vietnam. Now, we weren't, we were attacking South Vietnam. We were attacking South Vietnam as clearly as any aggression in history. But try to find one phrase anywhere in any American newspaper, outside of real marginal publications, just stating that elementary fact. It's unstatable. Point 10. It's unstatable in the scholarly literature. Gaddis again, when he talks about the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, where the French made their last stand to keep colonial control over Indochina, he describes it as a defensive struggle. 11. McGeorge Bundy, in his book on the history of the military system, talks about how the United States toyed with the idea of using nuclear weapons in 1954 to help the French maintain their position at Dien Bien Phu, and he says, We were thinking about it to assist the French in their defense of Indochina. Point 12. He doesn't say defense against whom, because that would be too idiotic. Like, was it defense against the Russians or something? No. They were defending Indochina against the Indochinese. 13. But no matter how absurd it is, you cannot question that in the United States. I mean, these are extremes of ideological fanaticism. In other countries, you could at least raise these kinds of questions. Some of you are journalists, try talking about the American attack on South Vietnam. Your editors will think you came from Mars or something. There was no such event in history. Of course, there was in real history. Or take the idea that the United States is supporting democracy all over the world. Well, there's a sense in which that's true. But what does it mean? When we support democracy, what do we support? I mean, is democracy something where the population takes part in running the country? Well, obviously not. For instance, why are El Salvador and Guatemala democratic, but Nicaragua, i.e. under the Sandinista party, not democratic? Why? Is it because two of them had elections and the other one didn't? No. In fact, Nicaragua's election in 1984 was 100 times as good as any election in El Salvador. Point 14. Is it because there's a lack of popular political participation in Nicaragua? No. Is it because the political opposition can't survive there? No, the political opposition is barely harassed in Nicaragua. In El Salvador and Guatemala it's just murdered. Point 15. Is it that there can't be an independent press in Nicaragua? No, the Nicaraguan press is one of the freest presses in the world, much more so than the American press has ever been. The United States has never tolerated a newspaper even remotely like La Prensa in Nicaragua, opposition paper supported by the US during the Contra War, not even close. In any time of crisis here, the American government has shut down even tiny dissident newspapers. Forget a major newspaper funded by the foreign power that's attacking the country and which is openly calling for the overthrow of the government. Point 16. That degree of freedom of the press is absolutely inconceivable here. In El Salvador, there was an independent press at one time. It was wiped out by the U.S.-backed security forces, who just murdered the editor of one newspaper and blew up the premises of the other. 17. Okay, that takes care of that independent press. So by what criteria are El Salvador and Guatemala democratic and Nicaragua not? Well, there is a criterion. In Nicaragua under the Sandinistas, business elements are not represented in dominating the state much beyond their numbers, so it's not a democracy. In El Salvador and Guatemala, the governments are run by the military for the benefit of the local oligarchies, the landowners, rich businessmen, and rising professionals, and those people are tied up with the United States, so therefore those countries are democracies. It doesn't matter if they blow up the independent press, and kill off the political opposition, and slaughter tens of thousands of people, and never run anything remotely like a free election. All of that is totally irrelevant. They're democracies, because the right people are running them. If the right people aren't running them, then they're not democracies. And on this again there is uniformity. Try to find anyone in the American press, anyone, who is willing to break ranks on the idea that there are 4 democracies in Central America and 1 totalitarian state, i.e. Sandinista Nicaragua, that never had a free election. Just try to find one statement rebutting that. And if the killings in El Salvador and Guatemala are ever mentioned in the American press, they'll always call it death squads out of control, or extremists out of control. Now, the fact of the matter is that the extremists are in Washington, and what they're controlling are the Salvadoran and Guatemalan militaries, but you'll never find that in an American newspaper. Or just take this phrase peace process, which we hear all the time. The phrase peace process has a dictionary meaning. It means process leading to peace. But that's not the way it's used in the media. The term peace process is used in the media to refer to whatever the United States happens to be doing at the moment, and again, that is without exception. So it turns out that the United States is always supporting the peace process, by definition. Just try to find a phrase in the US media somewhere, anywhere, saying that the United States is opposing the peace process, you can't do it? Actually, a few months ago I said this at a talk in Seattle, and someone from the audience wrote me a letter about a week or so later saying he was interested, so he'd done a little research project on it. He took the New York Times computer database from 1980, when it begins, up to the present, and pulled out every article that had the words peace process in it. There were like 900 articles or something, and he checked through each of them to see if there was any case in which the United States was opposing the peace process. And there wasn't, it was 100%. Well, you know, even the most august country in history, let's say by accident sometime, might not be supporting the peace process. But in the case of the United States, that just can't happen. And this is a particularly striking illustration, because during the 1980s the United States was the main factor in blocking two major international peace processes, one in Central America and one in the Middle East. 18 But just try to find that simple, obvious fact stated anywhere in the mainstream media. You can't. And you can't because it's a logical contradiction. You don't even have to do any grubby work with the data and the documents to prove it, it's just proven by the meaning of the words themselves. It's like finding a married bachelor or something. You don't have to do any research to show there aren't any. You can't have the United States opposing the peace process, because the peace process is what the United States is doing, by definition. And if anybody is opposing the United States, then they're opposing the peace process. That's the way it works, and it's very convenient, you get nice conclusions. Man, can I throw in another one? When you have a country which you can't even pretend is a democracy, there's no constitution, no parliament, there's an absolute monarch. You use the word moderate. Yeah, moderate is a word that means follows US orders as opposed to what's called radical, which means doesn't follow US orders. Radical has nothing to do with left or right. You can be an ultra-right-winger, but you're a radical if you don't follow US orders. Man, I have yet to see a single reference to Morocco's King Hassan as an absolute monarch. He has the worst human rights record in the Arab world, torture widespread, he invaded Western Sahara, disobeyed the World Court, one of the nastiest characters anywhere. I have never seen an article that didn't refer to him as a moderate. 19. That's right, because we have US air bases in Morocco, and we get plenty of minerals from there, and so on. Or just take Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is even described as moderate now. 20. In fact, even Iraq is sometimes described as moving towards moderation. Iraq is probably the worst terror state in the world. Death camps, biological warfare, anything you like. 21. Man, how about Suharto, Indonesian dictator? He's called a moderate too. Suharto, yeah, that's the most extreme case I've ever seen. In fact, I'm glad you mention it. This is a really astonishing one, actually. For example, there was an article in the Christian Science Monitor a couple years ago about the great business opportunities in Indonesia, and it said, after the Indonesian government stopped a communist revolt in 1965, the West was very eager to do business with Indonesia's new moderate leader, Suharto. 22. Well, who's Indonesia's new moderate leader, Suharto? Suharto is the guy who, no doubt with the backing of the United States, carried out a military coup in 1965, after which the Indonesian army slaughtered about 500,000 people within 4 months. Nobody knows the exact numbers. I mean, they gave 500,000, pick your number, it was mostly landless peasants. 23. Well, that was very much welcomed in the West, the American media just loved it. For instance, James Reston, the New York Times' liberal columnist, had a column I remember called, "A Gleam of Light in Asia, Things Are Really Looking Up." US News and World Report had a story called, "Hope Where There Once Was None." 24. These were the kinds of headlines that were running throughout the US press, and the reason was, Suharto had wiped out the only mass-based political party in Indonesia, the Communist Party, which had about 14 million members at the time. The Times had an editorial saying basically, "It's all great stuff, but the United States is right not to become too openly involved, because it doesn't look too good to wipe out 500,000 people, but it's going the right way. Let's make sure it keeps going the right way. This was right at the time of the massacre. 25 Well, that's Indonesia's new moderate leader, Suharto. This is probably the most extreme case I've ever seen. This guy is one of the biggest mass murderers since Adolf Hitler. Contemporary poverty. Woman, Noam, I want to change gears for a moment if we could. You've said that you were politically aware as a young kid in the 1930s. I'm wondering, do you have any impressions of the differences between that time and today, in terms of general outlook and attitudes? How would you compare the two periods? Well, the 30s were an exciting time. It was deep economic depression, everybody was out of a job, but the funny thing about it was hopeful. It's very different today. When you go into the slums today, it's nothing like what it was. It's desolate, there is no hope. Anybody who's my age or more will remember, there was a sense of hopefulness back then. Maybe there was no food, but there were possibilities, there were things that could be done. You take a walk through East Harlem today, there was nothing like that at the depths of the Depression. This sense that there's nothing you can do, it's hopeless, your grandmother has to stay up at night to keep you from being eaten by a rat. That kind of thing didn't exist at the depths of the Depression. I don't even think it existed out in rural areas. Kids didn't come into school without food, teachers didn't have to worry that when they walked out into the hall, they might get killed by some guy high on drugs. It wasn't that bad. There's really something qualitatively different about contemporary poverty, I think. Some of you must share these experiences. I mean, I was a kid back then, so maybe my perspective was different. But I remember when I would go into the apartment of my cousins, broken family, no job, 20 people living in a tiny apartment. Somehow it was hopeful. It was intellectually alive, it was exciting, it was just very different from today somehow. Woman, do you attribute that to the raised political consciousness of that era as compared to now? It's possible. There was a lot of union organizing back then, and the struggles were very brutal. I remember it well. Like, one of my earliest childhood memories is of taking a trolley car with my mother and seeing the police wade into a strike of women pickets outside a Philadelphia textile mill, and beating them up. That's a searing memory. And the poverty was extreme. I remember rag pickers coming to the door begging for money, lots of things like that. So it was not pretty by any means. But it was also not hopeless. Somehow that's a tremendous difference. The slums are now hopeless, there's nothing to do except prey on one another. In fact, a lot of life is hopeless today, even for middle-class kids. I mean, for the first time in I think human history, middle-class kids now assume they are not going to live as well as their parents. That's really something new, that's never happened before. 26 My kids, for example, assume that they are probably not going to live the way that we live. Think about it, that's never happened before in history. And they're probably right, except accidentally, like, some of them may, but on average they won't. Man, do you have an explanation of what's happened to the cities? I don't entirely understand it, to tell you the truth. 27 You could see it beginning in the late 1940s. New York City, for example, started to become a hostile place around then. I mean, as a kid when I would go to New York, I would think nothing of walking through Central Park alone at night, or walking along Riverside Drive by the river alone at night. The kinds of things you wouldn't do now without a platoon of Marines around you, you just took for granted back then, you didn't even give it a second thought. You never thought twice about taking a walk through Harlem, let's say. What the heck, But that all began to change after the Second World War, and it changed throughout the whole United States. Cities just became hostile. I mean, New York always had the reputation of being hostile, like there were always jokes about the guy lying in the street and everybody walking over him. But you just didn't feel that you were taking your life into your hands and that people there were going to kill you, the sense you get when you walk through a lot of the city today. And also, you didn't have the same sense of super wealth right next to grinding poverty like today. You see people sitting at a fancy restaurant drinking wine, and some homeless person lying on the street right in front of them. There wasn't quite that kind of thing either. Woman, is the change maybe related to the internationalization of the economy, and the broadening of the super rich class here? Maybe. I really don't know, to tell you the truth, and I don't want to pretend that I know. But my feeling is, it's beyond just economics. I mean, there were radical differences in wealth at that time, and people in the slums were extremely poor. It's just that they weren't desolate. Woman, it wasn't such a consumer culture at the time. Yeah, certainly not to the extent that it is now. Like, everybody didn't have a television set where they were seeing some impossible life in front of their eyes all the time. Although you had something like it, don't forget, in those days the movies were what television is today. You'd go to the movies for a dime, and that's where you'd get your fantasy world. And the movies were all glitter, all upper-class fake glitter. But it just didn't have the same devastating effect. I don't know why. There's something really hopeless about contemporary life that's new, I think. Man, the bomb had a lot to do with it. Maybe, but does that really account for what happens in the slums? Look, I mean, I never see much of it. In the late 1960s, I was with a mainly white group, resist a national draft resistance movement, but we had good contacts with the Black Panthers, and with them I did get into slum areas. In general, though, I don't tend to see the slums very much. But from the few times I've walked around poor areas of Harlem and other places like that since then, I just can't recall anything remotely like it in the 1930s, even in the poorest parts of Brownsville, a low-income section of Brooklyn. Also, older friends of mine who've been teachers in New York since the 1920s tell me they think it's totally different today as well. Kids were poor in the 30s, but they weren't rat-bitten. Woman, for myself, as a radical who does a lot of political work in my community, the despair is unbelievable. What we have to fight against at the lowest rung is just incredible. I can really understand just giving up. Don't you have some explanation of how we've come to this point? Well, I think if you look over American history, you can point to at least a few factors behind it. This is an immigrant society, and before the Depression virtually every wave of immigrants who came here was more or less absorbed, at least the ones who wanted to stay. A lot of them didn't. Remember, in fact, the rate of return was rather high during the peak periods of immigration. 28 But for the immigrants who did stay, the United States really was a land of opportunity. So, my father could come from Russia and work in a sweatshop, and manage finally to get to college, and then see his son become a professor. That stuff was real. And it was real because there was a lot of manual labor around which could absorb the waves of immigrants. People could work in sweatshops for 16 hours a day and make enough to live on, then accumulate a little excess, and things would gradually start to get better. But in the 1930s, there was a big break in the system. The Depression ended those opportunities. And the United States has basically never gotten out of the Depression. See, the post-World War II economic boom has been a different sort of economic growth from anything that ever happened before. For one thing, it's been basically state-funded and primarily centered in high-technology-based industries, which are tied to the military system. And that kind of economic growth just does not allow for absorbing new waves of immigrants. It allowed for it briefly during the Second World War, when there was a labor shortage and people could come off the farms in the South and work in the war industries. But that ended. And since then, the jobs have mostly been in high-tech or in the service sector, which is rotten. You don't go anywhere. So there just aren't the same possibilities for people to move up. If you can get into high-tech industry, you probably were there already, and if you're working at sweeping the streets or something, that's where you're going to stay. Now, maybe that situation would have been livable if there hadn't been a new wave of immigration, but there was. There was a huge wave of immigration. It happened to have been internal immigration this time, but from the point of view of the society it was like a foreign wave. It came from rapid mechanization of agriculture in the South, which drove the black population, the former slaves, off the land. Then on top of that, there's also been a major influx of Hispanic immigration. So you had these two big waves of immigration coming up to the northern cities, and nothing for them to do. They couldn't do what my father did, because there wasn't the same kind of manual labor going on which could occupy millions more workers. So what in fact happened is these two huge waves of immigrants were just herded into concentration camps, which we happen to call cities. And the vast majority of them are never going to get out just because there's nothing for them to do. The economy simply is not growing. I mean, the gross national product goes up, but it goes up in a way which does not constitute economic growth for a poor urban population. And with the decline of the traditional manufacturing industries in recent years, it's getting worse, not better. As capital becomes more fluid and it becomes easier for corporations to move production to the third world, why should they pay higher wages in Detroit when they can pay lower wages in northern Mexico or the Philippines? And the result is, there's even more pressure on the poorer part of the population here. And what's in effect happened is they've been closed off into inner city slums where then all sorts of other pressures begin to attack them: drugs, gentrification, police repression, cutbacks in limited welfare programs, and so on. And all of these things contribute to creating a very authentic sense of hopelessness, and also to real antisocial behavior, crime. And the crime is mostly poor people preying on one another. The statistics show that very clearly because the rich are locked away behind their barricades. Point 29. You can see it very clearly when you drive through New York now. The differences in wealth are like San Salvador. I mean, I was giving a talk there a little while ago, and as you walk around it's kind of dramatic. There are these castles, and there are guards at the gate, and a limousine drives up and the people go inside. Inside I guess it's very elegant and beautiful. But it's like living in a feudal system, with a lot of wild barbarians outside, except if you're rich, you don't ever see them, you just move between your castle and your limousine. And if you're poor, you've got no castle to protect you. Man, you mentioned drugs having an impact on the problem. I'm wondering whether you agree with the theory that drugs were maybe introduced to the ghettos intentionally, to try to demoralize people there and keep them from coming together to organize to change things. It's a good question. Activists who work in the ghettos and slums have been charging that for years. I mean, a lot of people have pointed out that just at the time when you started to get serious organizing in the urban ghettos in the 1960s, all of a sudden there was this huge flow of drugs which absolutely devastated the inner city communities. And the communities just couldn't defend themselves against it. The parents couldn't do it, the churches couldn't do it. You've got guys hanging around on street corners giving 10-year-olds free drugs, and in a couple of months the neighborhood's gone. And the timing, in fact, was about when serious political organizing was beginning to take place. Beyond that, I don't know, maybe it was planned, maybe it just happened. Point 30. But I think you can make a good case that the way the criminal justice system has been set up ever since then does have a lot to do with social control. So just take a look at the different prosecution rates and sentencing rules for ghetto drugs like crack and suburban drugs like cocaine, or for drunk drivers and drug users, or just between blacks and whites in general. The statistics are clear. This is a war on the poor and minorities. 31. Or ask yourself a simple question: how come marijuana is illegal but tobacco legal? It can't be because of the health impact, because that's exactly the other way around. There has never been a fatality from marijuana use among 60 million reported users in the United States, whereas tobacco kills hundreds of thousands of people every year. 32. My strong suspicion, though I don't know how to prove it, is that the reason is that marijuana's a weed. You can grow it in your backyard, so there's nobody who would make any money off it if it were legal. Tobacco requires extensive capital inputs and technology, and it can be monopolized, so there are people who can make a ton of money off it. I don't really see any other difference between the two of them, frankly, except that tobacco's far more lethal and far more addictive. But it's certainly true that a lot of inner city communities have just been devastated by drugs. And you can see why people would want them. They do give you a sense of temporary relief from an intolerable existence, whatever else they might do. Plus I'm just convinced that by now a lot of the drug stuff is around mainly because people can make money off it, so I don't really think there's much hope for dealing with the problem without some form of decriminalization to remove that incentive. It's not a pretty solution, but it's probably part of the solution, I suspect. And of course, decriminalization doesn't have to mean no regulation. Like, in England over the years, they've tried to regulate alcohol through tax policies and so on, to encourage use of more benign products like beer rather than more dangerous ones, and something like that could be looked into here. But obviously something should be tried, I think. Religious fanaticism. Woman, fundamentalist religion has really taken off in the last decade, maybe as an outlet for some of this despair. Do you have any thoughts about the significance of that development in the US? It's pretty amazing what's happened, actually. There have been a lot of cross-cultural studies of what social scientists call religious fanaticism, not people who just believe in God or go to church, but they're really kind of fanatic about it. It's the kind of fanatic religious commitment that permeates your whole life. And what these studies demonstrate is that this is a typical characteristic of pre-industrial societies. In fact, it correlates very closely with industrialization. As industrialization goes up, this kind of religious fanaticism goes down. Well, there are two countries that are basically off the curve. One of them is Canada, which has more fundamentalist commitment than you would expect given its level of industrialization. The other is the United States, which is totally off the chart. We're like a shattered peasant society. I mean, the last study I saw of it was done in around 1980, and the United States was at the level of Bangladesh. It was very close to Iran. 80% of Americans literally believe in religious miracles. Half the population thinks the world was created a couple thousand years ago and that fossils were put here to mislead people or something. Half the population. You just don't find things like that in other industrial societies. 34. Well, a lot of political scientists and others have tried to figure out why this aberration exists. It's one of the many respects in which the United States is unusual, so you want to see if it's related to some of the others, and there are others. For instance, the United States has an unusually weak labor movement. It has an unusually narrow political system. Think, there is no other industrialized Western country that doesn't have a labor-based political party, and we haven't had one here since the Populist Party in the 1890s. So we have a very depoliticized population, and that could be one cause of this phenomenon. If social and political life don't offer you opportunities to form communities and associate yourself with things that are meaningful to you, people look for other ways to do it, and religion's an obvious one. It's strikingly the case in the black communities, actually, where the black churches have been the real organizing center which holds life together. I mean, there's terrible oppression, a lot of families are falling apart, but the church is there. It brings people together and they can get together and do things in that context. And the same is true in many white communities as well. Now, I don't think you can draw too many sweeping conclusions from religion itself. It's kind of like technology, it depends what you use it for. Like, even among the fundamentalists, you've got Sojourners, a politically progressive religious group, and you have Jerry Falwell, a right-wing televangelist. But it certainly does carry with it the potential of aligning with other forms of fanaticism, and that's a big danger in the United States, because it's a very significant movement here. In fact, by now just about every major political figure in the country has to associate himself with it in some way. In the 1980 election, for example, all of the three candidates, i.e. Carter, Reagan, and independent candidate John Anderson, advertised themselves as born-again Christians. In the 1984 election, one of the candidates advertised himself as a born-again Christian, and the other was a Methodist minister or something. 35 In the 1988 election, Dukakis was secular, which is unusual, but Bush said he was religious. Actually, Bush, technically speaking, is not really president because he refused to take the oath of office. I don't know how many of you noticed this, but the wording of the oath of office is written in the Constitution, so you can't fool around with it, and Bush refused to read it. The oath of office says something about, I promise to do this, that, and the other thing, and Bush added the words, so help me God. Well, that's illegal, he's not president, if anybody cares. 36. All right? Yeah. Happy? Yeah, let's impeach him. I mean, it wasn't because Bush is religious. Bush knows where the nearest church is. Because he has to show up there every once in a while. Or take Reagan, what does it mean to say he was a born-again Christian? It means somebody told him he's a born-again Christian. In Bush's case, though, I presume he's totally secular, he just knows that by now you've got to make a nod to this huge fundamentalist constituency, and since you're not going to offer them anything they really want, you offer them symbolic things, like saying so help me God or something like that. But the point is, if things ever really come to a crunch in the United States, this massive part of the population, I think it's something like a third of the adult population by now, could be the basis for some kind of a fascist movement, readily. For example, if the country sinks deeply into a recession, a depoliticized population could very easily be mobilized into thinking it's somebody else's fault. Why are our lives collapsing? There have to be bad guys out there doing something for things to be going so badly, and the bad guys can be Jews, or homosexuals, or blacks, or communists, whatever you pick. If you can whip people into irrational frenzies like that, they can be extremely dangerous. That's what 1930s fascism came from, and something like that could very easily happen here. The real anti-Semitism. Man, do you know about the connections between the Republican Party and the neo-Nazis which were revealed a few months ago, and could you talk a bit about what might be the significance of that in this context? That was sort of an interesting phenomenon. It's hard to know exactly how seriously to take it, but it's certainly very real. I don't know how many of you followed what happened with the Nazis in the Bush campaign around last August. Do you know about that stuff? There's this part of the Bush campaign called the Ethnic Outreach Committee, which tries to organize ethnic minorities. Obviously that doesn't mean blacks or Hispanics, it means Ukrainians, Poles, that sort of business. And it turned out that it was being run by a bunch of East European Nazis, Ukrainian Nazis, hysterical anti-Semites, Romanians who came out of the Iron Guard, and so on. Well, finally this got exposed. Some of the people were reshuffled, some were put into other positions in the Republican Party, but it all just passed over very quietly. The Democrats never even raised the issue during the election campaign. 37. You might ask, why? How come the Democrats never even raised the issue? Well, I think there was a very good reason for that. I think the Jewish organizations like the Anti-Defamation League basically called them off. The point is, these organizations don't ultimately care about anti-Semitism. What they care about is opposition to the policies of Israel, in fact, opposition to their own hawkish version of the policies of Israel. They're Israeli government lobbies, essentially, and they understood that these Nazis in the Bush campaign were quite pro-Israel, so what do they care? The New Republic, which is sort of an organ for these groups, had a very interesting editorial on it. It was about anti-Semitism, and it referred to the fact that this committee was being run by anti-Semites, Holocaust deniers, Nazis, and so on, and then it said, yes, that's all true, but this is just antique and anemic anti-Semitism. Nazism is just antique and anemic anti-Semitism, not terribly important, we shouldn't get too upset about it. And then it said, the real anti-Semitism that we ought to be worried about is in the Democratic Party, which is filled with Jew haters. That was the phrase they used. And part of the proof is, the Democrats were actually willing to debate a resolution calling for Palestinian self-determination at their national convention, so therefore they're Jew haters, and that's the real anti-Semitism in America. That was in fact the title of a book by the director of the ADL, Nathan Perlmutter, 38. Well, the Democrats got the message that they weren't going to win any points with this, so they never raised a peep about it. Incidentally, this is only one of the things that happened at that time. There's another story which got even less publicity, and is even more revealing. The Department of Education has a program of grants that it dispenses to fund projects initiated by local school systems, and for the last 4 or 5 years the school board in Brookline, Massachusetts, has been trying to get funding for a project on the Holocaust which always gets very favorably reviewed, but is always turned down. Again in 1988, also right before the election, the Federal Reviewing Committee had to deal with their proposal. As usual, it got very favorable reviews, but instead of just turning it down, this time the government simply eliminated the entire program category under which it was being submitted. Well, at that point some information began to surface as to why the project kept getting turned down, and it turned out that it was being refused every year because of letters the department was getting from people like Phyllis Schlafly, a right-wing activist, attacking it for being unfair because it didn't give adequate space to Nazis and Ku Klux Klan members. Besides, they said, it's kind of brainwashing children, and turning them against things like the Holocaust. It's just more of this neoliberal tampering with people's thoughts. Parts of these letters actually got published in the Washington Post and the Boston Globe. 39. Well, you'd have thought there'd be an uproar. A program on the Holocaust gets turned down by the government, by the Reagan administration, because it doesn't give enough space to Nazis and Klan members. Not a peep, not a peep. And the point is, Phyllis Schlafly and that whole gang are adequately pro-Israel, and therefore it doesn't matter what they think. They can be in favor of the Klan, they can be in favor of the Nazis, they can say you shouldn't be allowed to teach the Holocaust, it doesn't matter, as long as they remain sufficiently supportive of hawkish Israeli policies. As long as they meet that qualification, it's fine, they can say whatever they want. Ronald Reagan and the future of democracy. Woman, you mentioned Reagan. I've heard you say his administration was the first time the United States didn't really have a president. Would you enlarge on that, and tell us what your thoughts are on the future of that kind of government? I think it has a big future, myself. In fact, I think the Reagan administration was sort of a peek into the future. It's a very natural move. Imagine yourself working in some public relations office where your job is to help corporations make sure that the annoying public does not get in the way of policy making. Here's a brilliant thought that nobody ever had before. So far as I know, let's make elections completely symbolic activities. The population can keep voting, we'll give them all the business, they'll have electoral campaigns, all the hoopla, 2 candidates, 8 candidates, but the people they're voting for will then just be expected to read off a teleprompter, and they won't be expected to know anything except what somebody tells them, and maybe not even that. I mean, when you read off a teleprompter, I've done it actually, it's a very odd experience. It's like the words go into your eyes and out your mouth, and they don't pass through your mind in between. And when Reagan does it, they have it set up so there are 2 or 3 of them around, so his head can keep moving and it appears as though he's looking around at the audience, but really he's just switching from one teleprompter to another. Well, if you can get people to vote for something like that, you've basically done it, you've removed them from decision making. It won't work unless you have an obedient media which will fall over themselves with what a wonderful, charismatic figure he is. You know, the most popular president in history, he's creating a revolution, the most amazing thing since ice cream, and how can we criticize him? Everybody loves him. And you have to pretend that nobody's laughing, and so on. But if you can do that, then you'd have gone a very long way towards marginalizing the public. And I think we probably got there in the 1980s, pretty close to there, anyway. In all of the books that have come out by people in the Reagan administration, it's been extremely difficult to hide the fact that Reagan didn't have the foggiest idea what was going on. 40 Whenever he wasn't properly programmed, the things that would come out of his mouth were kind of like they weren't lies really, they were kind of like the babbling of a child. If a child babbles, it's not lies, it's just sort of on some other plane. To be able to lie, you have to have a certain degree of competence, you have to know what truth is. And there didn't seem to be any indication that that was the case here. So in fact, all of the fuss in the Iran-Contra hearings about did Reagan know or didn't he know about the National Security Council's illegal dealings with Iran and the Nicaraguan Contras, Or did he remember or didn't he remember? I personally regard it as a cover-up. What's the difference? He didn't know if nobody told him, and he didn't remember if he forgot. And who cares? He wasn't supposed to know. Reagan's whole career was reading lines written for him by rich folk. First it was as a spokesman for General Electric, then it was for somebody else, and he just continued to the White House. He read the lines written for him by the rich folk. He did it for 8 years, they paid him nicely, he apparently enjoyed it, he seems to have been quite cheerful there, had a good time. He could sleep late. And they liked it, the paymasters thought it was fine, they bought a nice home for him, put him out to pasture. It's very striking how he disappeared. For 8 years, the public relations industry and the media had been claiming that this guy revolutionized America, you know, the Reagan Revolution, this fantastic charismatic figure that everybody loved, he just changed our lives. Okay, then he finished his job, they told him to go home, that's the end. No reporter would even dream of going out to see Reagan after that to ask him his opinion on anything, because everybody knows he has no opinion on anything. And they knew it all along. In the Oliver North trial, for example, stuff came out about Reagan telling, I don't like to use the word lie, because, as I say, you have to have a competence to lie, but Reagan producing false statements to Congress, let's put it that way. The press didn't even care. Okay, so Reagan lied to Congress, let's go on to the next thing. The point is, his job was done, so therefore he became irrelevant. Sure, they'll trot him out at the next Republican convention so everybody can applaud, but that's it. In a way it was like royalty. I mean, the imperial family in England plays a real role in depoliticizing the place, and Reagan reminded me a bit of that. Point 41, for instance, every session of Parliament in England opens with the Queen reading a message written by the ruling political party, and everybody pretends to take it seriously. But in another part of your brain, you don't ask, did the Queen believe what she was saying, or, did she understand what she was saying, or will she remember what she was saying, or, did she lie to the Parliament? Those are just not relevant questions, because the Queen's job is to be royalty, and to be revered, and to be admired, and to be the model woman that everybody's supposed to be like. It's kind of like playing a game in the political system, even though people there do in fact take it seriously in a sense, like they care if the Princess Diana is having a spat with something or other, they think about it, and they talk about it, and so on. But of course, at some other level of their intelligence, they know that it has nothing to do with life. Well, the British have it sort of institutionalized, and you don't vote for Queen. But suppose you could get to the point where elections in England were not for Prime Minister and Parliament, but instead people voted for Queen, and then things ran the way they do now, except the Prime Minister is just appointed by the banks and the corporations. And in the election campaign you'd ask, who's got the nicest hairdo? You'd ask, who can say things nicer? Who's got the best smile? Well, then you'd have gone a long way towards the desired goal of maintaining the formal functioning of the system, but eliminating the substance from it. And that's pretty much what we had with Reagan, I think. Now, I don't know whether Reagan was contrived for that purpose or whether it just worked out that way, but once having seen it in operation, I expect that people will learn from it. And in fact, I think you could see signs of it in the 1988 election as well. I mean, everybody, the media and everyone else, agreed that there were no real issues in the campaign. The only issue was whether Dukakis was going to figure out a way of ducking all the slime that was being thrown at him. That's about the only thing anybody was voting about. Did he duck or didn't he duck? That's like saying, don't bother voting. Man, but doesn't it make any difference who wins? I mean, suppose they gave us Ollie North as president? Yeah, look, I don't want to say that it makes no difference. The figure who's there makes some difference, but the less difference it makes, the more you've marginalized the public. Woman, do you vote? Do I? Well, differentially. I mean, I almost always vote for lower level candidates, like school committee representatives and things like that, because there it makes a difference, in fact. But as you get more and more remote from popular control, it makes less and less of a difference. When you get to the House of Representatives, well, it's sort of academic in my case, because I live in one of these single-member districts where the same guy always wins, so it doesn't really matter whether you vote or not. When you get to senator, it begins to become pretty symbolic anyway. At the level of president, half the time I don't even bother. I think those are usually very subtle judgments. I mean, it's a difficult judgment to try to figure out whether Nixon or Humphrey is going to end the Vietnam War sooner in 1968, that's an extremely subtle judgment to make. I actually didn't vote on that one, because I figured Nixon probably would. I did vote against Reagan, because I thought the guys around Reagan were extremely dangerous. Reagan himself was irrelevant, but the people in his administration were real killers and torturers, and they were just making people suffer too much, so I thought that might make a difference. But these are usually not very easy judgments to make, in my opinion. Woman, what do you think stopped the impeachment drive against Reagan after the Iran-Contra scandal? It would just embarrass the hell out of everybody. I mean, nobody in power wants that much disruption for something like that. Look, why don't they bring every American president to trial for war crimes? There are things on which there is a complete consensus in the elite culture. The United States is permitted to carry out war crimes, it's permitted to attack other countries, it's permitted to ignore international law. On those things there's a complete consensus, so why should they impeach the president for doing everything he's supposed to do? In fact, you can ask all kinds of questions like that. For instance, at the time of the Nuremberg trials of Nazi war criminals after World War II, there was a lot of very pompous rhetoric on the part of the Western prosecutors about how this was not just going to be victor's justice, it's not just that we won the war and they lost, we're establishing principles which are going to apply to us too. Well, by the principles of the Nuremberg trials, every single American president since then would have been hanged. Has anyone ever been brought to trial? Has this point even been raised? It's not a difficult point to demonstrate. Point 42. Actually, the Nuremberg trials are worth thinking about. The Nazis were something unique, granted. But if you take a look at the Nuremberg trials, they were very cynical. The operational criterion for what counted as a war crime at Nuremberg was a criminal act that the West didn't do. In other words, it was considered a legitimate defense if you could show that the Americans and the British did the same thing. That's actually true. So part of the defense of the German submarine commander Admiral Doenitz was to call an American submarine commander, Admiral Nimitz, to testify that the Americans did the same thing. That's a defense. Bombing of urban areas was not considered a war crime at Nuremberg. Reason is, the West did more of it than the Germans. And this is all stated straight out, like if you read the book by Telford Taylor, the American prosecutor at the trials, this is the way he describes it. He's very positive about the whole thing. Point 43. If the West had done it, it wasn't a crime, it was only a crime if the Germans had done it and we hadn't. I mean, it's true there were plenty of such things, but still there's something pretty cynical about it. In fact, even worse than the Nuremberg trials were the Tokyo trials of Japanese war criminals. By the standards of the Tokyo trials, not just every American president, but everyone would be hanged at Tokyo. Those who failed to take affirmative steps to prevent war crimes or to dissociate themselves from the government were executed. General Yamashita was an extreme case. He was hanged because during the American conquest of the Philippines, troops that were technically under his command, although he had already lost all contact with them, carried out crimes. Therefore he was hanged. Ask yourself who's going to survive that one. Here's a guy who was hanged because troops he had no contact with whatsoever, but which theoretically in some order of battle had to do with his units, committed atrocities. If those same principles apply to us, who's going to survive? And that was just one case. I think we killed about 1,000 people in the Tokyo trials. They were really grotesque. Point 44. Woman, Just going back to elections for a second, would you say the 84 elections were the same as 88, no substance? Well, in the 1984 elections there was still an issue. In the 1984 elections, the Republicans were the party of Keynesian growth. The economist Keynes advocated government stimulation of the economy. They said, let's just keep spending and spending and spending, bigger and bigger deficits, and somehow that will lead to growth. Whereas the Democrats were the party of fiscal conservatism. They had this sad-looking son of a minister Mondale saying, no good, we can't keep spending, we're going to get in trouble, we've got to watch the money supply. Okay, for anybody who gets amused at these things, the Republicans and the Democrats had shifted their traditional positions 180 degrees. Historically, the Democrats have been the party of Keynesian growth, and the Republicans have been the party of fiscal conservatism. But they shifted totally, and what's interesting is, nobody even noticed this. I never even saw a single comment on it in the press. Well, that tells you something. What it tells you is, there are different sectors of the business community in the country, and they sometimes have slightly different tactical judgments about the way to deal with current problems. And when they differ on something, it'll come up in the election. When they don't differ on anything, there won't be any issues. 2 new factors in world affairs. Man, to move to a more general level, Professor, I'm interested whether you think that there are any developments over the past few decades that are new on the international scene, which people should be aware of as we analyze things that are taking place in the world. Well, in my view, there are at least 2 really major things that are coming along that are new. One is a shift in the international economy, point 45, and the other is the threat to the environment, which just can't be ignored much longer, because if facing it is delayed too much longer, there isn't going to be a lot more to human history. I'll start with the environment. The reality is that under capitalist conditions, meaning maximization of short-term gain, you're ultimately going to destroy the environment. The only question is when. Now, for a long time, it's been possible to pretend that the environment is an infinite source and an infinite sink. Neither is true, obviously, and we're now sort of approaching the point where you can't keep playing the game too much longer. It may not be very far off. Well, dealing with that problem is going to require large-scale social changes of an almost unimaginable kind. For one thing, it's going to certainly require large-scale social planning, and that means participatory social planning if it's going to be at all meaningful. It's also going to require a general recognition among human beings that an economic system driven by greed is going to self-destruct. It's only a question of time before you make the planet unlivable, by destroying the ozone layer or some other way. Point 46, and that means huge socio-psychological changes have to take place if the human species is going to survive very much longer. So that's a big factor. Quite apart from that, there have been major changes in the international economy. The world has basically been moving into 3 major economic blocks. The United States is no longer the sole economic power like it was after World War II. There's a Japan-based system, which involves Japan and the countries around its periphery, like Singapore and Taiwan, the old Japanese Empire. There's Europe, which has been consolidating into the European Common Market, and that could be a powerful economic unit. If Europe gets its act together, it'll outweigh the United States. It's got a larger economy, a bigger population, a more educated population, and they've got their traditional colonial interests, which are in fact being reconstructed. Meanwhile, the United States has been building up its own counterblock in North America through so-called free trade agreements, which are turning Canada into kind of an economic colony and basically absorbing northern Mexico into the United States as a cheap labor area. The 3 regions are roughly comparable by most measures, with the Asian region still far ahead in capital reserves. No one understands quite how this situation will be affected by the financial liberalization that has been so harmful to the global economy since the mid-1970s. And there are also other intriguing issues. For example, the European powers, especially Germany, are attempting to reconstruct the traditional colonial relations between Central Europe and Eastern Europe that existed before the Cold War. Central Europe has the industry and technology and investment capital, and Eastern Europe and Russia provide them with cheap manpower and resources. Meanwhile, Japan is doing precisely the same thing with Russia on the Asian side, trying to construct colonial relations with Siberia. Japan has plenty of extra capital, and Siberia has plenty of resources that the Russians can't exploit properly because they don't have the capital or the technology, so it's like a natural combination. And if these efforts work, then we're going to have the two major enemies of the United States, Japan and Europe, integrating with the Soviet Union, it becoming kind of a semi-colonial area related to them. And that realizes the worst nightmares of American planners. See, there is an American geopolitical tradition which treats the United States as an island power off the mainland of Europe. It's a bigger version of British geopolitics, which treats England as an island power off the mainland of Europe. I mean, Britain throughout its whole modern history has tried to prevent Europe from becoming unified. That was the main theme of British history, prevent Europe from being unified, because we're just this island power off of Europe, and if they ever get unified we're in trouble. And the United States has the same attitude towards Eurasia. We've got to prevent them from becoming unified, because if they are, we become a real second-class power. We'll still have our little system around here, but it'll become kind of second class. 47 By the United States, I mean powerful interests in the United States, U.S.-based capital. Woman, then do you think it's possible that the US may not be considered a superpower someday? Well, you know, despite the relative decline in U.S.-based power, it's still powerful without historical precedent. Woman, I know it is militarily. No, even economically. Look, it's a real scandal of the American economic system that the general economic level here is so low. I mean, by world standards, in terms of, say, infant mortality or lifespan, or most other measures like that, people are not terribly well off here. The United States is well down the list. I think we're 20th of 20 industrial powers in infant mortality, for example. We're at about the level of Cuba, which is a poor third world country, in terms of health standards. 48 Those are absolute scandals. The general population of the United States ought to be better off than that of any other country in the world by just a huge margin. No other industrial power has anything like our resources. We've got an educated population, like basic literacy is relatively high. We have a comparatively uniform population, people speak English all over the place. You can't find that in too many areas of the world. We've got enormous military power. We have no enemies anywhere nearby. Very few powers in history have ever had that situation. So these are just incomparable advantages, and our economic system has not turned them to the benefit of the population here, particularly, but they're there, and they're going to stay there. Now take Japan. Japanese corporations and investors can collect a lot of capital, but they're never going to get their own resources. They don't have their own energy resources, they don't have their own raw materials, they don't have agricultural resources. And we do. That makes a big difference. In fact, American planners back in the late 1940s were very well aware of this difference when they sort of organized the post-war world. So while they helped Japan to re-industrialize, they also insisted on controlling its energy resources. The Japanese were not allowed to develop their own petrochemical industry, or to obtain their own independent access to petroleum resources. And the reason for that is explained in now declassified U.S. internal documents, as George Kennan, State Department official and diplomat, who was one of the major planners of the post-war world, pointed out, if we control Japan's energy resources, we will have veto power over Japan. If they ever get out of line, we'll just choke off their energy supply. 49 Now, whether or not that plan would still work you don't know, because the world is changing in unpredictable ways. But for the moment, the United States is still overwhelmingly powerful in world affairs. That's why we can get away with so much. Democracy under capitalism. Man, you mentioned that we're going to need participatory social planning to save the environment. I'm wondering, Doesn't decentralization of power also somehow conflict with trying to save the environment? I mean, that can't be done without some sort of central agreement, don't you think? Well, first of all, agreements don't require centralized authority, certain kinds of agreements do. One's assumption, at least, is that decentralization of power will lead to decisions that reflect the interests of the entire population. The idea is that policies flowing from any kind of decision-making apparatus are going to tend to reflect the interests of the people involved in making the decisions, which certainly seems plausible. So if a decision is made by some centralized authority, it is going to represent the interests of the particular group which is in power. But if power is actually rooted in large parts of the population, if people can actually participate in social planning, then they will presumably do so in terms of their own interests, and you can expect the decisions to reflect those interests. Well, the interest of the general population is to preserve human life, the interest of corporations is to make profits. Those are fundamentally different interests. Man, in an industrial society, though, one might argue that people need to have jobs. Sure, but having jobs doesn't require destroying the environment which makes life possible. I mean, if you have participatory social planning, and people are trying to work things out in terms of their own interests, they are going to want to balance opportunities to work with quality of work, with type of energy available, with conditions of personal interaction, with the need to make sure your children survive, and so on and so forth. But those are all considerations that simply don't arise for corporate executives, they just are not a part of the agenda. In fact, if the CEO of General Electric started making decisions on that basis, he'd be thrown out of his job in 3 seconds, or maybe there'd be a corporate takeover or something, because those things are not a part of his job. His job is to raise profit and market share, not to make sure that the environment survives, or that his workers lead decent lives. And those goals are simply in conflict. Man, give us an example of what exactly you mean by social planning. Well, right now we have to make big decisions about how to produce energy, for one thing, because if we continue to produce energy by combustion, the human race isn't going to survive very much longer. 50 All right, that decision requires social planning, it's not something that you can just decide on yourself. Like, you can decide to put a solar energy something or other on your own house, but that doesn't really help. This is the kind of decision where it only works if it's done on a mass scale. Man, I thought you might have been referring to population control. Yeah, population control is another issue where it doesn't matter if you do it, everybody has to do it. It's like traffic, I mean, you can't make driving a car survivable by driving well yourself, there has to be kind of a social contract involved, otherwise it won't work. Like, if there was no social contract involved in driving, everybody was just driving like a lethal weapon, going as fast as they can and forgetting all the traffic lights and everything else, you couldn't make that situation safe just by driving well yourself. It doesn't make much difference if you set out to drive safely if everybody else is driving lethal weapon, right? The trouble is, that's the way that capitalism works. The nature of the system is that it's supposed to be driven by greed, no one's supposed to be concerned for anybody else, nobody's supposed to worry about the common good. Those are not things that are supposed to motivate you, that's the principle of the system. The theory is that private vices lead to public benefits, that's what they teach you in economics departments. It's all total bullshit, of course, but that's what they teach you. And as long as the system works that way, yeah, it's going to self-destruct. What's more, capitalists have long understood this. So most government regulatory systems have in fact been strongly lobbied for by the industries themselves. Industries want to be regulated, because they know that if they're not, they're going to destroy themselves in the unbridled competition. 51. Man, then what kind of mechanism for social planning do you think would work? Obviously you're not too sanguine about our current form of government. Well, there's nothing wrong with the form. I mean, there are some things wrong with the form, but what's really wrong is that the substance is missing. Look, as long as you have private control over the economy, it doesn't make any difference what forms you have, because they can't do anything. You could have political parties where everybody gets together and participates, and you make the programs, make things as participatory as you like, and it would still have only the most marginal effect on policy. And the reason is, power lies elsewhere. So suppose all of us here convinced everybody in the country to vote for us for president, we got 98% of the vote and both houses of Congress, and then we started to institute very badly needed social reforms that most of the population wants. Simply ask yourself, what would happen? Well, if your imagination doesn't tell you, take a look at real cases. There are places in the world that have a broader range of political parties than we do, like Latin American countries, for example, which in this respect are much more democratic than we are. Well, when popular reform candidates in Latin America get elected and begin to introduce reforms, two things typically happen. One is, there's a military coup supported by the United States. But suppose that doesn't happen. What you get is capital strike, investment capital flows out of the country, there's a lowering of investment, and the economy grinds to a halt. That's the problem that Nicaragua has faced in the 1980s and which it cannot overcome. In my view, it's just a hopeless problem. See, the Sandinistas have tried to run a mixed economy, they've tried to carry out social programs to benefit the population, but they've also had to appeal to the business community to prevent capital flight from destroying the place. So most public funds, to the extent there are any, go as a bribe to the wealthy, to try to keep them investing in the country. The only problem is, the wealthy would prefer not to invest unless they have political power, they'd rather see the society destroyed. So the wealthy take the bribes, and they send them to Swiss banks and to Miami banks because from their perspective, the Sandinista government just has the wrong priorities. I mean, these guys hate democracy just as much as Congress hates democracy, they want the political system to be in the hands of wealthy elites, and when it is again, then they'll call it democracy and they'll resume investing, and the economy will finally start to function again. Well, the same thing would happen here if we ever had a popular reform candidate who actually achieved some formal level of power, there would be disinvestment, capital strike, a grinding down of the economy. And the reason is quite simple. In our society, real power does not happen to lie in the political system, it lies in the private economy, that's where the decisions are made about what's produced, how much is produced, what's consumed, where investment takes place, who has jobs, who controls the resources, and so on and so forth. And as long as that remains the case, changes inside the political system can make some difference. I don't want to say it's zero, but the differences are going to be very slight. In fact, if you think through the logic of this, you'll see that so long as power remains privately concentrated, everybody has to be committed to one overriding goal, and that's to make sure that the rich folk are happy, because unless they are, nobody else is going to get anything. So if you're a homeless person sleeping in the streets of Manhattan, let's say, your first concern must be that the guys in the mansions are happy, because if they're happy, then they'll invest, and the economy will work, and things will function, and then maybe something will trickle down to you somewhere along the line. But if they're not happy, everything's going to grind to a halt, and you're not even going to get anything trickling down. So if you're a homeless person in the streets, your first concern is the happiness of the wealthy guys in the mansions and the fancy restaurants. Basically, that's a metaphor for the whole society. Like, suppose Massachusetts were to increase business taxes. Most of the population is in favor of it, but you can predict what would happen. Business would run a public relations campaign, which is true. In fact, it's not lies, saying, you raise taxes on business, you soak the rich, and you'll find that capital is going to flow elsewhere, and you're not going to have any jobs, you're not going to have anything. That's not the way they'd put it exactly, but that's what it would amount to. Unless you make us happy, you're not going to have anything, because we own the place, you live here, but we own the place. And in fact, that's basically the message that is presented, not in those words of course, Whenever a reform measure does come along somewhere, they have a big propaganda campaign saying, it's going to hurt jobs, it's going to hurt investment, there's going to be a loss of business confidence, and so on. That's just a complicated way of saying, unless you keep business happy, the population isn't going to have anything. Man, what do you think about nationalization of industry as a means of allowing for this kind of large-scale social planning? Well, it would depend on how it's done. If nationalization of industry puts production into the hands of a state bureaucracy or some sort of Leninist-style vanguard party, then you'd just have another system of exploitation, in my view. On the other hand, if nationalization of industry was based on actual popular control over industry, workers' control over factories, community control, with the groups maybe federated together and so on, then that would be a different story. That would be a very different story, in fact. That would be extending the democratic system to economic power, and unless that happens, political power is always going to remain a very limited phenomenon. The empire, woman, then is the basic goal of the United States when it intervenes in third world countries to destroy left-wing governments in order to keep them from power? No, the primary concern is to prevent independence, regardless of the ideology. Remember, we're the global power, so we have to make sure that all the various parts of the world continue serving their assigned functions in our global system. And the assigned functions of third world countries are to be markets for American business, sources of resources for American business, to provide cheap labor for American business, and so on. I mean, there's no big secret about that. The media won't tell you and scholarship won't tell you, but all you have to do is look at declassified government documents, and this is all explained very frankly and explicitly. The internal documentary record in the United States goes way back, and it says the same thing over and over again. Here's virtually a quote: "The main commitment of the United States, internationally in the Third World, must be to prevent the rise of nationalist regimes which are responsive to pressures from the masses of the population for improvement in low living standards and diversification of production. The reason is, we have to maintain a climate that is conducive to investment, and to ensure conditions which allow for adequate repatriation of profits to the West." Language like that is repeated year after year in top-level U.S. planning documents, like National Security Council reports on Latin America and so on, and that's exactly what we do around the world. Point 52. So the nationalism we oppose doesn't need to be left-wing, we're just as much opposed to right-wing nationalism. I mean, when there's a right-wing military coup which seeks to turn some third-world country on a course of independent development, the United States will also try to destroy that government. We opposed Perón in Argentina, for example. Point 53. So despite what you always hear, U.S. interventionism has nothing to do with resisting the spread of communism. Its independence we've always been opposed to everywhere, and for quite a good reason. If a country begins to pay attention to its own population, it's not going to be paying adequate attention to the overriding needs of U.S. investors. Well, those are unacceptable priorities, so that government's just going to have to go. And the effects of this commitment throughout the Third World are dramatically clear. It takes only a moment's thought to realize that the areas that have been the most under U.S. control are some of the most horrible regions in the world. For instance, why is Central America such a horror chamber? I mean, if a peasant in Guatemala woke up in Poland, i.e. under Soviet occupation, he'd think he was in heaven by comparison, and Guatemala's an area where we've had 100 years of influence. Well, that tells you something. Or look at Brazil, potentially an extremely rich country with tremendous resources, except it had the curse of being part of the Western system of subordination. So in northeast Brazil, for example, which is a rather fertile area with plenty of rich land, just it's all owned by plantations, Brazilian medical researchers now identify the population as a new species with about 40% the brain size of human beings, a result of generations of profound malnutrition and neglect, and this may be unremediable except after generations, because of the lingering effects of malnutrition on one's offspring. Point 54. All right, that's a good example of the legacy of our commitments, and the same kind of pattern runs throughout the former Western colonies. In fact, if you look at the countries that have developed in the world, there's a little simple fact which should be obvious to anyone on 5 minutes observation, but which you never find anyone saying in the United States. The countries that have developed economically are those which were not colonized by the West. Every country that was colonized by the West is a total wreck. I mean, Japan was the one country that managed to resist European colonization, and it's the one part of the traditional Third World that developed. Okay, Europe conquered everything except Japan, and Japan developed. What does that tell you? Historians of Africa have actually pointed out that if you look at Japan when it began its industrialization process in the 1870s, it was at about the same developmental level as the Asante Kingdom in West Africa in terms of resources available, level of state formation, degree of technological development, and so on. 55 Well, just compare those two areas today. It's true there were a number of differences between them historically, but the crucial one is that Japan wasn't conquered by the West and the Asante Kingdom was, by the British. So now West Africa is West Africa economically, and Japan is Japan. Japan had its own colonial system too, incidentally, but its colonies developed, and they developed because Japan didn't treat them the way the Western powers treated their colonies. The Japanese were very brutal colonizers, they weren't nice guys, but they nonetheless developed their colonies economically. The West just robbed theirs. So if you look at the growth rate of Taiwan and Korea during the period of Japanese colonization, it was approximately the same as Japan's own growth rate. Through the early part of this century they were getting industrialized, developing infrastructure, educational levels were going up, agricultural production was increasing. In fact, by the 1930s, Formosa, now Taiwan, was one of the commercial centers of Asia. 56 Well, just compare Taiwan with the Philippines, an American colony right next door. The Philippines is a total basket case, a Latin American style basket case. Again, that tells you something. With World War II, the Japanese colonial system got smashed up. But by the 1960s, Korea and Taiwan were again developing at their former growth rate, and that's because in the post-war period, they've been able to follow the Japanese model of development. They're pretty closed off to foreign exploitation, quite egalitarian by international standards. They devote pretty extensive resources to things like education and healthcare. Okay, that's a successful model for development. I mean, these Asian countries aren't pretty, I can't stand them myself. They're extremely authoritarian, the role of women you can't even talk about, and so on, so there are plenty of unpleasant things about them. But they have been able to pursue economic development measures that are successful. The state coordinates industrial policy, capital export is strictly constrained, import levels are kept low. Well, those are exactly the kinds of policies that are impossible in Latin America, because the US insists that those governments keep their economies open to international markets, so capital from Latin America is constantly flowing to the West. All right, that's not a problem in South Korea, they have the death penalty for capital export. Solves that difficulty pretty fast. 57. But the point is, the Japanese-style development model works. In fact, it's how every country in the world that's developed has done it, by imposing high levels of protectionism, and by extricating its economy from free market discipline. And that's precisely what the Western powers have been preventing the rest of the Third World from doing, right up to this moment. Woman, is there any hope for disbanding America's empire, do you think? Well, it seems to me the situation is kind of like what one concludes from looking at the very likely potential of ecological catastrophe. Either control over these matters is left in the hands of existing power interests and the rest of the population just abdicates, goes to the beach and hopes that somehow their children will survive, or else people will become sufficiently organized to break down the entire system of exploitation, and finally start putting it under participatory control. One possibility will mean complete disaster, the other, you can imagine all kinds of things. For example, even profitability would no longer be all that important. What would be important is living in a decent way. Look, the general population here does not gain very much from holding on to our imperial system. In fact, it may gain nothing from it. If you take a look at imperial systems over history, it's not at all clear that they are profitable enterprises in the final analysis. This has been studied in the case of the British Empire, and while you only get kind of qualitative answers, it looks as if the British Empire may have cost as much to maintain as the profits that came from it. And probably something like that is true for the U.S. dominated system too. So take Central America, there are profits from our controlling Central America, but it's very doubtful that they come anywhere near the probably $10 billion a year in tax money that's required to maintain U.S. domination there. 58. Woman, those costs are paid by the people, though, while the profits are made by the rich. That's it exactly. If you ask, why have an empire, you've just given the answer. The empire is like every other part of social policy, it's a way for the poor to pay off the rich in their own society. So if the empire is just another form of social policy by which the poor are subsidizing the rich, that means that under democratic social planning, there would be very little incentive for it, let alone the obvious moral considerations that would become a factor at that point. In fact, all kinds of questions would just change, radically. Change and the future. Man, Mr. Chomsky, you present a very powerful view of the problems of capitalism, which I totally accept. When you start talking about the dissidence of the American population and the possibilities for large-scale change, though, I've got to admit that I have a little bit of trouble. I don't see the same general disillusionment with the system that you describe. I think people maybe see things that are wrong in certain areas, maybe see that they're powerless, but on the whole still really seem to buy into it. They think Reagan was a hands-off guy, not a figurehead created by the public relations industry. Well, people aren't out in the streets revolting, that's true, you can just look outside the door and see that. But by any index no, the fact of the matter is that the public has become dramatically more dissident and skeptical. So for example, about half the population thinks that the government is just run by a few big interests looking out for themselves. 59 As to whether Reagan was a hands-off guy or a figurehead, frankly that doesn't matter very much. The reality is that people either know or can quickly be convinced that they are not involved in policy making, that policy is being made by powerful interests which don't have much to do with them. Now, I think they sometimes misidentify the powerful interests. For instance, they include labor unions as among them. Well, that's propaganda. But when they mention corporations, big media, banks, investment firms, law firms that cater to their interests, things like that, okay, then I think they're on target. So, yeah, people aren't out revolting in the streets, that's for sure. But I think there's plenty of potential. I mean, the environmental movement is big, and remember, it's a movement of the 70s, not the 60s. The Third World Solidarity movements are movements of the 80s. The anti-nuclear movement is a movement of the 80s. The feminist movement is 70s and 80s. And it's way beyond movements. There are all kinds of people who are just cynical, they don't have any faith in institutions, they don't trust anybody, they hate the government, they assume they're being manipulated and controlled and that something's going on which they don't know about. Now, that's not necessarily a move to the left, that could be the basis for fascism too. It's just a question of what people do with it. I mean, this kind of depoliticized, cynical population could easily be mobilized by Jimmy Swaggart, a televangelist, or it could be organized by environmentalists. Mostly it just depends on who's willing to do the work. Woman, but do you actually believe that these positive changes will come? I don't know, I really haven't the slightest idea. But nobody could ever have predicted any revolutionary struggle, they're just not predictable. I mean, you couldn't have predicted in 1775 that there was going to be an American Revolution, it would have been impossible to have predicted it. But there was. You couldn't have predicted in 1954 that there was going to be a civil rights movement. You couldn't have predicted in 1987 that there was going to be an uprising on the West Bank. I don't think at any stage in history it has ever been possible to decide whether to be optimistic or pessimistic. You just don't know. Nobody understands how change happens, so how can you guess? Let me just take a concrete case. In 1968, MIT. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology was the deadest place in the world. There was no anti-war activity, nothing was going on. And this was after the Tet Offensive. Wall Street had turned against the war, MIT still hadn't heard about it. Well, a small group of students who were in a little collective on campus decided they would set up a sanctuary for a soldier who deserted. That was the kind of thing activists were doing back then. There was this working-class Marine kid who wanted to desert as an anti-war gesture, so the idea was, people would stay with him until the cops came, then they'd try to make a public issue out of it. There was a discussion about this among 10 or 15 students and 2 or 3 faculty members, and I came out against it, because I was totally pessimistic. I thought it couldn't possibly work, I thought that it would be a complete fiasco. But they went ahead with it. Well, it turned out to be an incredible success. I mean, within about 2 days, the whole of MIT was totally shut down. There weren't any classes, nothing was going on, the whole student body was over in the student center. It turned into a 24-hour mixture of seminars, and you know, this horrible music that people listen to, all that kind of stuff. It was very exciting. And it just changed the whole character of the place. Ever since then, MIT has not been the same. I mean, it's not that it turned into utopia or anything, but a lot of concern developed and a lot of activity started up, which still continues, on issues which people didn't even consider before. Well, could you have guessed? I mean, I guessed wrong, they guessed right. But as far as I can see, it was basically like flipping a coin. 3. Teach-in, evening. Based primarily on discussions at Roe, Massachusetts, April 15 to 16, 1989. The military-industrial complex. Woman, what's been the point of the arms race, Dr. Chomsky? Well, there are a lot of things. It served a number of crucial functions. Remember, any state has a primary enemy, its own population. If politics begins to break out inside your own country and the population starts getting active, all kinds of horrible things can happen, so you have to keep the population quiescent and obedient and passive. And international conflict is one of the best ways of doing it. If there's a big enemy around, people will abandon their rights, because you've got to survive. So the arms race is functional in that respect. It creates global tension and a mood of fear. It's also functional for controlling the empire. If we want to invade South Vietnam, let's say, we have to be able to make it look as if we're defending ourselves from the Russians. If we're not able to do that, it's going to be a lot harder to invade South Vietnam. The domestic population just won't accept it. It's costly, it's morally costly if nothing else, to do these things. The arms race also plays a crucial role in keeping the economy going, and that's a big problem. Suppose that the arms race really did decline, how would you force the taxpayers to keep subsidizing high-technology industry like they've been doing for the past 50 years? Is some politician going to get up and say, all right, next year you're going to lower your standard of living, because you have to subsidize IBM so that it can produce 5th-generation computers? Nobody's going to be able to sell that line. If any politician ever started talking that way, people would say, okay, we want to start getting involved in social and economic policy making too. In fact, that danger has been very openly discussed in the business literature in the United States for 40 or 50 years. Point 1. Business leaders know perfectly well what every economist knows, that spending for civilian purposes is maybe even more efficient, more profitable than spending for military purposes. And they also know that there are any number of ways to have the population subsidize high-technology industry besides through the Pentagon system. Business knows that perfectly well, and it also knows the reasons against it. They remain what they always were. If you take an economics course, they'll teach you, correctly, that if the government spends N dollars to stimulate the economy, it doesn't really matter what it's spent on. They can build jet planes, they can bury it in the sand and get people to dig for it, they can build roads and houses, they can do all sorts of things in terms of stimulating the economy. The economic effects are not all that different. Point 2. In fact, it's perfectly likely that military spending is actually a less efficient stimulus than social spending, for all kinds of reasons. But the problem is, spending for civilian purposes has negative side effects. For one thing, it interferes with managerial prerogatives. The money that's funneled through the Pentagon system is just a straight gift to the corporate manager. It's like saying, I'll buy anything you produce, and I'll pay for the research and development, and if you can make any profits, fine. From the point of view of the corporate manager, that's optimal. But if the government started producing anything that business might be able to sell directly to the commercial market, then it would be interfering with corporate profit making. Production of waste of expensive, useless machinery is not an interference. Nobody else is going to produce B-2 bombers, right? So that's one point. The other point, which is probably even more serious from the perspective of private power, is that social spending increases the danger of democracy. It threatens to increase popular involvement in decision-making. For example, if the government gets involved, say around here, in building hospitals and schools and roads and things like that, people are going to get interested in it, and they'll want to have a say in it because it affects them, and is related to their lives. On the other hand, if the government says, we're going to build a stealth bomber, nobody has any opinions. People care about where there's going to be a school or a hospital, but they don't care about what kind of jet plane you build because they don't have the foggiest idea about that. And since one of the main purposes of social policy is to keep the population passive, people with power are going to want to eliminate anything that tends to encourage the population to get involved in planning, because popular involvement threatens the monopoly of power by business, and it also stimulates popular organizations, and mobilizes people, and probably would lead to redistribution of profits, and so on. Man, how about just reducing taxes, instead of sending all this money into the military-industrial complex? You can't reduce taxes much because what else is going to keep the economy going? Remember, it's been known since the Great Depression that anything like free market capitalism is a total disaster. It can't work. Therefore, every country in the world that has a successful economy is somewhere close to fascism, that is, with massive government intervention in the economy to coordinate it and protect it from hostile forces such as too much competition. I mean, there just is no other way to do it really. If you pulled that rug out from under private enterprise, we'd go right back into the Depression again. That's why every industrial economy has a massive state sector, and the way our massive state sector works in the United States is mainly through the military system. I mean, IBM isn't going to pay the costs of research and development. Why should they? They want the taxpayer to pay them, say by funding a NASA program, or the next model of fighter jet. And if they can't sell everything they produce in the commercial market, they want the taxpayer to buy it, in the form of a missile launching system or something. If there are some profits to be made, fine, they'll be happy to make the profits, but they always want the public subsidies to keep flowing. And that's exactly how it's worked in general in the United States for the past 50 years. So for example, in the 1950s computers were not marketable, they just weren't good enough to sell in the market, so taxpayers paid 100% of the costs of developing them, through the military system, along with 85% of research and development for electronics generally. In fact, by the 1960s, computers began to be marketable and they were handed over to the private corporations so they could make the profits from them. Still, about 50% of the costs of computer development were paid by the American taxpayer in the 1960s. 3 In the 1980s, there was a big new fifth-generation computer project. They were developing new fancy software, new types of computers, and so on, and the development of all of that was extremely expensive. So therefore it went straight back to the taxpayer to foot the bills again. That's what SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, was about. Star Wars. Star Wars is basically a technique for subsidizing high-technology industry. Nobody believes that it's a defense system. I mean, maybe Reagan believes it, but nobody whose head is screwed on believes that Star Wars is a military system. It's simply a way to subsidize the development of the next generation of high technology, fancy software, complicated computer systems, fifth-generation computers, lasers, and so on. Point 4. And if anything marketable comes out of all that, okay, then the taxpayer will be put aside as usual, and it'll go to the corporations to make the profits off it. In fact, just take a look at the parts of the American economy that are competitive internationally. It's agriculture, which gets massive state subsidies, the cutting edge of high-tech industry, which is paid for by the Pentagon, and the pharmaceutical industry, which is heavily subsidized through public science funding. Those are the parts of the economy that function competitively. And the same thing is true of every other country in the world. The successful economies are the ones that have a big government sector. I mean, capitalism is fine for the third world. We love them to be inefficient. But we're not going to accept it. And what's more, this has been true since the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. There is not a single economy in history that developed without extensive state intervention, like high protectionist tariffs and subsidies and so on. In fact, all the things we prevent the third world from doing have been the prerequisites for development everywhere else. I think that's without exception. So to return to your question, there just is no way to cut taxes very much without the entire economy collapsing. The permanent war economy. Man, I'm a little surprised to hear you say that the Pentagon is so important to our economy. There's hardly an element of advanced technology industry in the United States that's not tied into the Pentagon system, which includes NASA, the Department of Energy, which produces nuclear weapons, that whole apparatus. In fact, that's basically what the Pentagon's for, and that's also why its budget always stays pretty much the same. I mean, the Pentagon budget is higher in real terms than it was under Nixon, and to the extent that it's declined in recent years, it's in fact had the effect of what they call harming the economy. For instance, the Pentagon budget started to decline in 1986, and in 1987 real wages started to fall off for skilled workers, in other words for the college-educated. Before that they'd been declining for unskilled workers, and they started to go down for the college-educated a year after the Pentagon budget began to drop off a bit. And the reason is, college-educated people are engineers, and skilled workers, and managers, and so on, and they're very dependent on the whole Pentagon system for jobs, so even a slight decline in military spending immediately showed up in real wage levels for that sector of the population. Point 5. Actually, if you look back at the debates which went on in the late 1940s when the Pentagon system was first being set up, they're very revealing. You have to examine the whole development against the background of what had just happened. There was this huge depression in the 1930s, worldwide, and at that point everyone understood that capitalism was dead. I mean, whatever lingering beliefs people had had about it, and they weren't very much before, they were gone at that point because the whole capitalist system had just gone into a tailspin. There was no way to save it the way it was going. Well, every one of the rich countries hit upon more or less the same method of getting out. They did it independently, but they more or less hit on the same method, namely, state spending, public spending of some kind, what's called Keynesian stimulation. And that did finally get countries out of the depression. In the fascist countries, it worked very well, they got out pretty fast. And in fact, every country became sort of fascist. Again, fascism doesn't mean gas chambers, it means a special form of economic arrangement with state coordination of unions and corporations and a big role for big business. And this point about everyone being fascist was made by mainstream Veblenite-type economists, i.e. after the American economist Veblen right at the time. Actually they said, everybody's fascist, the only question is what form the fascism takes. It takes different forms depending on the country's cultural patterns. Point 6. Well, in the United States, the form that fascism took at first was the New Deal legislative programs enacted in the 1930s to combat the Depression. But the New Deal was too small, it didn't really have much effect in 1939, the Depression was still approximately what it had been in 1932. Then came the Second World War, and at that point we became really fascist. We had a totalitarian society basically, with a command economy, wage and price controls, allocations of materials, all done straight from Washington. And the people who were running it were mostly corporate executives, who were called to the capital to direct the economy during the war effort. And they got the point. This worked. So the US economy prospered during the war, industrial production almost quadrupled, and we were finally out of the Depression. 7. Alright, then the war ended. Now what happens? Well, everybody expected that we were going to go right back into the Depression because nothing fundamental had changed. The only thing that had changed was that we'd had this big period of government stimulation of the economy during the war. So the question was, what happens now? Well, there was pent-up consumer demand. A lot of people had made money and wanted to buy refrigerators and stuff. But by about 1947 and 48, that was beginning to tail off, and it looked like we were going to go back into another recession. And if you go back and read the economists, people like Paul Samuelson and others in the business press, at that point they were saying that advanced industry, high technology industry, cannot survive in a competitive, unsubsidized free enterprise economy. That's just hopeless. 8. They figured we were heading right back to the Depression, but now they knew the answer: government stimulation. And by then they even had a theory for it, Keynes. Before that they'd just done it by instinct. So at that point, there was general agreement among business and elite planners in the United States that there would have to be massive government funneling of public funds into the economy. The only question was how to do it. Then came kind of an interesting. It wasn't really a debate, because it was settled before it was started, but the issue was at least raised: should the government pursue military spending or social spending? Well, it was quickly made very clear in those discussions that the route that government spending was going to have to take was military. And that was not for reasons of economic efficiency, nothing of the sort. It was just for straight power reasons, like the ones I mentioned. Military spending doesn't redistribute wealth, it's not democratizing, it doesn't create popular constituencies or encourage people to get involved in decision-making. 9. It's just a straight gift to the corporate manager, period. It's a cushion for managerial decisions that says, no matter what you do, you've got a cushion down there, and it doesn't have to be a big portion of total revenues, like maybe it's a few percent, but it's a very important cushion. 10. And the public is not supposed to know about it. So as the first Secretary of the Air Force, Stuart Symington, put the matter very plainly back in 1948, he said, the word to use is not subsidy, the word to use is security. 11. In other words, if you want to make sure that the government can finance the electronics industry, and the aircraft industry, and computers, and metallurgy, machine tools, chemicals, and so on and so forth, and you don't want the general public trying to have a say in any of it, you have to maintain a pretense of constant security threats. And they can be Russia, they can be Libya, they can be Grenada, Cuba, whatever's around. Well, that's what the Pentagon system is about. It's a system for ensuring a particular form of domination and control. And that system has worked for the purposes for which it was designed: not to give people better lives, but to make the economy healthy, in the standard sense of the phrase, namely, ensuring corporate profits. And that it does, very effectively. So you see, the United States has a major stake in the arms race. It's needed for domestic control, for controlling the empire, for keeping the economy running. And it's going to be very hard to get around that. I actually think that's one of the toughest things for a popular movement to change, because changing the commitment to the Pentagon system will affect the whole economy and the way it's run. It's a lot harder than, say, getting out of Vietnam. That was a peripheral issue for the system of power. This is a central issue. In fact, I've been arguing for years with friends of mine who are campaigning for conversion of the economy from military production to social spending that they're basically talking nonsense. I mean, It's not that business has to be told for this many jet planes we could have this many schools, isn't it awful to build jet planes? You don't have to convince the head of General Motors of that, he knew that 40 years before anyone started talking about conversion, that's why he wanted jet planes. There is no point in explaining to people in power that conversion would be better for the world. Sure it would. What do they care? They knew that long ago, that's why they went in the opposite direction. Look, this system was designed, with a lot of conscious and intelligent thought, for the particular purpose that it serves. So any kind of conversion will just have to be part of a total restructuring of the society, designed to undermine centralized control. And I mean, you're going to need an alternative. It's not enough just to cut off the Pentagon budget, that's just going to make the economy collapse, because the economy is dependent on it. Something else has to happen unless you just want to go back to the Stone Age. So the first thing simply has to be creating both a culture and an institutional structure in which public funds can be used for social needs, for human needs. That's the mistake that a lot of the conversion people make, in my opinion. They're just identifying what's obvious, they're not focusing enough on creating the basis for an alternative. Woman, what is the hope, then, for dismantling the whole military system? There have to be large-scale institutional changes. We need a real democratization of the society. I mean, if we continue to have domination of the economic and political system by corporations, why should they behave any differently? It's not that the people in the corporations are bad people, it's that the institutional necessity of the system is to maintain corporate domination and profit-making. I mean, if the chairman of General Motors suddenly decided to start producing the best quality cars at the cheapest prices, he wouldn't be chairman any longer. There'd be a shift on the stock market and they'd throw him out in 5 minutes. And that generalizes to the system as a whole. There is absolutely no reason why the people who own the economy would want it to be set up in a way that undermines or weakens their control, any more than there's a reason why they would want there to be a political system in which the population genuinely participates. Why would they? They'd be crazy. Just like they'd be crazy if they opened up the media to dissident opinion. What possible purpose would there be in that? Or if they let the universities teach honest history, let's say. It would be absurd. Now, that doesn't mean that there's nothing we can do. Even within the current structure of power, there's plenty of latitude for pressure and changes and reforms. I mean, any institution is going to have to respond to public pressure because their interest is to keep the population more or less passive and quiescent, and if the population is not passive and quiescent, then they have to respond to that. But really dealing with the problems at their core ultimately will require getting to the source of power and dissolving it. Otherwise you may be able to fix things up around the edges, but you won't really change anything fundamentally. So the alternative just has to be putting control over these decisions into popular hands. There simply is no other way besides dissolving and diffusing power democratically, I think. Libyan and American terrorism. Woman, switching to current events a bit, Mr. Chomsky, terrorism is a phenomenon that really took off in the media in the 1980s. Why do you think all of a sudden Libya became such a great threat to us? Well, because from the very first minute that the Reagan administration came into office, it immediately selected Libya as a punching bag. 12 And there were very good reasons for that. Libya's defenseless, Gaddafi is sort of hateful and kind of a thug, a very small-time thug, I might say, but nevertheless a thug, and he's also an Arab, and there's a lot of anti-Arab racism around. Point 13 And the Reagan administration needed to create fear. It had to mobilize the population to do things they didn't want to do, like support a massive increase in military spending. I mean, Reagan could talk about the evil empire, but he couldn't get into any confrontations with the evil empire because that's dangerous. The Soviets can fight back, and they've got missiles and things like that. So the trick was to find somebody who's frightening enough to scare Americans into accepting a huge military build-up, but nevertheless weak enough so you could beat him up without anyone fighting back. And the answer was Gaddafi, and international terrorism generally. International terrorism by Arabs is certainly real. I mean, Overwhelmingly international terrorism comes out of Washington and Miami, but there is a relatively small amount of it that comes from the Arab world. 14 And people don't like it. They blow up planes, and it's scary, and it's Arabs, it's weird looking guys who have dark faces and mustaches. How does it become a big enough threat that we have to build more missiles and so on? Well, it's Kremlin-directed international terrorism. 15 This stuff was crafted from the first moment, and furthermore, it was all utterly transparent right from the very beginning, like I was writing about it as early as 1981.16 The media pretend they don't understand it, scholarship pretends it doesn't understand it, but it's been as predictable as a broken record. They put it on in 1981, and it's still playing. The whole media campaign on terrorism started with a series of CIA disinformation releases about Libya. In 1981 the CIA leaked a story to the press about US efforts to assassinate Gaddafi, in the hope that this would lead Gaddafi to some kind of erratic reaction which we could then use as an excuse to bomb him. Okay, that was exposed. The first reference to CIA disinformation about Libya appeared in Newsweek in August 1981, when Newsweek stated that it had been subjected to a disinformation campaign by the government. 17 Since then, there have been about a half dozen similar cases in which Washington floated some lunatic story about Libya and the media bought it, then discovered later that it was disinformation and pretended they were all surprised. I mean, at some point you'd think they would begin to ask what's going on, but apparently not. And some of these cases were completely crazy. There was a story about Libyan hitmen wandering around Washington, SWAT teams on alert patrolling the White House, that kind of thing. It was all total madness. 18. Well, every one of these confrontations with Libya has been timed for some domestic purpose. The big one, the bombing of Libya in April 1986, was timed for the Contra aid vote in Congress. The point was to build up a lot of hysteria beforehand, and it kind of worked. They rammed through a big aid package a month or two later. 19 It was all a complete setup, totally prefabricated. First, a confrontation was arranged in which Libyan artillery guns fired at a US fighter plane. You'll notice that somehow it's always the US Navy or the US Air Force that Libya is shooting at. They never shoot at Italian planes, or French planes, or Spanish planes. It's always American planes. Well, what's the reason? One possibility is the Libyans are insane, they go after the people who are going to wipe them out. The other possibility is that the Americans are trying to get shot at, which is of course the truth. The reason the Libyans only shoot at American planes is because American planes are sent over there to get shot at. Nobody else sends planes into the Gulf of Sidra, because there's no point in doing it, so therefore they don't get shot at. See, Libya says the Gulf of Sidra is a part of its territorial waters, and the United States refuses to accept that. Well, there's a way that countries can resolve such disputes. You take them to the World Court and get a ruling. A law-abiding state does it that way. All right, that option was raised in the United States, but the State Department said, no, we can't do it, it's much too desperate a situation, getting a decision from the World Court will take 2 years. You know, we can't put off for 2 years whether the US Navy can go into the Gulf of Sidra, the United States will collapse. All this stuff is so ludicrous you can barely repeat it. 20. The beginning phase of the 1986 confrontation occurred when American planes penetrated Libyan territorial airspace and finally got shot at happily, because they know they're never actually going to be hit by the Libyan air defenses. They then flew back to the fleet, and the American Navy bombed a bunch of Libyan Navy vessels and killed lots of Libyans. That was great, a real victory. Following that, on April 5, 1986, a discotheque in West Berlin was bombed, 2 people were killed. Rather crucially, one of them was a Turkish woman and the other was a black American. The reason was, this was a black third world bar, not an insignificant fact. The White House immediately announced that they had evidence, intercepts, and so on, that showed that this terrorist act was perpetrated by Libya, though they never presented any of this evidence. 21 Then 9 days later, on April 14, we bombed Libya. It was completely obvious that we were going to bomb them. In fact, I have a way of monitoring the Associated Press wires on my personal computer, and there were dispatches coming out all day because it was evident we were going to bomb them. So I don't know if you've ever looked at a ticker tape, but a story comes out about every minute, and all through the day there were tons of stories coming out about Libya. The last one before the bombing came through at 6:28 p.m. It was bylined West Berlin, and it said, West German and U.S. military intelligence say they have no information about any Libyan connection to the disco bombing, but they suspect a possible Libyan connection. 22. Okay, half an hour later, at precisely 7 p.m. rather crucial, it was at 7 p.m. precisely the United States started bombing Libya. Why 7 p.m.? Because that's when the national news started on the 3 U.S. television networks. This was the first bombing in history ever timed for prime-time television, and I mean that literally. It was a tricky operation to arrange. You had to synchronize a 6-hour flight from England so that a squadron of F-111 bombers would arrive in Libya precisely at 7 p.m., when the 3 national networks began their newscasts. They had to travel all the way across the Mediterranean, 2 planes had to turn around and so on, but still they hit it precisely at 7. That means there had to have been extremely careful planning. They didn't want the bombing to start at 10 after 7, say, because that would have lost the effect. Now, every journalist who isn't totally insane knew that this was a setup. I mean, how likely is it that you would get a bombing at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, precisely on the nose? And if you watched the news that evening, some of you will remember that the anchorman, Peter Jennings, and those guys, started off by saying, all right, we're going to switch over to Tripoli. Then they switched over to Tripoli, and there was the whole ABC News team. What the hell were they doing in Tripoli? They're never in Tripoli. Well, they were in Tripoli because they knew perfectly well there was going to be a bombing, that's why. I mean, they didn't know the exact minute, but everybody was in place in Tripoli because they knew the place was going to be bombed. Of course, they all pretended it was this big surprise. So, 7 p.m., the United States bombs Tripoli and Benghazi, kills plenty of people. You go to the exciting events live, you hear the loud noises, the television news is preempted because this is so exciting. Then they flash back to Washington, and the Reagan administration spokesman, Larry Speaks, gets on TV, and for the next 20 minutes they preempt the destruction to give you the State Department line. Meanwhile, the whole Washington press corps is just sitting there, these pussycats like Sam Donaldson and the rest of them, who would never ask an embarrassing question in a million years. Speaks gets up and says, we knew for certain 10 days ago that Libya was behind the disco bombing, and nobody asked the obvious question, if you knew for certain 10 days ago, how come you didn't know half an hour ago? Barring colossal incompetence in the newsrooms, every journalist there knew what I knew. They read the AP wires at CBS as much as I do, I guess, so that means they knew that up until a half hour before the bombing, American and West German intelligence had no information about a Libyan connection. But Larry Speaks gets up and says, we knew for certain 10 days ago, and none of them even batted an eyelash. 23. Nobody asked another obvious question, how come the bombing was scheduled for 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? How did you set it up so that a 6-hour flight from London happened to arrive in Libya at precisely the instant when the television news started in the US? Nobody asked that question. In fact, there's a whole series of questions which nobody asked. Everyone in the press just swallowed the absurdities. Then Reagan got on and pontificated for a while. Next day's news, 100% everybody said, this is terrific, we finally showed these Libyans. Not a note of discord. 24. Now, let me go on with the personal side of this. 2 weeks later, I happened to go to Germany where, incidentally, I was giving a talk at a conference on terrorism. When I got off at the airport in Frankfurt, the first thing I did was pick up the German newspapers, and I also picked up Der Spiegel, which is kind of like the German Newsweek. The front cover of Der Spiegel was a picture of Reagan looking like some kind of madman with missiles going over his head, and at the bottom was the phrase, "Terror against terror." 25 Now, that happens to be an old Gestapo slogan. When the Gestapo went after the anti-Nazi resistance, they called it terror against terror. And I assume that everybody in Germany knew that it was a Gestapo slogan. I guess that was the point, and especially when you looked at the picture, the associations were pretty obvious. They were saying, this is like the Nazis. And the whole journal basically was devoted to exploding the theory that Libya had anything to do with the disco bombing. They said, there's no evidence for this, it's a total fabrication, Washington has never provided any evidence. There were speculations as to who might have done it, like it might have been drug-related. Some people thought it was Ku Klux Klan related. The Klan is very strong there, coming out of the American Army, but there didn't seem to be any reason why Libya would bomb a German third world bar. And in fact, while I was in Germany, I didn't meet a single person who thought that there was any plausibility whatsoever to the Libyan connection. Okay, I went to the conference on terrorism, and afterwards there was a press conference. At the press conference, I was asked by German reporters what I thought about all of this, and I told them the little bit I knew. After it ended, a guy came up to me, a black American from Dorchester in Boston, and introduced himself. He was a GI who'd been living in Germany for about 25 years. He'd served there, then decided he didn't want to come back, so he stayed. A fair number of black Americans have done that, actually. Now he was working as a reporter for Stars and Stripes, the American Army newspaper. Well, he told me that what I had said about the bombing was part of the story, but that I didn't know the half of it. It was much worse than I had said. I asked him what he meant, and he said that as a reporter for Stars and Stripes, he had regularly been interviewing the head of the 100-person West German investigating team which was studying the disco bombing, Manfred Ganschau, a man who also happened to be the director of the West Berlin equivalent of the FBI, the Berlin Staatsschutz. And he said that ever since the first day he began interviewing him, this guy had been telling him, there's no Libyan connection, there's no evidence for it, we don't believe it. I asked him if he could get me something on paper about this that I could publish, and he said he would. He flew to Berlin and conducted another interview with this guy, then came back to Frankfurt where I was, and gave me the transcript of the interview. In it, he asked the guy, do you have any new information about a Libyan connection? And the guy said, you've been asking me that ever since the first day. I told you then we don't have any evidence, we still have no evidence. The reporter kept pressing. He said, look, Helmut Kohl, the Chancellor of Germany, now agrees that there's some plausibility to Reagan's Libya story. And this guy said, well, politicians have to do what they have to do, and they'll say their stuff, but I'm just telling you what the facts are. The facts are, there's no evidence. 26 And it goes on from there. There never was any evidence. A couple months later it even began to be conceded that there was no evidence. So maybe Syrians did it, or maybe it was some other thing, but the idea that there was any credible Libyan connection just disappeared. 27. Actually, on the first anniversary of the bombing, the BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, did a retrospective on the story in which they reviewed all the background and went to European intelligence agencies for assistance. Their conclusion was that all of the European intelligence agencies, including those from the most conservative governments, say they see no plausibility to the idea that there was a Libyan connection to the disco bombing. 28 The whole thing was a lie. Nevertheless, it continues to be repeated in the US press. 29. In fact, the BBC also presented some further interesting information. If you were following all of this at the time, you'll remember that there was a very dramatic story told in the US media after the disco bombing about how the United States had picked up secret intercepts that Libya was going to bomb some target in West Berlin just before the bombing, so they had declared an alert and were running around to all the places US soldiers go in West Berlin, and they got to the discotheque just 15 minutes too late. You remember that story. 30 It turns out it was a total fabrication. The BBC investigated it. Neither the German intelligence and police nor any Western embassy had ever heard about it. It was all completely fabricated. Well, the point is, all of this stuff was known to American reporters. The New York Times had a top-flight correspondent in Germany, James Markham, and he was interviewing the head of West German intelligence too, except he was never reporting any of this. 31 In fact, none of it was ever reported. The press played the whole thing as if they were completely blind. They pretended all the way through that they didn't understand the business about the timing. They didn't mention the fact that there was no evidence of a Libyan connection to the disco bombing right up to the moment of the Tripoli attack, and they have yet to inform people that West Germany itself never saw any evidence of a connection, and has always regarded it as a total fabrication. All of that is just unstateable in the US media, and in this context, it's not very surprising that the American population still believes the official line. Well, here's an example of real brainwashing, and it's just got to be conscious in this case. I can't believe that the press is that incompetent. Actually, there's even one more part to the Tripoli bombing story, that I know of at least. Remember the Pentagon's version of why we had to bomb Libya the first time? It was that American planes had been flying over the Gulf of Sidra to establish our right to be there. They were in international waters 40 miles off the Libyan coast. They detected Libyan planes pursuing them. They disabled the Libyan radar. Then in international waters, the Libyans shot at our planes, therefore we had to shoot them down and sink their naval boats, and ultimately bomb Tripoli a few days later and kill lots of Libyan civilians. That was the Pentagon's story. Well, a couple days after that, a very good, highly respected British correspondent, a guy named David Blundy, went to Libya to investigate the story, and he discovered the following. It turns out that at the time of the first American attack, there were a bunch of British engineers in Libya who were there making repairs on the Libyan radar systems. It was Russian radar, but the Russians couldn't figure out how to fix it, so they had to call in British engineers to fix it. So these engineers were there working on the radar, and by the time of the incident with the American fighter planes, the radar was working perfectly well, and they were in fact monitoring the whole episode right as it transpired. And what they claim is that the American planes were not in international waters. They had in fact flown directly over Libyan ground territory. They had followed Libyan commercial jets at first so they wouldn't be picked up on radar, then they revealed themselves when they were over Libyan ground territory, and at that point they picked up ground fire. 32 And the purpose just had to be to elicit Libyan ground fire. Then when they'd been shot at, they went back out to sea and bombed the boats and shot down the planes and so on. Well, that has never been reported in the United States. And that was very cautious non-reporting, because the New York Times and others just had to have been aware of this story. They just never mentioned any of this information. Man, I have a student who was on active duty in the Mediterranean at that time, and he says that the American Navy went within a very short physical distance of the Libyan shoreline, not only within 12 miles, but within 3 miles. He was right there on the deck and saw it. That's probably the same story. That's interesting. Woman, what was the point of it, though? The immediate point was pretty clear. Right then the Reagan administration was trying to create fanaticism in time for the congressional vote on aid to the Nicaraguan Contras, which was coming up a few days later. In fact, if anyone didn't understand this, Reagan drew the connection explicitly in a speech he made. He said, "You know, these Libyans, they're even trying to set up an outpost in our hemisphere, namely, in Nicaragua." 33 In case anybody didn't understand. Man, I understand the operation was a real military fiasco as well. Yes, there's a very good study of that by Andrew Coburn, who's quite a good military correspondent. 34 A couple of the planes broke down. The bombs were going all over the place. I mean, they used laser-guided bombs, smart bombs, and when laser-guided bombs miss, it means that something got screwed up in the control mechanism, so they can go 10 miles away, they can go anywhere. I mean, no high technology works for very long, certainly not under complicated conditions, so all of these gadgets were screwing up and the servicemen couldn't figure out where they were. The night radar didn't work, a plane was shot down. It goes on and on. And remember, this was with no enemy opposition. It was the same with the Grenada invasion in 1983, actually that was also a military fiasco. I mean, 7,000 American elite troops succeeded, after 3 days, in overcoming the resistance of about 3 dozen Cubans and a few Grenadan military men. They got 8,000 medals of honor for it. 35 They mostly shot themselves, or shot each other. They bombed a mental hospital. The airplanes were on a different radio frequency than the ground troops. They didn't know there were 2 medical campuses. In fact, there was an official report about it later by some Pentagon guy, William Lind, who just described it as a total fiasco. 36 Man, they had to use tourist maps. They had the wrong maps, and this is like bombing the Row Conference Center, i.e. where Chomsky and the group were meeting, about that hard. Man, are these military planners rational? There's a kind of rationality. But remember, they're not really expecting to fight a war against anybody who can fight back. Like, they're not planning on fighting the Russians or anything like that. They're mostly doing counterinsurgency stuff against defenseless targets like Libya and Grenada, so it doesn't really matter whether the equipment works. The top brass in the Pentagon, they basically want a lot of high-powered, heavily automated gadgetry that's expensive, because that's what makes you a big bureaucracy and able to run a lot of things. I mean, there's an economic purpose to the Pentagon, like I was talking about before. It's a way to get the public to fund the development of high technology, and so on. But the generals also want all this stuff too. It's kind of a power play. So these generals would rather have high-tech fancy aircraft than simple aircraft which just do the job, because you're more powerful if you control more complicated stuff. The perception they encourage is that everything's getting fancier and fancier and more complicated, so they need more and more money, and more assistance, and more control, and it doesn't really matter very much whether it works properly or not. That's kind of secondary. 37 Woman, Gore Vidal refers to us as the proud victors of Grenada. Yeah, that's when Reagan got up and said, "We're standing tall again." 38 We're laughing, but remember, people didn't laugh at the time. The Grenada invasion was considered a big shot in the arm. We're standing tall, they're not going to push us around anymore, all 100,000 of them. We overcame their nutmeg. The US and the UN. Man, noam, do you see any positive role that the UN can play, for instance sending UN peacekeeping forces to places instead of US intervention forces? Well, the UN can only play a positive role if the great powers let it play a positive role. So where the great powers more or less agree on something and they just need a mechanism to effect it, the UN is useful. But if the great powers are opposed, like, say the United States is opposed to something, okay, then it just doesn't happen. Man, what about if the UN didn't have a Security Council, or didn't give veto power to the 5 permanent Security Council members? The UN Security Council has 15 seats, 5 of which are permanently assigned to the US, Britain, France, Russia, and China, and 4 substantive Security Council resolutions to go into effect. None of the 5 permanent members can have voted against them. Unlike the General Assembly, the Security Council has enforcement powers. It couldn't happen because the great powers will not allow any interference with their affairs. Take the United States, which has been by far the leader in vetoing UN Security Council resolutions since the 1970s. If we don't like what the UN is doing, the UN can go down the tubes, we just ignore them, and that ends the matter. 39 You don't kid around with an 800-pound gorilla, you know. In fact, it's quite interesting to trace the changes in the US attitude towards the UN over the years. In the late 1940s, the United States just ran it completely. International relations of power were such that the US just gave the orders and everybody followed, because the rest of the world was smashed up and starving after the Second World War. And at the time, everybody here loved the UN, because it always went along with us. Every way we told countries to vote, they voted. Actually, When I was a graduate student around 1950, major social scientists, people like Margaret Mead, were trying to explain why the Russians were always saying no at the UN, because here was the United States putting through these resolutions and everybody was voting yes, then the Russians would stand up and say no, so of course they went to the experts, the social scientists, to figure it out. And what they came up with was something we used to call diapirology. The conclusion was, the reason the Russians always say no at the UN is because they raise their infants with swaddling clothes, bandages wrapped around newborn babies to restrain and quiet them. Literally, they raise their infants with swaddling clothes in Russia, so Russians end up very negative, and by the time they make it to the UN all they want to do is say no all the time. That was literally proposed, people took it seriously, there were articles in the journals about it, and so on. 40. Well, over the years, US power over the UN began to drop, at least relatively speaking. A lot of third world countries entered the UN, especially in the 1960s as a result of decolonization, so there was a lot more independence and the UN just got out of control, we couldn't order it around as much anymore. And as that happened, you could just trace the US attitude towards the UN getting more and more negative. For instance, they started using this phrase which I'm sure you've heard, the tyranny of the majority. What's the tyranny of the majority? It's what's known as democracy elsewhere, but when we happen to be in the minority, it becomes the tyranny of the majority. And starting around 1970, the United States began vetoing everything that came up, resolutions on South Africa, on Israel, on disarmament, you pick it, the United States was vetoing it. And the Soviet Union was voting right along with the mainstream. 41. Okay, all of a sudden it turns out that the UN is a total disaster. I'll never forget one article about this in the New York Times Magazine, by their UN correspondent, Richard Bernstein. He went through this whole business about how the entire world votes against the United States all the time. He wasn't asking, how do they raise American children? What he asked was, why is the world out of step? Literally, what's the matter with the world? It's all out of step, it doesn't understand what is it with the world. Then he began looking for defects in the world. I'm not exaggerating, that's exactly what it was like, and all of this stuff is done without any self-consciousness, it's just said straight. 42. It's the same with the World Court, the popular name for the International Court of Justice, the judicial organ of the UN. When the World Court issued an explicit decision against the United States in June 1986 ordering the United States to terminate what it called unlawful use of force and illegal economic warfare against Nicaragua, we just said to heck with it, we ignored them. The week after, Congress increased US aid to the Contras by another $100 million. 43 again, the commentary across the board in the U.S. The New York Times, the Washington Post, big international law experts was unanimous, the World Court has discredited itself by passing this judgment, so obviously we don't have to pay any attention to it. 44 It just discredits the World Court to criticize the United States, that's like a truism here. Then right after that, when the UN Security Council called on all states to observe international law, not referring to the United States, but obliquely referring to this World Court decision, and it was vetoed by the United States, 11-1, with 3 abstentions, and when the General Assembly also passed the same resolution, the first time 94-3, Israel, El Salvador, and the United States, the next time 94-2, Israel and the United States, the press wouldn't even report it. 45 Well, that's what it means to be a great power, you do whatever you feel like. And by now, the United States is practically strangling the UN. We're by far its biggest debtor nation. In fact, the UN can barely function because the United States won't pay its bills. 46 And parts of the UN that we don't like UNESCO. The United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, because it's working for the Third World, we practically put them out of business. The United States launched a huge propaganda campaign against UNESCO in the 1970s and 80s. It was full of outrageous lies, totally fabricated, but nevertheless it sufficed to essentially eliminate the third world orientation of UNESCO and make it stop doing things it was doing around the third world, like improving literacy and healthcare and so on. 47 But that's just the reality of what the UN is going to face when it pursues policies that are not in the interests of the great powers. It can just go down the drain. The United States won't permit it. Woman, but why is it that the press won't report any of these things? Well, it's because the press has a job. Its job is to keep people from understanding the world, and to keep them indoctrinated. Therefore it won't report things like this, and again, that follows pretty logically from the nature of the press institutions themselves. In fact, the way that the US press covers United Nations votes gives a very good illustration of how it works. So for example, when the UN has a vote denouncing the ongoing Russian invasion of Afghanistan in November 1987, that they put on the front page. But when the UN has a vote in the same session, in fact within a few days, calling on all states to observe international law, this very muted resolution after the World Court decision, it didn't even mention the United States directly, then they won't put it on the front page. In fact they won't put it anywhere. 48. Or take the summit when the Soviet Union and the United States signed the INF Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, in December 1987. Right at that time, there was a tremendous amount of media attention focused on arms treaties. Well, the line that the US media constantly presented was, Reagan the peacemaker, you know, Reagan leading us to a new age, first arms control treaty to abolish a class of weapons systems, and so on. That was the standard picture across the whole American press. Okay, that very month, the UN General Assembly had passed a series of disarmament resolutions, but if you want to know the details of them, you'll have to look them up in my book Necessary Illusions, because it's about the only place you can find them in print in the United States. The General Assembly passed a resolution calling for the banning of all weapons in outer space. Star Wars. It went through 154 to 1, the US was the one. They passed a resolution against the development of new weapons of mass destruction. It was 135 to 1. They passed one calling for a nuclear test freeze. It was 137 to 3, the United States picked up England and France on that one. And so it went. Do you think any of that made the newspapers in the United States? No, because that's just the wrong story. Point 49. The story is Reagan the peacemaker, not the United States is alone in the world, isolated in the world in attempting to maintain the arms race. That's not the story. And in fact, when the New York Times did its summary report on what had happened at the UN that year, you can bet your life that none of this stuff was included. There wasn't one word. Point 50. And the point is, if you want to be a responsible journalist, you have to understand what's important, and what's important is things that work for the cause. U.S. corporate power, that's the cause. And you will not stay in the press very long unless you've internalized and come to understand these values virtually intuitively, because there's a whole elaborate process of filtering and selection in the institutions to eliminate people who don't understand them and to help advance people who do. That's how you can get commentators in the New York Times asking questions like what's wrong with the world, when the US is standing alone against every other country, and not even batting an eyelash. And of course, it's also part of the way the propaganda system keeps everyone else from understanding the elementary realities too. Business, apartheid, and racism. Woman, Professor Chomsky. One issue where I've noticed that activists get kind of a good press in the United States, and it seems out of sync with what we usually see, is coverage of people protesting South African apartheid official system of racial segregation and white supremacy, the legal basis for which was largely repealed in 1990–91. I'm wondering if you have any ideas why coverage of that might be a bit more positive. I think you're right, anti-apartheid movements in the United States do get a pretty good press, so when some mayor or something demonstrates against South Africa, there's usually kind of a favorable report on it. And I think the main reason is that Western corporations themselves are basically anti-apartheid by this point, so that's going to tend to be reflected in the media coverage. See, South Africa has been going through an internal economic transformation, from a society based on extractive industry to one based on industrial production, and that transformation has changed the nature of international interests in South Africa. As long as South Africa was primarily a society whose wealth was based on extracting diamonds, gold, uranium, and so on, what you needed were large numbers of slaves, basically people who would go down into the mines and work for a couple years, then die and be replaced by others. So you needed an illiterate, subdued population of workers, with families getting just enough income to produce more slaves, but not much more than that. Then either you sent them down into the mines, or you turned them into mercenaries in the army and so on to help control the others. That was traditional South Africa. But as South Africa changes to an industrial society, those needs also are beginning to change. Now you don't need slaves primarily, what you need is a docile, partially educated workforce. Something similar happened in the United States during our Industrial Revolution, actually. Mass public education first was introduced in the United States in the 19th century as a way of training the largely rural workforce here for industry. In fact, the general population in the United States largely was opposed to public education, because it meant taking kids off the farms where they belonged and where they worked with their families, and forcing them into the setting in which they were basically being trained to become industrial workers. Point 51. That was part of the whole transformation of American society in the 19th century, and that transformation now is taking place for the black population in South Africa, which means for about 85% of the people there. So the white South African elites, and international investors generally, now need a workforce that is trained for industry, not just slaves for the mines. And that means they need people who can follow instructions, and read diagrams, and be managers and foremen, things like that. So slavery just is not the right system for the country anymore. They need to move towards something more like what we have in the United States. And it's pretty much for that reason that the West has become anti-apartheid, and that the media will therefore tend to give anti-apartheid movements a decent press. I mean, usually political demonstrations get very negative reporting in the United States, no matter what they're for, because they show people they can do things, that they don't just have to be passive and isolated. And you're not supposed to have that lesson, you're supposed to think that you're powerless and can't do anything. So any kind of public protest typically won't be covered here, except maybe locally, and usually it will get very negative reporting. When it's protest against the policies of a favored US ally, it always will. But in the case of South Africa, the reporting is quite supportive. So if people go into corporate shareholder meetings or something and make a fuss about disinvestment, withdrawing investments from South Africa to pressure its government, generally they'll get a favorable press these days. Of course, it's not that what they're doing is wrong, what they're doing is right. But they should understand that the reason they're getting a reasonably favorable press right now is that, by this point, business regards them as its troops. Corporate executives don't really want apartheid in South Africa anymore. It's like the reason that business was willing to support the civil rights movement in the United States. American business had no use for Southern apartheid, in fact it was bad for business. See, capitalism is not fundamentally racist. It can exploit racism for its purposes, but racism isn't built into it. Capitalism basically wants people to be interchangeable cogs, and differences among them, such as on the basis of race, usually are not functional. I mean, they may be functional for a period, like if you want a super exploited workforce or something, but those situations are kind of anomalous. Over the long term, you can expect capitalism to be anti-racist just because it's anti-human. And race is in fact a human characteristic. There's no reason why it should be a negative characteristic, but it is a human characteristic. So therefore identifications based on race interfere with the basic ideal that people should be available just as consumers and producers, interchangeable cogs who will purchase all of the junk that's produced. That's their ultimate function, and any other properties they might have are kind of irrelevant, and usually a nuisance. So in this respect, I think you can expect that anti-apartheid moves will be reasonably well supported by the mainstream institutions in the United States. And over the long term, I suspect that apartheid in South Africa will break down just for functional reasons. Of course, it's going to be really rough, because white privilege in South Africa is extreme, and the situation of blacks is grotesque. But over time, I assume that the apartheid system will erode, and I think we should press very hard to make that happen. Like, one doesn't turn against the civil rights movement because you realize that business interests are in favor of it. That's kind of not the point. Winning the Vietnam War. Woman, Mr. Chomsky, what's really going on in Vietnam? Is it just the horrible dictatorship it's portrayed to be, and do you see any prospects at all for social or economic recovery there? Well, Vietnam's a pretty tight and autocratic place, but it was obvious that it was going to be that way. Don't forget, what we did to that country practically wiped it out. You have to bear in mind what happened there. Nobody here cares, so nobody studies it carefully, but over the course of the Indochina Wars the number of people killed was maybe 4 million or more. Indochina was the French colony comprising the area of Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. The United States attacked each of those countries in the 1960s and 70s. Tens of millions of others were displaced from their homes. Large parts of the country were simply destroyed. There are still thousands and thousands of deaths every year because of our use of chemical weapons. Children are born with birth defects, and cancers, and tumors, deformities. I mean, Vietnam suffered the kind of fate there's nothing to compare to in European history back to the Black Plague. It'll be a century before they can recover, if then. 52. In fact, by about 1970, my own view, and I wrote this at the time, was that either nothing in the region would survive, which was a possibility, or else the only thing that would survive would be North Vietnam, which is a harsh, orthodox Marxist-Leninist regime. And the reason why only North Vietnam would have survived is because under conditions of tremendous violence, the only thing that survives is the toughest EOPL. 53. See, libertarian structures are not very resilient, they can easily be wiped out by violence, whereas tough authoritarian structures can often survive that violence. In fact, one of the effects of violence is to magnify the power of authoritarian groups. For example, suppose we came under physical attack here, suppose a bunch of gangsters came and wanted to kill us, and we had to find a way to survive. I suspect that what we would do, at least what I would do, is to look for whoever around here is the toughest bastard, and put them in charge because they'd be the most likely to help us survive. That's what you do if you want to survive a hostile attack. You subject yourself to power and authority, and to people who know how to fight. That's in fact the result of a hostile attack. The ones left in command at the end are the elements who were capable of surviving, and usually they survived because they're very violent. Well, our attack on Vietnam was extraordinarily violent, and the more constructive National Liberation Front in South Vietnam just couldn't survive it, but the tough authoritarian regime of the North could, so it took over. And because the pressures on them have never let up since the war, if there ever were any possibilities for recovery afterwards, the United States has ensured that Vietnam could never do anything with them. Because U.S. policy since the war has been to make Vietnam suffer as much as possible, and to keep them isolated from the rest of the world, it's what's called bleeding Vietnam. 54. The Chinese leadership is much more frank about it than we are. For example, Deng Xiaoping, China's dominant political figure until the 1990s, says straight out that the reason for supporting Pol Pot in Cambodia is that he's Vietnam's enemy, and he'll help us make Vietnam suffer as much as possible. We're not quite as open about it, but we take basically the same position, and for only slightly different reasons. China wants Vietnam to suffer because they're an ideological competitor, and they don't like having an independent state like that on their border. The United States wants them to suffer because we're trying to increase the difficulty of economic reconstruction in Southeast Asia, so we'll support Pol Pot through allies like China and Thailand, in order to bleed Vietnam more effectively. 55. Pol Pot was the Cambodian Khmer Rouge Party leader responsible for a mass slaughter in that country in the mid-1970s. I mean, remember what the Vietnam War was fought for, after all. The Vietnam War was fought to prevent Vietnam from becoming a successful model of economic and social development for the Third World. And we don't want to lose the war. Washington doesn't want to lose the war. So far we've won. Vietnam is no model for development, it's a model for destruction. But if the Vietnamese could ever pull themselves together somehow, Vietnam could again become such a model, and that's no good. We always have to prevent that. Point 56. The extent of the sadism on this is extraordinary, in fact. For example, India tried to send 100 buffalo to Vietnam, because the buffalo herds there had been virtually wiped out. Vietnam's a peasant society, remember, so buffalo mean tractors, fertilizer, and so on. The United States threatened to cut off food for peace aid to India if they did it. We tried to block Mennonites from sending wheat to Vietnam. We've effectively cut off all foreign aid to them over the past 20 years, by pressuring other countries not to give them anything. Point 57. And the only purpose of all these things has been to make Vietnam suffer as much as possible, and to prevent them from ever developing, and they've just been unable to deal with it. Whatever minuscule hopes they might have had have been eliminated, because they've made error after error in terms of economic reconstruction. I mean, in the last couple years, they've tried to fool around with liberalizing markets to attract foreign investors and so on, but it's pretty hard to envision any positive scenario for them. Look, to try to deal with economic problems in general is not so simple. The United States is doing a rotten job of it, with all the advantages in the world. And to deal with problems of economic reconstruction under conditions of total devastation, and lack of resources, and imposed isolation from the world, that's very, very hard. I mean, economic development in the West was a very brutal process, and that was under pretty good conditions. For example, the American colonies in the 18th century were objectively better off than most third world countries today. That's in absolute terms, not relative terms, meaning you had to work less to feed yourself, things like that. Point 58. And economic development here still was very brutal, even with those enormous advantages. And remember, that was with all of the resources in the world still around to be robbed. Nobody has that anymore, they've all been robbed already. So there are just real, qualitative differences in the problems of third world development today, and the Vietnamese have problems far beyond that, problems they simply cannot overcome at this point, as far as I can see. Editor's note: official U.S. relations with Vietnam changed in February 1994, as American businesses pressured the government to allow them to join foreign-based corporations that were violating the embargo and making profits off Vietnam. Point 59. Genocide, the United States and Pol Pot. Man, you said that we support Pol Pot in Cambodia through our allies. Isn't there a chance that there could be another genocide there if the Khmer Rouge gets back in power? I'm terrified of that possibility. Yeah, it's dangerous. What will happen there depends on whether the West continues to support them. Man, but we may be heading for another genocide. Well, look, the business about genocide you've got to be a little careful about. Pol Pot was obviously a major mass murderer, but it's not clear that Pol Pot killed very many more people, or even more people than the United States killed in Cambodia in the first half of the 1970s. We only talk about genocide when other people do the killing. The US bombed and invaded Cambodia beginning in 1969, and supported anti-parliamentary right-wing forces in a civil war there which lasted until 1975. Pol Pot ruled the country between 1975 and 78. So there's a lot of uncertainty about just what the scale was of the Pol Pot massacre, but the best scholarly work in existence today estimates the deaths in Cambodia from all causes during the Pol Pot period in the hundreds of thousands, maybe as much as 1 million. 60. Well, just take a look at the killing in Cambodia that happened in the first half of the decade from 1970 to 1975, which is the period that we're responsible for. It was also in the hundreds of thousands. 61. Furthermore, if you really want to be serious about it, let's say 1 million people died in the Pol Pot years. Let's take a higher number. It's worth bearing in mind that when the United States stopped its attacks on Inner Cambodia in 1975, American and other Western officials predicted that in the aftermath, about 1 million more Cambodians would die just from the effects of the American War. 62 At the time that the United States withdrew from Cambodia, people were dying from starvation in the city of Phnom Penh alone. Forget the rest of the country at the rate of 100,000 a year. 63 The last USAID Agency for International Development mission in Cambodia predicted that there would have to be 2 years of slave labor and starvation before the country could even begin to get moving again. 64 So while the number of deaths you should attribute to the United States during the Pol Pot period isn't a simple calculation to make, obviously it's a lot when you wipe out a country's agricultural system and drive 1 million people out of their homes and into a city as refugees. Yeah, a lot of people are going to die. And the responsibility for their deaths is not with the regime that took over afterwards, it's with the people who made it that way. And in fact, there's an even more subtle point to be made, but not an insignificant one. That is, why did Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge carry out their massacre in the first place? Well, there's pretty good evidence that the Khmer Rouge forces took power primarily because they were the only ones who were tough enough bastards to survive the US attacks. And given the destructive psychological effects of the American bombings on the peasant population there, some sort of violent outpouring was fairly predictable, and there was a big element of just plain peasant revenge in what happened. 65 So the US bombings hit a real peak of ferocity in around 1973, and that's the same period in which the Pol Pot group started gaining power. The American bombardment was certainly a significant factor, possibly the critical factor, in building up peasant support for the Khmer Rouge in the first place. Before that, they had been a pretty marginal element. Okay, if we were honest about the term genocide, we would divide up the deaths in the Pol Pot period into a major part which is our responsibility, which is the responsibility of the United States. Heroes and anti-heroes. Man, noam, I have to say, I'm getting a little depressed by all of this negative information. We need it, there's no question about it, but we also need a certain degree of empowerment. So let me just ask you, who are your heroes? Well, let me first just make a remark about the empowerment point, which comes up again and again. I never know exactly how to respond to it because it's just the wrong question. The point is, there are lots of opportunities to do things, and if people do something with them, changes will happen. No matter how you look at it, it seems to me that's always what it comes down to. Man, well, I guess I'm asking about your heroes so that you'll be a little bit more specific about some of these opportunities. For example, who do you really admire when it comes to activism? Well, my heroes are people who were working with SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, a civil rights movement organization in the South. People who day after day faced very harsh conditions and suffered badly, some of them were even killed. They'll never enter into history, but I knew some of them, I saw some of them. They're heroes. Draft resistors during the Vietnam War I think are heroes. Plenty of people in the Third World are heroes. If you ever have the chance to go to a place where people are really struggling like the West Bank, Nicaragua, Laos, there's an awful lot of heroism, just an awful lot of heroism. Among sort of middle-class organizers, there are 3 or 4 people I know who would get the Nobel Peace Prize if it meant anything, which of course it doesn't. In fact, it's kind of an insult to get it. Take a look at who it goes to. 66 If you look around, there are people like that. If you want heroes, you can find them. You're not going to find them among anybody whose name is mentioned in the newspapers. If they're there, you know probably they're not heroes, they're anti-heroes. I mean, there are plenty of people who, when some popular movement gets going, are willing to stand up and say, "I'm your leader." The Eugene McCarthy phenomenon. Eugene McCarthy, a contender for the Democratic Party presidential nomination in 1968, is a perfect example of it. I remember John Kenneth Galbraith, American economist, once saying, "McCarthy's the real hero of the Vietnam War opposition, and American liberalism always writes about him as a great hero." 67 Well, if you take a look at McCarthy's history, you can understand why. During the hard years of building up the anti-war movement, nobody ever heard of Eugene McCarthy. There were some people in Congress involved in opposing the war, but it wasn't McCarthy. In fact, it wasn't even McGovern. If you want to know the truth, it was Wayne Morse, Ernest Gruning, Gaylord Nelson, maybe a couple of others, but certainly not McCarthy. In fact, you never even heard of Eugene McCarthy until around the time of the Tet Offensive in January 1968. Around the time of the Tet Offensive, corporate America turned against the war. There was a huge mass popular movement out there, and Eugene McCarthy figured that he could get some personal power out of it, so he announced himself as your leader. He didn't really say anything. If you look back, you don't even know which side he was on, if you read the words, but somehow he managed to put across the impression that he was this big anti-war leader. He won the New Hampshire primary in '68 and went to the Democratic National Convention. At the Democratic Convention, lots and lots of young people showed up to work on his campaign, Clean for Gene and so on, and they got battered bloody by the Chicago police in a police riot with anti-war demonstrators. McCarthy didn't bat an eyelash. He never even came down to talk to them. He didn't win at the 1968 convention, so he disappeared. He had a lot of prestige at that point, totally undeserved, but he had a lot of prestige as the self-elected spokesman of the anti-war movement, and if he'd cared even marginally about anything he was saying, he would have used that undeserved status to work against the war. But he quit. The power game was over. It was more fun to write poetry and talk about baseball, so that's what he did. And that's why he's a liberal hero, because he's a total fraud. I mean, you couldn't have a more clear example of a total fraud. Well, those are the kind of heroes that the culture is going to set up for you, the kind who show up when there are points to be gotten and power to be gotten, and who try to exploit popular movements for their own personal power trips, and therefore marginalize the popular movements. Then if things don't work out for them, they go on and do something else. That's a hero. Or after you get shot, after you're killed, like Martin Luther King, then you can become a hero, but not while you're alive. Remember, despite all of the mythology today, Martin Luther King was strongly opposed while he was alive. The Kennedy administration really disliked him. They tried to block him in every possible way. I mean, eventually the civil rights movement became powerful enough that they had to pretend that they liked him, so there was sort of a period of popularity for King when he was seen to be focusing on extremely narrow issues, like racist sheriffs in the South and so on. But as soon as he turned to broader issues, whether it was the Vietnam War, or planning the Poor People's Campaign, a 1968 encampment and protest march on Washington, or other things like that, he became a total pariah, and was actively opposed. 68. I.F. Stone is another case like that. I.F. Stone is a great hero of the press they all talk about. Boy, if we only had more people like Izzy Stone and so on. But if you take a look at the actual record, it's kind of revealing. I did it once. Up until 1971, Izzy Stone was a total outcast. His name wasn't even mentioned, and the reason is, he was publishing his radical news weekly, I.F. Stone's Weekly. There were a lot of journalists ripping it off, but this guy was a communist, so you don't ever want to mention him. Then in 1971, he couldn't continue putting out the weekly anymore because he and his wife were getting too old, so they stopped publishing it, and within a year he won the George Polk Award. There were films being made about him. He was being hailed everywhere as the great maverick reporter who proved what a terrific press we had, if only we had more people like him, and so on. Everybody just plays along with the farce. Everybody plays along. Anti-intellectualism. Woman, noam, I've noticed that in general there's a strong strain of anti-intellectualism in American society. When you say there's anti-intellectualism, what exactly does that mean? Does it mean people think Henry Kissinger shouldn't be allowed to be National Security Advisor? Woman, well, I feel there's a sense in which you're looked down on if you deal with ideas. Like, I'll go back and tell the people I work with that I spent the whole weekend listening to someone talk about foreign policy, and they won't look at that in a positive way. Yeah, because you should have been out making money, or watching sports or something. But see, I don't call that anti-intellectual. That's just being depoliticized. What's especially intellectual about being concerned with the world? If we had functioning labor unions, the working class would be concerned with the world. In fact, they are in many places. Salvadoran peasants are concerned with the world, they're not intellectuals. These are funny words, actually. I mean, the way it's used, being an intellectual has virtually nothing to do with working with your mind, those are two different things. My suspicion is that plenty of people in the crafts, auto mechanics, and so on, probably do as much or more intellectual work as plenty of people in universities. There are big areas in academia where what's called scholarly work is just clerical work, and I don't think clerical work's more challenging mentally than fixing an automobile engine. In fact, I think the opposite. I can do clerical work, I can never figure out how to fix an automobile engine. So if by intellectual you mean people who are using their minds, then it's all over the society. If by intellectual you mean people who are a special class who are in the business of imposing thoughts, and framing ideas for people in power, and telling everyone what they should believe, and so on, well, yeah, that's different. Those people are called intellectuals, but they're really more a kind of secular priesthood, whose task is to uphold the doctrinal truths of the society. And the population should be anti-intellectual in that respect. I think that's a healthy reaction. In fact, if you compare the United States with France or with most of Europe, for that matter, I think one of the healthy things about the United States is precisely this: there's very little respect for intellectuals as such. And there shouldn't be. What's there to respect? I mean, in France, if you're part of the intellectual elite and you cough, there's a front-page story in Le Monde. That's one of the reasons why French intellectual culture is so farcical. It's like Hollywood. You're in front of the television cameras all the time, and you've got to keep doing something new, so they'll keep focusing on you and not on the guy at the next table, and people don't have ideas that are that good, so they have to come up with crazy stuff, and the intellectuals get all pompous and self-important. So I remember during the Vietnam War, there'd be these big international campaigns to protest the war, and a number of times I was asked to co-sign letters with, say, Jean-Paul Sartre, French philosopher. Well, we'd co-sign some statement, and in France it was front-page news. Here, nobody even mentioned it. And the French thought that was scandalous. I thought it was terrific. Why the hell should anybody mention it? What difference does it make if two guys who happen to have some name recognition got together and signed a statement? Why should that be of any particular interest to anybody? So I think the American reaction is much healthier in this respect. Woman, but I want to point out that you've told us about a number of books this weekend which support some of the contentions you're making. You would not know a lot of these things if you hadn't read that material. That's right, but you see, that's a reflection of privilege, not a reflection of intellectual life. The fact is that if you're at a university, you're very privileged. For one thing, contrary to what a lot of people say, you don't have to work all that hard. And you control your own work. I mean, maybe you decide to work 80 hours a week, but you decide which 80 hours. That makes a tremendous difference. It's one of the few domains where you control your own work. And furthermore, you have a lot of resources. You've got training, you know how to use a library, you see the ads for books so you know which books are probably worth reading, you know there are declassified documents because you learned that in school somewhere, and you know how to find them because you know how to use a reference library. And that collection of skills and privileges gives you access to a lot of information. But it has nothing to do with being intellectual. There are plenty of people in the universities who have all of this stuff, and use all of these things, and they do clerical work. Which is perfectly possible. You can get the declassified documents, and you can copy them, and compare them, and then make a notation about some footnote referring to something else. That's in fact most of the scholarship in these fields. Take a look at the monographs sometime. There's not a thought in people's heads. I think there's less real intellectual work going on in a lot of university departments than there is in trying to figure out what's the matter with my car, which requires some creativity. Woman, okay, Let's accept that the auto mechanic is an intellectual. Then I think on the other side, we also have to accept that those people who deal with books correctly, and aren't the clerical workers, are also intellectuals. Well, if by intellectual you just want to refer to people who use their minds, yeah, okay. But in that sense, I don't think that people are anti-intellectual. For example, if you take your car to a really hotshot mechanic who's the only guy in your town who can ever figure out what's wrong, the guys in the car manufacturing place can never do it, but this guy's just got a real feel for automobiles. He looks at your car, and starts taking it apart. Woman, she, or whatever, you don't look down on that person. Nobody looks down on that person. You admire them. Woman, but people do look down on people who read books. But look, this guy may have read books, maybe he read the manual. Those manuals are not so easy to read, in fact, they're harder to read than most scholarly books, I think. But I'm not trying to disagree, I just think that we should look at the thing a little differently. There's intellectual work, which plenty of people do, then there's what's called intellectual life, which is a special craft which doesn't particularly require thought. In fact, you're probably better off if you don't think too much, and that's what's called being a respected intellectual. And people are right to look down on that, because there's nothing very special about it. It's just a not very interesting craft, not very well done usually. In my own view, it's wrong if a society has these kinds of differentiations. My own early background was in a kind of Jewish working class environment, where the people were not formally educated and they were workers, like somebody could be a shop boy, or a seamstress or something like that, but they were very literate. I would call them intellectuals. They weren't intellectuals in the sense that people usually talk about, but they were very well read, they thought about things, they argued about things. I don't see any reason why that can't be what you do when you're a seamstress. Spectator sports. Woman, could you talk a bit more about the role that sports play in the society in depoliticizing people? It seems to me it's more significant than people usually assume. That's an interesting one. Actually, I don't know all that much about it personally, but just looking at the phenomenon from the outside, it's obvious that professional sports, and non-participation sports generally, play a huge role. I mean, there's no doubt they take up just a tremendous amount of attention. In fact, I have the habit when I'm driving of turning on these radio call-in programs, and it's striking when you listen to the ones about sports. They have these groups of sports reporters, or some kind of experts on a panel, and people call in and have discussions with them. First of all, the audience obviously is devoting an enormous amount of time to it all. But the more striking fact is, the callers have a tremendous amount of expertise, they have detailed knowledge of all kinds of things, they carry on these extremely complex discussions. And strikingly, they're not at all in awe of the experts, which is a little unusual. See, in most parts of the society, you're encouraged to defer to experts, we all do it more than we should. But in this area, people don't seem to do it. They're quite happy to have an argument with the coach of the Boston Celtics, and tell him what he should have done, and enter into big debates with him and so on. So the fact is that in this domain, people somehow feel quite confident, and they know a lot. There's obviously a great deal of intelligence going into it. Actually, it reminds me in some ways of things that you find in non-literate or non-technological cultures, what are called primitive cultures, where, for example, you get extremely elaborate kinship systems. Some anthropologists believe these systems have to do with incest taboos and so on, but that's kind of unlikely, because they're just elaborated way beyond any functional utility. And when you look at the structure of them, they seem like a kind of mathematics. It's as though people want to work out mathematical problems, and if they don't have calculus and arithmetic, they work them out with other structures. And one of the structures everybody has is relationships of kinship, so you work out your elaborate structures around that, and you develop experts and theories and so on. Or another thing you sometimes find in non-literate cultures is developments of the most extraordinary linguistic systems. Often there's tremendous sophistication about language, and people play all sorts of games with language. So there are puberty rites where people who go through the same initiation period develop their own language that's usually some modification of the actual language, but with quite complex mental operations differentiating it then that's theirs for the rest of their lives, and not other people's. And what all these things look like is that people just want to use their intelligence somehow, and if you don't have a lot of technology and so on, you do other things. Well, in our society, we have things that you might use your intelligence on, like politics, but people really can't get involved in them in a very serious way, so what they do is they put their minds into other things, such as sports. You're trained to be obedient, you don't have an interesting job, there's no work around for you that's creative, in the cultural environment you're a passive observer of usually pretty tawdry stuff, political and social life are out of your range, they're in the hands of the rich folk. So what's left? Well, one thing that's left is sports, so you put a lot of the intelligence and the thought and the self-confidence into that. And I suppose that's also one of the basic functions it serves in the society in general, it occupies the population, and keeps them from trying to get involved with things that really matter. In fact, I presume that's part of the reason why spectator sports are supported to the degree they are by the dominant institutions. And spectator sports also have other useful functions too. For one thing, they're a great way to build up chauvinism. You start by developing these totally irrational loyalties early in life, and they translate very nicely to other areas. I mean, I remember very well in high school having a sudden kind of Orlevness, you know, a sudden insight, and asking myself, why do I care if my high school football team wins? I don't know anybody on the team. They don't know me. I wouldn't know what to say to them if I met them. Why do I care? Why do I get all excited if the football team wins and all downcast if it loses? And it's true, you do. You're taught from childhood that you've got to worry about the Philadelphia Phillies, where I was. In fact, there's apparently a psychological phenomenon of lack of self-confidence or something which affected boys of approximately my age who grew up in Philadelphia, because every sports team was always in last place, and it's kind of a blow to your ego when that happens, people are always lording it over you. But the point is, this sense of irrational loyalty to some sort of meaningless community is training for subordination to power, and for chauvinism. And of course, you're looking at gladiators, you're looking at guys who can do things you couldn't possibly do, like, you couldn't pole vault 17 feet, or do all these crazy things these people do. But it's a model that you're supposed to try to emulate. And they're gladiators fighting for your cause, so you've got to cheer them on, and you've got to be happy when the opposing quarterback gets carted off the field a total wreck and so on. All of this stuff builds up extremely antisocial aspects of human psychology. I mean, they're there, there's no doubt that they're there. But they're emphasized and exaggerated and brought out by spectator sports, irrational competition, irrational loyalty to power systems, passive acquiescence to quite awful values, really. In fact, it's hard to imagine anything that contributes more fundamentally to authoritarian attitudes than this does, in addition to the fact that it just engages a lot of intelligence and keeps people away from other things. So if you look at the whole phenomenon, it seems to me that it plays quite a substantial social role. I don't think it's the only thing that has this kind of effect. Soap operas, for example, do it in another domain. They teach people other kinds of passivity and absurdity. As a matter of fact, if you really want to do a serious media critique right across the board, these are the types of things which occupy most of the media. After all, most of it isn't shaping the news about El Salvador for politically articulate people, it's diverting the general population from things that really matter. So this is one respect in which the work that Ed Herman and I have done on the media is really defective. We don't talk about it much. But this stuff is a major part of the whole indoctrination and propaganda system, and it's worth examining more closely. There are people who've written about it, Neil Postman and others. I just don't feel enough acquaintance with it to say more. 69. Western European activism and Canada. Man, Professor Chomsky, I'm wondering whether there are any lessons about activism that you think we should learn from Western Europe. They seem to be very far ahead of us in terms of political organizing and strategies. No, I don't agree. We're always looking for a savior somewhere, and there isn't any. I mean, there are a lot of things that have developed in the United States which have not developed in Western Europe, and the popular movements here are much healthier in many respects than the European ones. Theirs are very ideology ridden. They've got texts, and theories, and all kinds of stuff that we don't have, which we're lucky we don't have. There's really been a lot of very successful organizing here over the years. Man, but there are mass demonstrations there. Yeah, but we've had mass demonstrations too. We just had one in Washington a couple days ago in support of abortion rights. We know how to do that stuff. It's not very hard. I mean, there are no big secrets about any of this. There are very few lessons to transmit, so far as I know. Look, people have been involved in very successful organizing in the United States, the civil rights movement, the anti-war movement, the ecological movement, the feminist movement. All of these things have been very successful developments. Man, what about all the West European social welfare policies, though? It's true, they have a lot of social welfare programs we don't have, but that's true of Canada too. You don't even have to go all the way to Europe. For instance, they have a functioning public health insurance program in Canada, which we don't have here in the United States. But see, that has to do with the extreme power of private capital here, and with the fact that the capitalist class in the United States is extraordinarily class conscious, while the working class is very diffuse and weak. So the result is, we don't have a lot of things that by now are pretty much taken for granted in every other industrial country. We have more homeless and less health. Now, you can look at the specific historical particularities in the United States that have made it that way, and that's worth doing, but really it's not a big secret how to go about getting those kinds of programs. And if you want to understand what a reasonably rational national health care program would look like, you don't have to go very far. There's a good start, at least, right across the border. Man, why does Canada have programs like that, though? Well, there you have to look at the history. You have to ask, how has the history of Canada been different from the history of the United States? And there have been a lot of differences. For instance, one difference had to do with the American Revolution. In the American Revolution, a large number of people fled to Canada, lots in fact. And a lot of them fled because they didn't like the doctrinaire, kind of fanatic environment that took hold in the colonies. The percentage of colonists who fled in the American Revolution was actually about 4%, it was probably higher than the percentage of Vietnamese who fled Vietnam after the Vietnam War. And remember, they were fleeing from one of the richest places in the world. These were boat people who fled in terror from Boston Harbor in the middle of winter to Nova Scotia, where they died in the snow trying to get away from all of these crazies here. The numbers are supposed to have been in the neighborhood of maybe 100,000 out of a total population of about 2.5 million, so it was a substantial part of the population. And among them were people from groups who knew they were going to get it in the neck if the colonists won. Blacks and Native Americans, for example, 0.70, and they were right. In the case of the Native Americans, it was genocide. In the case of blacks, it was slavery. And actually, that wasn't the only big migration to Canada which contributed to some of the differences. There was also another major one around the turn of the century, coming out of the American Midwest after the populist movement collapsed. The populists were a political movement that formed out of agrarian protest in the 1880s and broke apart after 1896. The populists were the last gasp of large-scale popular democratic politics in the United States, and they were mainly centered in the Midwest, radical Kansas farmers and that sort of thing. And when they were finally defeated and the Populist Party dissolved, a lot of them just left. I don't know the numbers in this case, but a fair number of them went to Canada, and in fact they became part of the basis for the Canadian Social Democratic movement which developed after that, and was responsible for pushing through a lot of the social welfare programs in Canada. 71. Apart from that, there are a lot of other things that have made Canada different. For instance, the United States has always been a much more advanced capitalist country. By far corporations in the modern sense were an American invention, and ever since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, corporate America has always been much more powerful than its Canadian counterpart. This was a much richer country. We kept trying to invade Canada. Canada's much more sparsely settled and much less populous than the United States. It was part of the British Empire. They have the French-English split, with Quebec there, and so on. So there are a lot of historical and other differences between the two of them, and I think it's a good question to look into in more detail. But the fact is, there are advantages and disadvantages to the two countries. A lot of things have been won in the United States that are good, and are a model for other places, and as far as organizing is concerned, it's the kind of thing you can do relatively freely here, free of the fear of very much direct state repression. So there are things you can learn everywhere. You can learn things from Nicaragua, you can learn things from Vietnam, you can learn things from Western Europe, and you can learn things from Canada. But if you want to go somewhere for salvation, you're not going to find it. Dispelling illusions. Woman, noam, in general, how would you say ordinary people should go about trying to dispel their illusions about the world? What's the best way to start? Well, you don't sit in your room somewhere and dispel illusions. Very few people are capable of doing that. I mean, some people are capable of doing it, but most aren't. Usually you find out what you think by interaction with people, otherwise you don't know what you think. You just hear something, and maybe you accept it, or you don't pay any attention to it, or something like that. You learn about things because you're interested in the topic, and when it's the social world, your interest in it often ought to involve, at least trying to change it. It's in that context that you learn. And you learn by trying out ideas, and hearing reactions to them, and hearing what other people have to say about the topic, and formulating programs, and trying to pursue them, and seeing where they break down, and getting some experience, and so on and so forth. So dispelling the illusions is just a part of organizing and acting. It's not something that you do in a seminar, or in your living room. Not that you can't do it there, but it's just a different kind of activity. Like, if you have some illusions about classical Greece, let's say, then you can probably do it in the library, to some extent at least. But if you're trying to dispel illusions about a live, ongoing social process that's changing all the time, and that you only get to see little pieces of, that's really not the way to do it. You do it through interactions with other people, and by functioning in some kind of community of concern, and of commitment, and of activism. Man, if I were to hold a meeting in my community and invite someone to speak about the kinds of things we've been discussing this weekend, though, I'd probably get a very small turnout. Yeah, that's okay. Look, the peace movement in the 60s became a huge mass movement, with tens of millions of people involved. It began with people doing just what you said, inviting somebody to come and talk in their living rooms. I mean, I remember it, because I did that for a couple of years. The world has just changed tremendously since then. Now I'm booked up 2 or more years in advance. I get huge audiences, sophisticated audiences, people who've thought about things, they're active, I learn from them. It's not long ago that I was getting invited to somebody's living room to talk to 2 or 3 neighbors who were ready to lynch me, or to some church where there'd be 4 people, including some guy who sort of wandered in because he didn't know what to do, and 2 people who wanted to kill you, and the organizer. That's not long ago, that's 1964. And when you're talking about other issues, like large-scale social change, well, it's still like 1964 in that respect. But things can change, and sometimes they change very fast. Take the civil rights movement in the United States. Over a 10-year period, it was just a sea change. Or take the feminist movement, which a lot of you are involved in. The changes came very fast. It went from being virtually nothing, a little nitpicking about activist groups having the women licking the stamps, and within a couple years it was a major movement, swept the country. When the time is right, things happen fast. They don't happen without any basis. Things have to have been happening for a long period. But then they can crystallize at the right time, and often become very significant. Woman, although I do a lot of political work in my community, and after a while it does begin to feel like preaching to the converted. It's very frustrating. It sure is. Activism is very frustrating. But you also do get achievements. You bring a couple people in, and they begin to do things, and sooner or later it can lead to very large-scale change. We know that. I mean, the old American Communist Party, make any criticisms you want about it, Stalinist, anything else. The fact is, there were some very strong things about it. One thing is, there were a lot of people who were just committed. They were going to show up when you needed somebody to turn the mimeograph machine, because they were committed that that's the way to get somewhere. And they were willing to work. They were going to work for changes with other people in their communities, whose lives they wanted to improve and help. And don't forget, they were the people who were fighting for civil rights in the days when it was no joke, when it wasn't a matter of going down to Selma on a big march, it was a matter of being alone in the South in places where you could very easily get killed. That was mostly the American Communist Party. Everybody who dumps on the Communist Party might remember these things. And also, don't forget, a lot of the destruction that you see in the world happens because people are constantly organizing and advancing and progressing, and taking things over, and struggling against their oppression. I mean, the fact that all of these atrocities have been going on in Central America in the 1980s is a sign of progress, you know. Up until around the late 1970s, nobody here even commented on Central America. Why? Because it was all under control, it was pure atrocities, nobody was fighting back, so therefore no one here even paid attention to it. It only became an issue in the 1980s because there was a great deal of very successful organizing there. They did overthrow the Somoza regime in Nicaragua, there were huge peasant unions being formed for the first time in El Salvador and Guatemala, there was just a lot of extremely effective organizing taking place. So then the death squads came, and the US trainers came, and people like you and me had to pay our taxes to have those people murdered. But they still have not yet eradicated it. Despite all the terror in Guatemala, you could even call it something like genocide. The working class unions are reconstituting, they're still there. And crucially, in the 1980s that activism induced a solidarity movement in the United States which has interacted very constructively with the people there. That's an extremely important change, a dramatic change. So when we talk about what governments are up to, of course everything looks bleak. But look around, there are all kinds of other things happening, and that's what you do. 4. Colloquy. Based primarily on discussions at Fort Collins, Colorado, April 10, 1990. The Totalitarian Strain. Man, there's been a plethora of books recently by dissidents critiquing the media, yours and Ed Herman's, and Ben Bagdikian's, Michael Parenti's, Mark Hertzgeerd's, but as I heard Alexander Coburn say a couple days ago, it's still one nation under Time/Warner. There's all of this literature that's available, but there really hasn't been much of a dent in the structure. Point 1. Where would there be a dent? Suppose you had 1,000 books, would that change the fact that Time and Warner Communications can form a conglomerate? All of this literature is not tied up with any form, I mean, not 5 people of social organization that is trying to undermine the corporate structure of the media. This work all is just an effort to educate people so they're better able to protect themselves from the propaganda system. And there, I think there has been an effect. A lot of people are attuned to propaganda in a way they weren't before. But none of this can be conceived of as an attempt to change the corporate structure directly. There isn't even a proposal about that in any one of these books. Take Ben Bagdikian's book, or the first chapter of Ed's and my book. They don't suggest how we might change corporate capitalism, that's a completely different topic. They just say, as long as you have corporate capitalism, here's what the media are going to look like. Woman, are you going to do an article on what happened in Central America recently, the Nicaraguan elections of 1990, in which the Sandinista party lost to the U.S. supported candidate, Violeta Chamorro? I am not on the elections themselves, on the U.S. reaction to the elections. To Nicaragua's for them to write about, I write about the United States. But the reaction of the media here was pretty astonishing. The most remarkable feature was the unanimity. I mean, there was an absolutely unanimous reaction across the entire mainstream spectrum, from Anthony Lewis and Mary McGrory over to George Will and whatever other right-wing lunatic there is. In fact, about the only difference between the so-called liberals and conservatives was that the liberals pointed to the fact that the Nicaraguan people essentially voted with a gun to their heads and then said, the election was free and fair, uncooked, a miracle of democracy, whereas the conservatives didn't bother saying the people voted with a gun to their heads, they just said it was a miracle of democracy. Point 3. Some of it was comical. For instance, the New York Times had a column by David Shipler, a liberal journalist, which said, yeah, the embargo's killing them, the Contras are killing them, they know we're going to continue the embargo unless they vote for our candidate. Headline, Victory for U.S. Fair Play. For the Boston Globe, which is a very liberal newspaper, it's the outer limit in the mainstream, had a headline, Rallying to Chamorro. The theme was, okay, now all the people who love Nicaraguans, like we've all done all these years, must rally to Chamorro. Point 5. Well, say it was 1964, after Goldwater lost the presidential race here 2-1. Can you imagine anybody saying, okay, now every Goldwater voter must rally to Johnson? That's straight out of Stalinist Russia. You don't rally to the leader in a democracy, you do whatever you feel like doing. But the idea that you've got to rally behind der Führer is quite acceptable in the American liberal press. In fact, it's interesting that the media themselves even recognized the unanimity. So for example, the New York Times had an article by Elaine Ciolino surveying the U.S. reaction, and the headline was, Americans United in Joy, but Divided over Policy 6. And the division over policy turns out to be the question, who gets credit for having achieved this magnificent result? See, that's where you get a liberal/conservative split. Did the Contras help or hurt? Is it better to do it the way it's done in El Salvador, leave women hanging from trees with their skin flayed off and bleeding to death, leave thousands of corpses beheaded by the roadside so that everybody else will get the point? Or should you do what Senator Alan Cranston suggested in 1986, to pick a dove, let them fester in their own juices, through economic strangulation and other means? 7. Well, the fact is, the right wing wins on that one, the Contras obviously helped. But the idea that everyone was united in joy over the result, that was considered perfectly legitimate. In other words, we're straight totalitarians, everyone is united, we all march on command, there isn't one word of dissidence tolerated. Phrases like united in joy are the kinds of things you might see in the North Korean press, maybe. But it's interesting, American elites pride themselves on being dedicated totalitarians. They think that's the way we ought to be. We ought to be the worst totalitarian culture in the world, in which everyone agrees. Look, anyone can see, a 10-year-old could see, that an election carried out under conditions where a monstrous superpower is saying, vote for our candidate or starve to death, is obviously not free. I mean, if some unimaginable superpower were to threaten us, saying, we're going to reduce you to the level of Ethiopia unless you vote for our candidate, and then people here voted for their candidate, you'd have to be some kind of crazy Nazi or something to say that it was a free election. But in the United States, everyone says it, we're all united in joy. That's an interesting fact about the United States. Actually what it shows is how deeply totalitarian the culture really is. In fact, it would be very hard to mimic this even in a well-run totalitarian state, but here it passes without anybody even noticing it, because it's all so deeply ingrained. In any country that had even a memory of what democracy means, if you saw that everyone was united in joy, the article would say, there's something really wrong with this country. Nobody can be united in joy over anything. Pick the topic. It just can't be that people are united in joy about it unless it's Albania, then yeah, sure, you've got the guns pointed at you, you're united in joy. But in the United States, nobody even sees that there's anything odd about it. Woman, there was a breakthrough, though the Wall Street Journal on its front page ran an article written by a man from The Nation, a left-leaning magazine, saying that we ought to be ashamed of what happened in Nicaragua. That wasn't on the front page, that was on the op-ed page, and that was Alex Coburn, who's the Wall Street Journal's once-a-month gesture to some other voice. Sure, I mean, when I say the unity was 100%, I know of precisely 2 exceptions in the mainstream press in the United States. Obviously I haven't read everything in the mainstream press, but I've looked at quite a lot, and I've been in touch with people all around the country who've been looking, and I found only 2 exceptions. One was Alex Coburn in the Wall Street Journal, and the other was an editor I know at the Boston Globe, Randolph Ryan, who managed to put something about this in an editorial. Point 8. So the 2 of them were able to say what any 8-year-old would see right off, and as far as I know, that's it for the American press. As a matter of fact, it was the same in the coverage before the elections. I, and probably you, and a lot of other people were following the media very closely just to see if there would be one phrase, just a phrase, anywhere in the mainstream media, that said that a Sandinista party victory might be the best thing for Nicaragua. I haven't found a phrase. I mean, even journalists who believe it couldn't say it. Now, obviously the issue is contentious. It was contentious in Nicaragua, but here it's not. Here you have to have 100% unanimity. Furthermore, it was also assumed automatically, across the board, that Chamorro was the Democratic candidate, and nobody ever gave you a reason why she was the Democratic candidate. I mean, what are her Democratic credentials? That's not anything you even have to argue in the United States. Washington says she's the Democratic candidate, and American business says she's the Democratic candidate, so that settles it for American intellectuals. There are no further questions to ask. And the interesting thing is, again, nobody even sees that there's anything odd about this. Like, nobody writes an op-ed saying, "Isn't it strange? Just because Washington and the business community tell us she's the Democratic candidate, does that mean that we have to repeat it and not look for some reason, find out what her Democratic credentials are?" It wouldn't occur to anybody. The intellectual community in the United States is so disciplined they simply don't ask those questions. A Lithuania hypothetical. Man, Dr. Chomsky, I just want to ask a question on this topic. Daniel Ortega, Nicaraguan president, Sandinista party was in power for how long? A decade? Yes. Man, and yet he lost the election. Why and yet? Man, well, he had control of that country for 10 years. What does it mean, he had control of it? Man, he controlled the press. He did not. In fact, Nicaragua is the only country I know of in history that allowed a major opposition press, La Prensa, to operate while it was being attacked, a press which was calling for the overthrow of the government by violence, which was identifying with the foreign-run mercenary army attacking the country, and which was funded, partly openly and partly covertly, though everybody knew, by the foreign power attacking the country, i.e. the US. That's never happened before in history. The United States would never tolerate anything like that for 1 second. Furthermore, and quite apart from that, large parts of Nicaragua were flooded, and in fact dominated, by US propaganda. Remember, there are large areas of Nicaragua where what people know is what they hear over the radio, and the United States ran major radio and television stations in Honduras and Costa Rica which dominated the information flow in large sectors of the Nicaraguan countryside. Point 9. In fact, the level of freedom of the press in Nicaragua in the last 10 years just broke new libertarian standards. There's never been anything even remotely comparable to it in history. Try to find a case. Man, but given 10 years in power, it seemed rather remarkable that Ortega wasn't able to hold on to that mandate. Really? Well, let me ask you how remarkable it is. Suppose the Soviet Union were to play the game the way we do. Lithuania just declared independence, right, in March 1990? Let's suppose that the Soviet Union were capable of doing what we did in Nicaragua. So, it would organize a terrorist army to attack Lithuania, it would train it to attack soft targets, civilian targets, it would try to kill large numbers of health workers, teachers, farmers, and so on. Point 10. Meanwhile, it would impose an embargo. Suppose it were able to do this and block trade, block export and import, it would pressure international institutions to stop providing any assistance. Point 11. Of course, to make the analogy accurate, we'd have to assume that Lithuania begins at a level much lower than what it actually is. Okay, now suppose that after 10 years of this, Lithuania has been reduced to the level of Ethiopia, alright? And suppose that then there's an election, and Moscow says, look, we're going to continue this, all of it, unless you vote for the Communist Party. And now suppose that the Lithuanians do vote for the Communist Party. Would you find that remarkable? Man, I don't think Nicaragua was reduced to the level of Ethiopia. Oh yeah, they were. They were reduced to the level of, well, maybe Haiti. 12. But just answer my question, would you find that remarkable? Man, under those circumstances, I guess I wouldn't. Okay, but then why do you find it remarkable when it happened in Nicaragua? Man, well, I don't have access to all the facts you do. You have every fact I told you, every fact I told you, you knew. Every fact I told you you can find on the front pages of the New York Times. It's just that when you hear the White House announce, we're going to continue with the embargo unless Chamorro wins, you have to be able to think enough so you conclude, well, these people are voting with a gun to their heads. Point 13. If you can't think that far, it doesn't matter what the newspapers say. And the beauty of a really well indoctrinated intellectual class is they can't think that far. They can think that far easily in the case of Lithuania, but they can't think that far in the case of the United States, even though the actual situation is the hypothetical one that I described. So often the information is there, in a sense it's just that it's not there, because people are so indoctrinated that they simply don't see it. Perpetuating brainwashing under freedom. Man, why is it that across the board in the media you can't find examples of people using their brains? You can find them, but typically they're not in the mainstream press. Man, why is that? Because if they have the capacity to think freely and understand these types of things, they're going to be kept out by a very complicated filtering system which actually starts in kindergarten, I think. In fact, the whole educational and professional training system is a very elaborate filter, which just weeds out people who are too independent, and who think for themselves, and who don't know how to be submissive, and so on because they're dysfunctional to the institutions. I mean, it would be highly dysfunctional to have people in the media who could ask questions like this. So by the time you've made it to bureau chief or editor, or you've become a big shot at CBS or something, the chances are that you've just got all this stuff in your bones. You've internalized values that make it clear to you that there are certain things you just don't say, and in fact, you don't even think about them anymore. This was actually discussed years ago in an interesting essay by George Orwell, which happens to be the introduction to Animal Farm. Animal Farm is a satire on Soviet totalitarianism, obviously, and it's a very famous book, everybody reads it. But what people don't usually read is its introduction, which talks about censorship in England, and the main reason people don't read it is because it was censored, nicely, it simply wasn't published with the book. It was finally rediscovered about 30 years later and somebody somewhere published it, and now it's available in some modern editions. But in this essay Orwell said, look, this book is obviously about Stalinist Russia, however it's not all that different in England. And then he described how things work in England. He said, in England there isn't any commissar around who beats you over the head if you say the wrong thing, but nevertheless the results are not all that different. And then he had a 2-line description of how the press works in England, which is pretty accurate, in fact. One of the reasons why the results are similar, he said, is because the press is owned by wealthy men who have strong interests in not having certain things said. The other, which he said is equally pertinent, is that if you're a well-educated person in England, you went to the right prep schools, then to Oxford, and now you're a big shot somewhere, you have simply learned that there are certain things that it is not proper to say. Point 14. And that's a large part of education, in fact, just internalizing the understanding that there are certain things it is not proper to say, and it is not proper to think. And if you don't learn that, typically you'll be weeded out of the institution somewhere along the line. Well, those two factors are very important ones, and there are others, but they go a long way towards explaining the uniformity of ideology in the intellectual culture here. 15. Now, of course, it's not 100%, so you'll get a few people filtering through who will do things differently. Like I say, in this United Enjoy business, I was able to find 2 people in the United States who were not United Enjoy, and were able to say so in the mainstream press. But if the system is really working well, it's not going to do things which undermine itself. In fact, it's a bit like asking, how come Pravda under Stalin didn't have journalists denouncing the Gulag Soviet penal labor camps? Why not? Well, it would have been dysfunctional to the system. I suspect it's not that the journalists in Pravda were lying. I mean, that was a different system. They used the threat of force to silence dissidents, which we don't use much here. But even in the Soviet Union, chances are very strong that if you actually bothered to look, you'd find that most of the journalists actually believed the things they wrote. And that's because people who didn't believe that kind of thing would never have made it onto Pravda in the first place. It's very hard to live with cognitive dissonance. Only a real cynic can believe one thing and say another. So whether it's a totalitarian system or a free system, the people who are most useful to the system of power are the ones who actually believe what they say, and they're the ones who will typically make it through. So take Tom Wicker at the New York Times. When you talk to him about this kind of stuff, he gets very irate and says, "Nobody tells me what to write." And that's perfectly true, nobody tells him what to write, but if he didn't already know what to write, he wouldn't be a columnist for the New York Times. Like, nobody tells Alex Coburn what to write, and therefore he's not a columnist for the New York Times, because he thinks different things. You think the wrong thoughts, you're not in the system. Now, it's interesting that the Wall Street Journal allows this one opening, Alex Coburn. I mean, the opening is so minuscule that it's not even worth discussing, but it so happens that once a month, there is one mainstream journal in the United States which allows a real dissident to write a free and open column. So that means, like, 0.0001% of the coverage is free and independent. And it's in the Wall Street Journal, which doesn't care. For their audience, the New York Times is communist, so here's a guy who's even more communist. And the result of all of this is that it's a very effective system of ideological control, much more effective than Soviet totalitarianism ever was. In fact, if you look at the entire range of media in the Soviet Union that people were actually exposed to, they had much more dissidents in the 1980s than we do, overtly, and people were in fact reading a much broader range of press, listening to foreign broadcasts, and so on, which is pretty much unheard of in the U.S.16. Or just to give one other example, during the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, there was even a newscaster, Vladimir Danchev, who made broadcasts over Moscow radio for 5 successive nights back in 1983, denouncing the Russian invasion of Afghanistan. He actually called it an invasion and calling on the Afghans to resist, before he was finally taken off the air. Point 17. That's unimaginable in the United States. I mean, can you imagine Dan Rather or anybody else getting on the radio and denouncing the US invasion of South Vietnam, and calling on the Vietnamese to resist? That's inconceivable. The United States couldn't have that amount of intellectual freedom. Man, well, I don't know if that's intellectual freedom, for a journalist to say that. Sure it is. It's intellectual freedom when a journalist can understand that 2 + 2 = 4, that's what Orwell was writing about in 1984. Everybody here applauds that book, but nobody is willing to think about what it means. What Winston Smith, the main character, was saying is, if we can still understand that 2 + 2 = 4, they haven't taken everything away. Okay. Well, in the United States, people can't even understand that 2 plus 2 equals 4. Man, couldn't an editorialist say it, though, even if a reporter can't? Have any of them done it, in 30 years? Man, I don't know. Well, I'll tell you, nobody has, I've checked, actually. 18. Woman, you make it sound so uniform, though, like there's only 1 or 2 people in the entire US media who aren't dishonest or blindly serving power. Well, that's really not my point. Obviously, in any complex institution, there are going to be a fair number of people who want to do their work with integrity, and are good at it, and don't just end up serving power. These systems aren't totally monolithic, after all. A lot of people go into journalism with a real commitment to professional integrity. They like the field, and they want to do it honestly. And some of them continue to do an admirable job of it. In fact, some of them even manage to do it at journals like the New York Times. In fact, to a large degree, I think you can tell when the New York Times's editors want a story covered accurately just by looking at who they send to the place. For instance, when they send John Kifner, that means they want the story told because he's an honest journalist, and he's going to tell the story. I mean, I don't know him personally, but you can just tell from his work that he's a journalist of real integrity, and he's going to dig, he's going to find out the truth, and he's going to write about it, and the editors must know that. So I don't know anything about how they assign stories at the Times, but I'm willing to make a bet that when there's a story the Times's editors want told, they'll send Kifner, and when his job is done they'll probably send him back to the Metro desk or something. On the other hand, most of the people at the Times who make it to be correspondent or editor or whatever tend to be either very obedient or very cynical. The obedient ones have adapted, they've internalized the values and believe what they're saying, otherwise they probably wouldn't have made it that far. But there are also some plain cynics. James Lemoyne at the Times is a perfect example. James Lemoyne is an absolute crook. He's one of the most dishonest journalists I've ever seen. The dishonesty of his reporting is so extreme, in fact, that it can't just be indoctrination in his case. Actually, Lemoyne's tenure as a correspondent in Central America ended up with an exposure so bad that even the Times had to publish an admission about it. Did you follow that? In 1988, Lemoyne had written a story which talked about 2 people in El Salvador who he claimed were tortured by left-wing guerrillas trying to undermine the elections. It was one part of a whole effort in the American press at the time to maintain support for the U.S. client regime in El Salvador despite its atrocities. 19 Well, a freelance journalist in Central America, Chris Norton, saw Lemoyne's article and was surprised by it, because the atrocities Lemoyne described were supposed to have taken place in an area of the country reporters couldn't get to, because it was under military occupation. Norton wanted to figure out just how Lemoyne knew about these people being tortured, so he went up as close to that region as he could, and he talked to the mayor, and to the priest, and to people in the community, and he discovered that one of the alleged victims didn't exist, and the other was perfectly fine. He then went back to San Salvador and did some more checking, and he discovered that Lemoyne had simply taken the story straight from a San Salvadoran newspaper, where it had been attributed to an army officer. It was in fact just straight army disinformation of a standard sort, which Lemoyne then reported in the New York Times as if he knew something about it. Then the State Department picked it up from the New York Times and distributed it to Congress to show that the Salvadoran guerrillas were undermining the election. Well, Norton uncovered this, then another freelance journalist, Mark Cooper, picked up Norton's story and published something about it in the LA Weekly, an alternative weekly in Los Angeles. The piece then appeared in the Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting Journal, Extra. F.A.I.R is a very good media analysis group in New York. Still no reaction from the Times. Finally, Alex Coburn got a hold of it, and mentioned it in his column in The Nation. 20 Well, by that time word was sort of getting around about this, so the Times figured they had to react, and they published a correction. I think it's the longest correction they've ever published, it's several paragraphs long. It said, Our usual high standards were not met in this case, one thing or another like that. 21. Well, that's kind of an extreme example, but it's by no means the only case like that. In fact, just let me mention one other one, which was even more important here. Lemoyne really plied his trade. Journalism Lemoyne style, a sample of the cynical aspect. As you know, for years it was necessary for the US government to maintain the pretense that the Contras in Nicaragua were a guerrilla force, not a US proxy army. Now, it's perfectly obvious that they were not a guerrilla force. There are no guerrillas in history that have had anything remotely like the degree of support we gave the Contras. There are no guerrillas in history that had 3 supply flights a day bringing them food and supplies and weapons, and who complained that they didn't have enough airplanes, and that they needed more helicopters. I mean, the whole thing was completely ridiculous. These guys had armaments that some units of the American Army didn't have. They had computer centers, they had communications equipment. And they needed all of that, because Nicaragua was under constant surveillance by high-performance American reconnaissance aircraft to determine where Sandinista troops were being deployed, and the Contras had to have some way of receiving that information. 22. But the point is, it was necessary for the propaganda system to pretend that the Contras were like the FMLN in El Salvador, just a regular indigenous guerrilla force opposing the government. And part of the method for claiming that these two forces were equivalent was to say that the FMLN guerrillas also had outside support from a foreign government, in other words, from the government of Nicaragua, and that was the only reason they could survive. Well, it's conceivable that the FMLN was getting outside support, but if so, it would have been some kind of a miracle because it was undetectable. I mean, it's not that the United States is a primitive, Stone Age society. There are technological means around to discover evidence of such things, but they never were able to detect any support coming from Nicaragua at all. According to the State Department propaganda, the main arms flow from Nicaragua to the FMLN was across the Gulf of Fonseca. 23. Well, David McMichael, who was the CIA analyst in charge of analyzing this material in the early 1980s and then quit the agency, testified at the World Court and pointed out what this meant. He described the situation. The Gulf of Fonseca is 30 kilometers wide, it's completely patrolled by the US Navy. There's an island in the middle of it which had a super sophisticated US radar system that could pick up boats up and down the Pacific coast. There were US Navy SEAL teams running all around the place, yet they never even picked up a canoe. So if Nicaragua were sending arms across the Gulf of Fonseca, they had to have had some super sophisticated methods. 24. I mean, the Nicaraguans had no problem whatsoever detecting the US arms flow to the Contras. They told reporters exactly where it was coming from. It was unreported in the United States, because the reporters chose not to report it, but the Nicaraguans had no problem detecting it. 25. Anyway, that was the propaganda line that had to be maintained in the American press. That was the official story. Now we come back to James Lemoyne. The United States government opposed the Central American Peace Accords that were signed in 1987, Esquipulas II, the so-called Arias Plan, so it was therefore necessary to demolish them. And one of the ways of demolishing them was to increase aid to the Contras. The press committed itself with great passion to helping this effort along. Lemoyne was right up front. Right after the accords were signed, Lemoyne published an article in which he wrote, "There is ample evidence that the Salvadoran guerrillas are being supplied with arms by Nicaragua in violation of the peace accords, and without that support the guerrillas couldn't survive." 26. All right, that had always been the necessary story, but just then it was especially important to drive it home because right then the United States was tripling its supply flights to the Contras in response to the accords. And of course in violation of the accords. 27. So the press wouldn't report that we were escalating our support for the Contras, but they kept reporting that the Nicaraguans were illegally arming the FMLN in El Salvador, and now James Lemoyne says that there is ample evidence of it. Well, when that story appeared, FAIR wrote a letter to the New York Times, asking them to please have James Lemoyne enlighten their readers about the ample evidence of this arms flow to the F.M.L.N. since the World Court couldn't find it, and no independent investigators been able to find it, and the guys who worked on it in the CIA didn't know about it, could they please do that? Well, the Times didn't publish their letter, but FAIR did get a personal response back from the foreign editor, Joseph Lelyfeld, who said, yes, maybe Lemoyne's report was a bit imprecise this time, it didn't meet his usual high standards, and so on. 28. Then followed a period in which the Times had plenty of time to correct the imprecision, but instead article after article appeared by Lemoyne, George Volsky, Stephen Engelberg and others, repeating exactly the same falsehood, that there was ample evidence of an arms flow from Nicaragua. 29. But FAIR just kept after them, and finally they got another letter back from Lelyfeld, the foreign editor. This was around March now, their first letter was in August. Lelyfeld said he had recently assigned Lemoyne to do a major story on the arms flow to the FMLN, to really nail the thing down once and for all, and that they should wait for that story. Okay, they waited. Nothing happened. 6 months later, they figured nothing was going to happen, so they published this interchange of letters with Lelyfeld in the FAIR newsletter, and said, we don't see the story, what's going on? 30. 2 months after that, a story did finally appear in the Times. I think it was Lemoyne's last story before he left the Times, or whatever he did, took a leave or something. This is now 15 months after his original story about the ample evidence, 9 months after he was assigned to do the follow-up. And if you take a look at the article the Times finally published, you'll discover that the ample evidence had turned into no evidence. Lemoyne said, well, there really is no direct evidence of any supply of arms from Nicaragua. Some people say this, some people say that, but there's nothing concrete, there's nothing to point to. So that's the end of the story. It turns out the ample evidence is no evidence. 31. Now, that's no joke. This is fabrication in the service of the state that has led to tens of thousands of people being killed, because maintaining this pretense over the years has been one of the ways in which the US government has supported the terror in El Salvador and extended the war against Nicaragua. It's not a small point. This is serious lying, very serious. And it's just one of thousands of cases demonstrating that the media in the United States serve the interests of state corporate power. They are organs of propaganda, as in fact one would expect them to be. 32. Rethinking Watergate. Man, but how do you explain Watergate, then? Those reporters weren't very sympathetic to power. They toppled a president. And just ask yourself why he was toppled. He was toppled because he had made a very bad mistake. He had antagonized people with power. See, one of the serious illusions we live under in the United States, which is a major part of the whole system of indoctrination, is the idea that the government is the power and the government's not the power. The government is one segment of power. Real power is in the hands of the people who own the society. The state managers are usually just servants. And Watergate is actually a perfect illustration of the point, because right at the time of Watergate, history actually ran a controlled experiment for us. The Watergate exposures, it turns out, came at exactly the same time as the COINTELPRO exposures. I don't know if you know what I mean. Man, COINTELPRO. See, you probably don't, but that already makes my point, because the COINTELPRO exposures were 1,000 times more significant than Watergate. Remember what Watergate was. After all, Watergate was a matter of a bunch of guys from the Republican National Committee breaking into a Democratic Party office for essentially unknown reasons and doing no damage. Okay, that's petty burglary, it's not a big deal. Well, at the exact same time that Watergate was discovered, there were exposures in the courts and through the Freedom of Information Act of massive FBI operations to undermine political freedom in the United States, running through every administration back to Roosevelt, but really picking up under Kennedy. It was called COINTELPRO, short for Counterintelligence Program, and it included a vast range of things. It included the straight Gestapo-style assassination of a Black Panther leader. It included organizing race riots in an effort to destroy the black movements. It included attacks on the American Indian movement, on the women's movement, you name it. It included 15 years of FBI disruption of the Socialist Workers' Party that meant regular FBI burglaries, stealing membership lists and using them to threaten people, going to businesses and getting members fired from their jobs, and so on. 33 Well, that fact alone, the fact that for 15 years the FBI had been burglarizing and trying to undermine a legal political party, is already vastly more important than the fact that a bunch of Keystone cops broke into the Democratic National Committee headquarters one time. The Socialist Workers' Party is a legal political party. After all, the fact that they're a weak political party doesn't mean they have less rights than the Democrats. And this wasn't a bunch of gangsters, this was the National Political Police. That's very serious. And it didn't happen once in the Watergate office complex, it was going on for 15 years, under every administration. And keep in mind, the Socialist Workers' Party episode is just some tiny footnote to COINTELPRO. In comparison to this, Watergate is a Tea Party. Well, look at the comparison in treatment. I mean, you're aware of the comparison in treatment, that's why you know about Watergate and you don't know about COINTELPRO. So what does that tell you? What it tells you is, people in power will defend themselves. The Democratic Party represents about half of corporate power, and those people are able to defend themselves. The Socialist Workers' Party represents no power, the Black Panthers don't represent any power, the American Indian Movement doesn't represent any power, so you can do anything you want to them. Or take a look at the Nixon administration's famous enemies list, which came out in the course of Watergate, exposed in 1973. The document named 208 Americans from various professions under the title Opponents List and Political Enemies Project. You've heard of that, but did you hear about the assassination of Fred Hampton? No. Nothing ever happened to any of the people who were on the enemies list, which I know perfectly well, because I was on it, and it wasn't because I was on it that it made the front pages. But the FBI and the Chicago police assassinated a Black Panther leader as he lay in his bed one night during the Nixon administration on December 4, 1969. Well, if the press had any integrity at all, if the Washington Post had any integrity, what they would have said is, Watergate is totally insignificant and innocuous, who cares about any of that in comparison with these other things? But that's not what happened, obviously. And that just shows again, very dramatically, how the press is lined up with power. The real lesson of Nixon's fall is that the president shouldn't call Thomas Watson, chairman of IBM, and McGeorge Bundy, former Democratic official, bad names. That means the republic's collapsing. And the press prides itself on having exposed this fact. On the other hand, if you want to send the FBI to organize the assassination of a Black Panther leader, that's fine by us. It's fine by the Washington Post too. Incidentally, I think there is another reason why a lot of powerful people were out to get Nixon at that time, and it had to do with something a lot more profound than the enemies list and the Watergate burglary. I suspect it had to do with the events of the summer of 1971, when the Nixon administration basically broke up the international economic arrangement that had existed for the previous 25 years, i.e. the so-called Bretton Woods system, established in 1944 at the United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference at Bretton Woods, New Hampshire. See, by 1971 the Vietnam War had already badly weakened the United States economically relative to its industrial rivals, and one of the ways the Nixon administration reacted to that was by simply tearing apart the Bretton Woods system, which had been set up to organize the world economy after World War II. The Bretton Woods system had made the United States the world's banker. Basically it had established the US dollar as a global reserve currency fixed to gold, and it imposed conditions about no import quotas, and so on. And Nixon just tore the whole thing to shreds. He went off the gold standard, he stopped the convertibility of the dollar, he raised import duties. No other country would have had the power to do that, but Nixon did it. And that made him a lot of powerful enemies because multinational corporations and international banks relied on that system, and they did not like it being broken down. So if you look back, you'll find that Nixon was being attacked in places like the Wall Street Journal at the time, and I suspect that from that point on there were plenty of powerful people out to get him. Watergate just offered an opportunity. In fact, in this respect I think Nixon was treated extremely unfairly. I mean, there were real crimes of the Nixon administration, and he should have been tried but not for any of the Watergate business. Take the bombing of Cambodia, for instance. The bombing of Cambodia was infinitely worse than anything that came up in the Watergate hearings. This thing they call the secret bombing of Cambodia, which was secret because the press didn't talk about what they knew. 34 The US killed maybe a couple 100,000 people in Cambodia, they devastated a peasant society. 35 The bombing of Cambodia did not even appear in Nixon's articles of impeachment. It was raised in the Senate hearings, but only in one interesting respect. The question that was raised was, why hadn't Nixon informed Congress? It wasn't, why did you carry out one of the most intense bombings in history in densely populated areas of a peasant country, killing maybe 150,000 people? That never came up. The only question was, why didn't you tell Congress? In other words, were people with power granted their prerogatives? And once again, notice that what it means is, infringing on the rights of powerful people is unacceptable. We're powerful, so you've got to tell us, then we'll tell you, fine, go bomb Cambodia. In fact, that whole thing was a gag because there was no reason for Congress not to have known about the bombing, just as there was no reason for the media not to have known. It was completely public. So in terms of all the horrifying atrocities the Nixon government carried out, Watergate isn't even worth laughing about. It was a triviality. Watergate is a very clear example of what happens to servants when they forget their role and go after the people who own the place. They are very quickly put back into their box, and somebody else takes over. You couldn't ask for a better illustration of it than that, and it's even more dramatic because this is the great exposure that's supposed to demonstrate what a free and critical press we have. What Watergate really shows is what a submissive and obedient press we have, as the comparisons to COINTELPRO and Cambodia illustrate very clearly. Escaping indoctrination. Man, but do you think things are ever going to change? Aren't we always going to have people entrenched in power, left or right, who want to preserve that power, and will use all of the means at their disposal to do it, and all we can really do is just sit back and complain about it? That's the attitude of people who thought that there was nothing you could do about feudalism and slavery. And there was something you could do about feudalism and slavery, but not by sitting and complaining about it. John Brown didn't sit and complain about it. Man, he didn't get very far. He did. They overthrew slavery, and the abolitionists played a big role in that. Brown's 1859 attempt to set off a slave revolt by seizing a federal armory in Harper's Ferry, Virginia, electrified the country and intensified the abolitionist movement. Man, so as long as we criticize, try to offer constructive criticism, there's hope of changing the system. If the constructive criticism leads to the point where mass popular movements form that do something to change the system, sure, then there's hope. I mean, there wouldn't have been an American Revolution if people had been writing pamphlets but not doing anything more than that. Woman, then what's the trick to holding on and not giving up because it seems like a lot of people need it? The trick is not to be isolated. If you're isolated, like Winston Smith in 1984, then sooner or later you're going to break, as he finally broke. That was the point of Orwell's story. In fact, the whole tradition of popular control has been exactly that, to keep people isolated, because if you can keep them isolated enough, you can get them to believe anything. But when people get together, all sorts of things are possible. Man, it just seems so hopeless, though, because you make it sound like the entire press organization is locking dissidents out. That's largely true, but like I say, there's a lot of flexibility possible. I mean, it's true that the ideological barrier in the US media is extreme. Other countries have more openings for dissidents in the mainstream than we do, even though their economic systems are basically the same. But still there is quite a range of possibility for opening up the press here. Even as it now stands, it doesn't have to be 0.0001% open to dissident perspectives. it could be 0.1% or something. So I actually think there are plenty of changes possible in the United States, even from within the institutions. Remember that the media have two basic functions. One is to indoctrinate the elites, to make sure they have the right ideas and know how to serve power. In fact, typically the elites are the most indoctrinated segment of a society, because they are the ones who are exposed to the most propaganda and actually take part in the decision-making process. For them you have the New York Times, and the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal, and so on. But there's also a mass media, whose main function is just to get rid of the rest of the population, to marginalize and eliminate them, so they don't interfere with decision-making. And the press that's designed for that purpose isn't the New York Times and the Washington Post, it's sitcoms on television, and the National Enquirer, and sex, and violence, and babies with 3 heads, and football, all that kind of stuff. But the approximately 85% of the population that is the main target of that media, they don't have it in their genes that they're not interested in the way the world works. And if they can escape from the effects of the de-education and indoctrination system, and the whole class system it's a part of, it's after all not just indoctrination that keeps people from getting involved in political life, by any means. If they can do that, then yeah, they're a big audience for an alternative, and there's some hope. In fact, there's a very interesting history about this in England. For a long time in England, there was a mass, popular, daily labor press of quite good newspapers, with a huge readership, a much bigger readership than all the elite press in England combined, actually. It was the Daily Herald and the News Chronicle and the Sunday Citizen. And this was not just Alex Coburn once a month in the Wall Street Journal, but every day there were newspapers giving a picture of the world and expressing a set of values radically different from those of the business community. And not only did they have a big circulation, but their audience was also very much involved. For instance, there were surveys showing that people actually read those newspapers much more than subscribers to things like The Guardian and the London Times. But they disappeared in the 1960s, and they disappeared due to market pressures. It didn't have anything to do with the number of readers they had, it had to do with the amount of capital they could attract. Could you get advertisers? Could you get capital for investment? In short, could you appeal to the business community, which happens to hold the real power? And over time, they couldn't. 36. It's the same thing here. For instance, in the United States there isn't even any such thing as a labor reporter anymore, except in the business press, actually, but there are plenty of business reporters. And again, that doesn't reflect people's interests. A lot more people are interested in the problems of workers than are interested in the bond market, if you count their numbers. But if you multiply their numbers by their power in the society, then yeah, it's true, the market for news about money and stocks is much greater than the market for news about issues which matter to working people. But that's just the fact about an inegalitarian system. When you have a serious disproportion of power, independent forces are likely to collapse just because they can't get access to enough capital in the end. Like in England, some media corporation didn't come along and try to offer this huge mass audience another paper with a social democratic line. Business doesn't work that way. It's not trying to educate people to overthrow it, even if you could make a profit off it. I mean, if you could convince Rupert Murdoch that he can make a ton of money by publishing a newspaper which has a social democratic or even more radical line, something calling for workers' management of corporations for instance, he wouldn't do it because there are some things that are more important than profits, like maintaining the entire system of power. In fact, this is also pretty much the same reason why American elites want military spending instead of social spending. If it turned out, as is likely, that using taxpayers' money for socially useful purposes was even more profitable than sending it through the military system, that still wouldn't change the decision to prefer military spending because social spending is going to interfere with the basic prerogatives of power. It's going to organize popular constituencies, and have all these other negative side effects that you want to avoid. Woman, so what you're saying is, even if there were a major cultural change, with people at the grassroots level actually demanding a much more open press, there still wouldn't be the capital to support that press. No, people would have to take control of that capital. I mean, for one thing, if there really were a mass of people demanding that kind of press, they would have the capital not at the level of big corporations, but like unions, say. When unions are a mass organization, they can accumulate strike funds, even though they can't compete with management and ownership in terms of total resources. But for another thing, there's no law of nature which says that control over capital has to be in a few hands. That's like saying that political power has to be in a few hands. Why? There wasn't a law that said that the king and the nobles had to run everything, and there isn't a law that says that corporate owners and managers have to run everything either. These are social arrangements. They developed historically, they can be changed historically. Understanding the Middle East conflict. Man, if I can just change the topic a little, Professor, I'd like you to talk a bit about the situation in the Middle East these days. People say the Palestinians are utilizing the media more than they ever have before to draw attention to Israeli repression, i.e. during the Palestinian uprising of the late 1980s. I'm wondering whether you think that will have any effect on Israel's occupation of the Palestinian territories on the West Bank and the Gaza Strip in the future? Editor's note: the following discussion of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict forms the foundation of Chomsky's analysis of the so-called peace process that began in the early 1990s, which is discussed in chapters 5 and 8. Well, this business about the Palestinians using the media is mostly racist garbage, in my view. The fact of the matter is that the Intifada is a big, mass, popular revolution in reaction to the absolutely brutal treatment the Palestinians have been living under, and it's going on in places where there are no television cameras, and places where there are. See, there's a whole racist line which is very common in the United States. One of my favorite versions of it appeared in the journal Commentary, in an article written by some professor in Canada. It said, "The Palestinians are people who breed and bleed and advertise their misery." 37 straight Nazi propaganda. I mean, imagine if somebody said that about Jews. Jews are people who breed and bleed and advertise their misery. But that's the kind of thing you hear. It's a particularly vulgar version of it, but the line is, look, the Palestinians are just doing it for the cameras because they're trying to discredit the Jews. They do exactly the same thing when there are no cameras. The real point is, Israel is having a lot of trouble putting down this popular revolution. I mean, the repression of the Palestinians in the West Bank is not qualitatively different right now from what it's been for the last 20 years. It's just that it's escalated in scale since the Palestinians started fighting back in the Intifada. So the brutality you see occasionally now on television has in fact been going on for the last 20 years, and it's just the nature of a military occupation. Military occupations are harsh and brutal. There is no other kind. Israel seized the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and Golan Heights from Jordan, Egypt, and Syria during the Six-Day War in 1967, and has controlled them ever since. There's been home destruction, collective punishments, expulsion, plenty of humiliation, censorship. I mean, you'd have to go back to the worst days of the American South to know what it's been like for the Palestinians in the occupied territories. They are not supposed to raise their heads. That's what they say in Israel. They're raising their heads. We've got to do something about it. And that's the way the Palestinians have been living. 38. Well, the United States has been quite happy supporting that so long as it worked. But in the last few years, it hasn't worked. See, people with power understand exactly one thing: violence. If violence is effective, everything's okay, but if violence loses its effectiveness, then they start worrying and have to try something else. So right now you can see US planners reassessing their policies towards the occupied territories, just as you can see the Israeli leadership reassessing them because violence isn't working as well anymore. In fact, the occupation's beginning to be rather harmful for Israel. So it's entirely possible that there could be some tactical changes coming with respect to how Israel goes about controlling the territories, but none of this has anything to do with using the media. Woman, What do you think a solution might be for resolving the conflict in the region, then? Well, outside of the United States, everybody would know the answer to that question. I mean, for years there's been a very broad consensus in the world over the basic framework of a solution in the Middle East, with the exception of two countries, the United States and Israel. 39 It's going to have to be some variety of two-state settlement. Look, there are two groups claiming the right of national self-determination in the same territory. They both have a claim, they're competing claims. There are various ways in which such competing claims could be reconciled. You could do it through a federation, one thing or another, but given the present state of conflict, it's just going to have to be done through some form of two-state settlement. Point 40 Now, you could talk about the modalities. Should it be a confederation? How do you deal with economic integration? And so on, but the principle's quite clear. There has to be some settlement that recognizes the right of self-determination of Jews in something like the State of Israel, and the right of self-determination of Palestinians in something like a Palestinian state. And everybody knows where that Palestinian state would be: in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, along roughly the borders that existed before the Six-Day War in 1967. And everybody knows who the representative of the Palestinians is. It's the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO. All of this has been obvious for years. Why hasn't it happened? Well, of course Israel's opposed to it. But the main reason it hasn't happened is because the United States has blocked it. The United States has been blocking the peace process in the Middle East for the last 20 years. We're the leaders of the rejectionist camp, not the Arabs or anybody else. See, the United States supports a policy which Henry Kissinger called stalemate. That was his word for it back in 1970.41. At that time, there was kind of a split in the American government as to whether we should join the broad international consensus on a political settlement, or block a political settlement. And in that internal struggle, the hardliners prevailed. Kissinger was the main spokesman. The policy that won out was what he called stalemate: keep things the way they are, maintain the system of Israeli oppression. And there was a good reason for that. It wasn't just out of the blue. Having an embattled, militaristic Israel is an important part of how we rule the world. Basically, the United States doesn't give a damn about Israel. If it goes down the drain, US planners don't care one way or another. There's no moral obligation or anything else. But what they do care about is control of the enormous oil resources of the Middle East. I mean, a big part of the way you run the planet is by controlling Middle East oil, and in the late 1950s, the United States began to recognize that Israel would be a very useful ally in this respect. So, for example, there's a National Security Council memorandum in 1958 which points out that the main enemy of the United States in the Middle East, as everywhere, is nationalism, what they call radical Arab nationalism, which means independence, countries pursuing a course other than submission to the needs of American power. Well, that's always the enemy. The people there don't always see why the enormous wealth and resources of the region have to be in the control of American and British investors while they starve. They've never really gotten that into their heads, and sometimes they try to do something about it. All right, that's unacceptable to the United States, and one of the things they pointed out is that a useful weapon against that sort of radical Arab nationalism would be a highly militarized Israel, which would then be a reliable base for US power in the region. 42. Now, that insight was not really acted upon extensively until the Six-Day War in 1967, when, with US support, Israel essentially destroyed Nasser, the Egyptian president who was regarded as the main Arab nationalist force in the Middle East, and virtually all the other Arab armies in the region too. That won Israel a lot of points. It established them as what's called a strategic asset, that is, a military force that can be used as an outlet for US power. In fact, at the time, Israel and Iran under the Shah, which were allies, tacit allies, came to be regarded by American planners as two parts of a tripartite US system for controlling the Middle East. This consisted first of all of Saudi Arabia, which is where most of the oil is, and then its two gendarmes, pre-revolutionary Iran and Israel, the guardians of the Gulf, as they were called, who were supposed to protect Saudi Arabia from indigenous nationalist forces in the area. Of course, when the Shah fell in the Iranian Revolution in 1979, Israel's role became even more important to the United States. It was the last guardian. 43. Meanwhile, Israel began to pick up secondary functions. It started to serve as a mercenary state for the United States around the world. So in the 1960s, Israel started to be used as a conduit for intervening in the affairs of black African countries, under a big CIA subsidy. And in the 1970s and 80s, the United States increasingly turned to Israel as kind of a weapon against other parts of the Third World. Israel would provide armaments and training and computers and all sorts of other things to Third World dictatorships at times when it was hard for the US government to give that support directly. For instance, Israel acted as the main US contact with the South African military for years, right through the embargo. The UN Security Council imposed a mandatory arms embargo on South Africa in 1977 after the US and Britain had vetoed even stronger resolutions. 44 Well, that's a very useful alliance, and that's another reason why Israel gets such extraordinary amounts of US aid. 45 The threat of peace. But notice that this whole system only works as long as Israel remains embattled. So suppose there was a real peace settlement in the Middle East, and Israel was just integrated into the region as its most technologically advanced country, kind of like Switzerland or Luxembourg or something. Well, at that point its value to the United States is essentially over. We already have Luxembourg, we don't need another one. Israel's value to the United States depends on the fact that it is threatened with destruction. That makes them completely dependent on the United States for survival, and therefore extremely reliable, because if the rug ever is pulled out from under them in a situation of real conflict, they will get destroyed. And that reasoning has held right up to the present. I mean, it's easy to show that the United States has blocked every move towards a political settlement that has come along in the Middle East. Often we've just vetoed them at the UN Security Council. 46 In fact, up until very recently, it's been impossible in the United States even to talk about a political settlement. The official line in the United States has been, the Arabs want to kill all the Jews and throw them into the sea, with only two exceptions. One is King Hussein of Jordan, who's a moderate, because he's on our side. And the other was President Sadat of Egypt, who in 1977 realized the error of his ways, so he flew to Jerusalem and became a man of peace, and that's why the Arabs killed him, because the Arabs'll kill anybody who's for peace. Sadat was assassinated in 1981. That has been the official line in the United States, and you simply cannot deviate from it in the press or scholarship. It's total lies from beginning to end. Take Sadat. Sadat made a peace offer to Israel in February 1971, a better offer from Israel's point of view than the one he later initiated in 1977, which led to the Camp David peace talks. It was a full peace treaty exactly in accord with UN Resolution 242, which had called for a return to pre-June 1967 borders in the region with security guarantees, but made no mention of Palestinian rights. The United States and Israel turned it down, therefore it's out of history. 47 In January 1976, Syria, Jordan and Egypt proposed a two-state peace settlement at the UN Security Council on the basis of UN 242, and the PLO supported the proposal. It called for territorial guarantees, the whole business. The United States vetoed it, so it's out of history, it didn't happen. 48 And it just goes on from there. The United States was unwilling to support any of these peace offers, so they're out of history, they're down Orwell's memory hole. 49 In fact, it's even at the point where journals in the United States will not permit letters referring to these proposals. The degree of control on this is startling, actually. For example, a few years ago George Will wrote a column in Newsweek called Mideast Truth and Falsehood, about how peace activists are lying about the Middle East. Everything they say is a lie. And in the article, there was one statement that had a vague relation to fact. He said that Sadat had refused to deal with Israel until 1977.50, so I wrote them a letter, The kind of letter you write to Newsweek, 4 lines in which I said, Will has one statement of fact, it's false. Sadat made a peace offer in 1971, and Israel and the United States turned it down. Well, a couple days later I got a call from a research editor who checks facts for the Newsweek letters column. She said, "We're kind of interested in your letter, where did you get those facts?" So I told her, well, they're published in Newsweek, on February 8, 1971, which is true, because it was a big proposal. It just happened to go down the memory hole in the United States because it was the wrong story. 51. So she looked it up and called me back, and said, "Yeah, you're right, we found it there, okay, we'll run your letter." An hour later she called again and said, "Gee, I'm sorry, but we can't run the letter." I said, "What's the problem?" She said, "Well, the editor mentioned it to Will and he's having a tantrum, they decided they can't run it." Well, okay. But the point is, in Newsweek and the New York Times and the Washington Post and so on, you simply cannot state these facts. It's like belief in divinity or something, the lies have become immutable truth. Woman, then what happened with the Camp David Accords? Why did the United States and Israel agree to deal with Egypt at that point? Well, if you look back to around 1971 or so, you'll find that all the American ambassadors in the Middle East were warning Kissinger that there was going to be a war if the United States kept blocking every diplomatic option for resolving the conflict. 52 Even the big oil companies were in favor of a political settlement. They were telling the White House, look, if you block every diplomatic option, the Arabs are going to go to war, they've got no choice. 53 But in the White House they were just laughing, it was all a big joke, just like they were laughing in Israel. And on purely racist grounds. See, intelligence systems are very flawed institutions, they're highly ideological, they're fanatic, they're racist, and as a result the information that comes through them is usually grossly distorted. Well, in this case the intelligence information was, Arabs don't know how to fight. The chief of Israeli military intelligence, Yehoshaphat Harkabi, his line was, war is not the Arabs' game, these gooks don't know which end of the gun to hold, you don't have to worry about them. And the American military, the CIA, everyone obviously was producing the same information. If Sadat mobilizes an army in the Sinai, you kind of laugh, what do these guys think they're doing? We'll leave 700 men on the Bar-Lev line and that'll stop them. 54 So the United States refused to pursue a diplomatic settlement, and that refusal then brought on the 1973 war, where suddenly it turned out that war was the Arabs' game. The Egyptians won a major victory in the Sinai. It was quite a military operation, in fact. And it just shocked US and Israeli intelligence, it really frightened them because, like I say, state planners usually understand violence, even if they can't understand anything else. So in the 73 war, it suddenly became clear that the assumption that war is not the Arabs' game was false. Egypt wasn't a military basket case. Okay, as long as Egypt was a basket case, the United States had been content to let them be a Russian ally. If the Russians want to sink money into this morass, that's fine, we don't mind, we just laugh at them. But in the 1973 war, it suddenly became clear that Egypt wasn't just a basket case, they knew how to shoot and do all these other things that matter, so Kissinger decided to accept what had in fact been long-standing Egyptian offers to become an American client state. Well, that's what Egypt had wanted all along, so they immediately kicked out the Russians and got on the American gravy train. And now they're the second biggest recipient of US aid, though still way behind Israel, and at that point Sadat became a moderate, because he had switched to our side. And since Egypt was considered the major Arab deterrent to hawkish Israeli policies, the obvious backup position was just to remove them from the conflict, so Israel would be free to solidify its control in the region as it has done, in fact. See, before the 1973 war, US planners thought that Israel didn't have to worry about any Arab forces at all. Now they saw that that was wrong, so they moved to extract Egypt from the conflict. And that was the great achievement of the Camp David peace process. It enabled Israel to integrate the occupied territories and attack Lebanon without any Egyptian deterrent. All right, try to say that in the US media. Incidentally, by now you are beginning to be able to say it in the strategic analysis literature. So if you read articles by strategic analysts, they're starting to say, yeah, that's the way it worked. Point 55. Of course that's the way it worked, that's the way it was designed. That's the way it was obviously going to work right at the time of Camp David. I mean, I was writing about this in 1977.56. If you eliminate the major Arab deterrent force and increase US aid to Israel to the level of 50% of total US aid worldwide, and Israel is committed to integrating the occupied territories and attacking and disrupting Lebanon, if you get that configuration of events, what do you think is going to happen? It's transparent, a child could figure it out. But you can't say it, because to say it would imply that the United States is not the leader of the world peace forces, and is not interested in justice and freedom and human rights around the world. Therefore you can't say any of these things here, and by now you probably can't even see them. Water and the occupied territories. Man, but doesn't Israel need the occupied territories for defense purposes? With respect to the other Arab states on its borders, isn't that the main reason for holding on to them? Well, there I can only talk about the way that they look at it, the way the top Israeli decision makers look at it. So there's a very interesting book published in Hebrew, called Mekaro Shel Hud, which is a detailed documentary record of the period from 1967 to 1977, when the Labour Party was in power in Israel. The occupied territories were originally seized by Israel in 1967. It's by a guy named Yossi Beilin, who was the top advisor to Shimon Peres and is kind of a Labour Party dove, and he had access to all sorts of Labour Party documents. And the book is almost a daily record of cabinet meetings in Israel between 1967 and 77, right in the period when they were trying to figure out just what to do with the occupied territories. 57. Well, there's virtually no mention of security, barely a mention of it. One thing that does get mentioned a lot is what they call the demographic problem, the problem of what do you do about too many Arabs in a Jewish state. Okay, that's called the demographic problem in Israel, and in fact, people here refer to it that way. 2.58 The purpose of that term, which sounds like kind of a neutral sociological term, is to disguise the fact that it's a deeply racist notion. We would see that right off if we applied it here. Like, suppose some group in New York City started talking about the demographic problem. There are too many Jews and blacks. There are too many Jews and blacks in New York City, and we've got to do something about it, because they're taking over, so we've got to deal with the demographic problem. It wouldn't be very hard to decode this. But in Israel and in this book of cabinet records, there's a lot of talk about the demographic problem, and it's easy to see what that means. Another thing they talk about a lot is water, and that's a very crucial thing, which is not discussed very much in the United States, but it's probably the main reason why Israel is never going to give up the West Bank. See, this is a very arid region, so water is more important than oil, and there are very limited water resources in Israel. In fact, a lot of the wars in the Middle East have been about water. For instance, the wars involving Israel and Syria have usually been about the headwaters of the Jordan, which come from Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon. And as a matter of fact, one of the main reasons why Israel is holding on to the so-called security zone it seized in southern Lebanon in the 1982 invasion is that that area includes a mountain, Mount Hermon, which is a big part of the watershed that brings water to the region. Actually, the invasion of Lebanon was probably an attempt, among other things, to get a hold of the Litani River, a little farther to the north, but they were driven back by Shiite resistance and couldn't hold onto it, so they had to pull back. Well, economic facts are classified in Israel, so you can't be sure of the exact numbers, but most of the studies on this, including some American studies, indicate that Israel is getting about a third of its water from the West Bank. And there really is no alternative to that, short of some sort of technological innovation, like, maybe someday someone will invent a technique of desalination, so they could use seawater. But at the moment, there is no other alternative. There are no underground water sources except the West Bank sources. Israel didn't get the Litani River, they obviously aren't going to get the Nile, so there just is no other water source for them, except the West Bank sources. And in fact, one of the occupation policies that the Arabs in the West Bank have found most onerous is that Israel forbids them to dig deep wells. Well, that's very hard on Arab agriculture. I mean, an Arab farmer on the West Bank has the same water allotment for farming that a Jewish city dweller in Tel Aviv has just for drinking. Think about that. The drinking water for a Jewish city resident is the same as the total water for an Arab farmer, who's got to do irrigation, and take care of livestock, and do everything else you do on a farm. And the Arabs are not allowed to sink deep wells, they're only allowed to sink shallow wells that you do without equipment. The deep wells are Jewish wells, only for Jewish settlers, and they get something like 12 times as much water, or some huge amount more water. 59. Okay, so water's a big issue that comes up in the documents. There's the demographic problem, there are historical reasons, and some other things too, but the fact is, there is very little talk about security concerns, imperial ambitions and the Arab threat. Man, well, I don't know about these cabinet records, but the fact is that when Israel was originally conceived in 1948, it was immediately lunged upon by virtually everybody on its borders. All of the Arab countries immediately tried to destroy it, and prevent its very existence. Wouldn't you say the Israeli people are justified in remembering that history still, as they set national policies today? Well, you're right that that's the standard line about what happened. But it's not true. Keep in mind the background facts. In November 1947, the UN General Assembly made a recommendation for a three-way partition of Palestine into a Jewish state, an Arab state, and a small internationally administered zone that would have included Jerusalem. The area was under British imperial control. 60 Now, I should stress that this was a General Assembly recommendation, and General Assembly recommendations have no force, they are only recommendations. Israel insists that they have no force. I should say Israel is by far the greatest violator of General Assembly recommendations, beginning in December 1948, when Israel rejected the General Assembly call for allowing Palestinian refugees the right of return. They had fled violence that broke out in Palestine beginning in November 1947. In fact, Israel was accepted into the United Nations on condition that it accept that requirement, and it claimed that it would accept it, but then it immediately refused to carry through on that promise. 61 And it goes on right until today. I don't know how many, but probably hundreds of General Assembly recommendations have been rejected by Israel. Anyway, such a recommendation was made by the General Assembly in November 1947, and at that point war broke out in Palestine among the Palestinians and the Zionists, Jewish nationalists. The Zionists were by far the more powerful and better organized force, and by May 1948, when the State of Israel was formally established, about 300,000 Palestinians already had been expelled from their homes or had fled the fighting, and the Zionists controlled a region well beyond the area of the original Jewish state that had been proposed by the UN. 62 Now, it's then that Israel was attacked by its neighbors in May 1948, it's then, after the Zionists had taken control of this much larger part of the region and hundreds of thousands of civilians had been forced out, not before. And furthermore, there's very good scholarship on this that's come out in Israel now, which shows, I think pretty conclusively, that the intervention of the Arab states was very reluctant, and that it was to a large extent directed not against Israel, but against King Abdullah of Transjordan, what's now Jordan, who was basically a client ruler for the British. And the Arab states in fact did it because they felt that Abdullah was just a pawn of Britain, and they had good reason to believe that he was assisting the British in reconstructing their imperial system in the region in various ways. Britain had arranged to turn formal administration of Palestine over to the United Nations in May 1948. It'll be 100 years before any of this material enters mainstream American scholarship, I should say, but it's very good scholarship, and it's important. 63. So anyway, The area that's now Jordan was being ruled by a British client, and the other Arab states in the region regarded the Jordanian military, quite correctly, as just a British army with kind of a guy with Arab headgear leading them. And they were very much concerned about the fact, which they knew at some level, even if they didn't know all of the details, that Abdullah and the Zionists were cooperating in a plan to prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state, which in fact did happen. Abdullah and the Zionists did carry out that plan of partitioning the area that was to be the Palestinian state between them. 64 And furthermore, Abdullah also had much greater plans of his own. He wanted to take over Syria, and become the king of Greater Syria. And there was apparently a plan in which Israel was going to attack Syria, and then Abdullah was going to move into Syria to defend the Syrians and end up afterwards holding the whole pie, by prearrangement. Well, that plan never quite got worked out, as history shows, but the other Arab states had wind of it, so then they moved in against Israel to try to block Abdullah's goals. 65. And there were powerful reasons for that. Remember, this was the period of decolonization, and the major concern of the people of the region at the time was to get the British out, and Abdullah was just a pawn of the British, and they didn't want to see British imperialism re-established. Of course, they didn't want the state of Israel around either, and they opposed it, but that was probably a minor consideration in the attack, really a minor consideration, actually. In fact, in 1949 both Syria and Egypt made very explicit proposals for a peace treaty with Israel, and Israel rejected them. Israel didn't want such a peace treaty. 66. Alright. The reason all of this material is only coming out recently is there are rules in Israel about not releasing archives until several decades later, so the history is usually written about 30 or 40 years late, and then of course, it's also very distorted for other reasons. But there's really nothing in any of the things I've said that should be a great surprise to anyone who really knows the history. Yes, now there are archival records and new scholarship to back it up, and I think it's very convincing scholarship and will come to be recognized as the right story. But it's really no great surprise, something like that was always understood. For example, the agreement between Ben-Gurion, first Israeli Prime Minister, and Abdullah to partition Palestine has been known for years. That's come out in memoirs, everybody's talked about it, and so on. 67 But you're right, it's not part of the standard line in the United States, it just happens to be the correct story. Man, but just to challenge you on some of this, I thought that what Israel was trying to preserve in the agreement to partition Palestine was the idea that Jordan would not send troops into Israel. That's why they were really cooperating with Abdullah Ben-Gurion, and the rest of the Israeli leadership at the time were very concerned about the fact that there were huge trained armies in Jordan, which were a big threat to them. No, on the contrary, they weren't much concerned about that. In fact, Ben-Gurion actually had to intervene to prevent his armies from taking over part of what's now the West Bank in October 1948, because the Jordanian Legion had already been essentially destroyed and was out of arms, and the Israeli military command thought they could easily take over more territory. See, Yugal Alon, who was the commander of the Israeli army, didn't know about this agreement with Abdullah to prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state, and there was a bitter battle between Ben-Gurion and the army, in which Ben-Gurion had to hold the army back in order to honor the secret agreement he had entered into. 68 So really there was no military threat from Jordan, not at all. Man, but the Israeli army held back at that point because Ben-Gurion still had some hope that perhaps peace would prevail if they held back. No, in fact we know very well what Ben-Gurion wanted, because he left ample diaries and so on. And his position, which he was very clear and explicit about, and there's a lot of documentation about this in my book The Fateful Triangle, was that Israel should not accept any boundaries, regardless of whether there was peace or not, because the limits of what he called Zionist aspiration are much broader. They include southern Syria, Transjordan, big areas which he laid out. And he said, we'll kind of hold off now, but somehow we'll ultimately get them all. In fact, with regard to Lebanon, Ben-Gurion was proposing that Israel take over southern Lebanon on some pretext as late as the mid-1950s. 69 So we know all about what he wanted, and like the rest, It's very different from the stories you always hear. Prospects for the Palestinians. Woman, then is there any hope at all for justice for the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who have been displaced from their homeland over the years, as well as for those who are still in Israel and the territories? Well, the objective reality is that most of the Palestinian refugees will never go back to Palestine. That's just a fact of life, just like the American Indians will never get back what they had on the American continent. So in that respect, there'll never be justice. And there's just no way out of that. If there was ever any prospect of Palestinians in any large number going back to what was formerly Palestine, Israel would probably blow up the world, which they're capable of doing. 70, and that's never going to happen. So the only question is, what kind of limited form of justice can be achieved? And that's tricky. I mean, if Israel can't suppress the Intifada at a reasonable cost, the United States and Israel might shift from their rejectionist stance and become willing to accept some variety of Palestinian self-determination. And if that happens, then you'll have to look seriously at what you mean by a two-state settlement. And the reality is, it's not very easy to envision, for some of the reasons I've mentioned. There are resource problems, there are problems of integration of the areas, there are border setting issues. Remember that the UN resolution partitioning Palestine in 1947 did not, strictly speaking, call for two states. It called for an economic confederation, and that was quite realistic. 71 Anybody who's been there knows that two states don't make much sense because the regions are just too closely integrated, and the borders are too crazy, and when you look even more seriously you see even further that it wouldn't work. So the only thing that makes any sense is some sort of confederation. But you can pretty well predict what will happen. There will be two states, except only one of the states will really exist, the other one will just collect garbage. In fact, I suspect that'll be the next proposal, and it'll all come under the banner of a two-state settlement, and that's going to be a lot harder to argue about, because then people will really have to think behind the headlines to see what's going on. But achieving some kind of meaningful federation between the Israelis and the Palestinians, with really divided sovereignty, that's going to be extremely hard. We just have to face that. And that's about the only kind of solution that makes any sense. I think it's the only limited form of justice I can see. Man, there's also the different mentality between the Arabs and Jews that figures into it too, don't you think? Isn't that always going to get in the way of peace? They're the same kind of people, they have the same kind of mentality. They bleed when they're cut, they mourn when their children are killed. I'm not aware of any difference between them. Legitimacy in history. Woman, do you think the passage of time can give legitimacy to Israel, even if maybe it was started out on the wrong sort of basis, displacing the indigenous population in a racist manner and so on? Well, yeah, the general answer to your question just has to be yes. If not, we'd have to go back to the days of hunter-gatherer societies, because all of history has been illegitimate. I mean, take a case close to the Palestinians, which we as Americans ought to think about. Take the United States. Now, I think the treatment of the Palestinians by Israel has been bad, but in comparison to the treatment of the native population here by our forefathers, it's been a paradise. Here in the United States, we just committed genocide. Period. Pure genocide. And it wasn't just in the United States, it was all up and down the hemisphere. Current estimates are that north of the Rio Grande, there were about 12 to 15 million Native Americans at the time Columbus landed, something like that. By the time Europeans reached the continental borders of the United States, there were about 200,000. Okay, mass genocide. Across the whole Western Hemisphere, the population decline was probably on the order of from 100 million people to about 5 million. 72 That's pretty serious stuff. It was horrifying right from the beginning in the early 17th century, then it got worse after the United States was established, and it just continued until finally the native populations were basically stuck away in little enclaves. The history of treaty violations by the United States is just grotesque. Treaties with the Indian nations by law have a status the same as that of treaties among sovereign states, but throughout our history nobody ever paid the slightest attention to them. As soon as you wanted more land, you just forgot the treaty and robbed it. It's a very ugly and vicious history. Point 73. Hitler in fact used the treatment of the Native Americans as a model. Explicitly he said, "That's what we're going to do with the Jews." 74. In fact, a book came out in Germany recently called, in German, The 500-Year Reich. Actually, it's part of a big effort that's beginning to develop around the world to try to turn 1992 into a year of memory of genocide, instead of a year of celebration of the 500th anniversary of what's called Columbus's discovery of America. And in Germany, people understand that title. Hitler was going to establish a 1,000-year Reich, and the point of the book is that the colonization of the Western Hemisphere was essentially Hitlerian and it's lasted for 500 years. Point 75. I should add, actually, that throughout American history this genocide has been accepted as perfectly legitimate. So for example, there were people who spoke up for blacks and opposed slavery, there were the abolitionists, and there was the civil rights movement. But you won't find much support for the American Indians. And the same was true of scholarship. For instance, in Samuel Eliot Morrison's History of Columbus, big Harvard historian, he talks about what a great man Columbus was, terrific person and so on, and then he has this little line saying, of course Columbus did set off a program of what he calls complete genocide, and he was a major mass murderer himself. But then he says, that was only a minor flaw, he was really a terrific seaman, this and that and the other thing. Point 76. In fact, let me tell you a personal story to indicate just how far out of history all of this really is. A few Thanksgivings ago I took a walk with some friends and family in a national park, and we came across a tombstone which had just been put in along the path. It said, "Here lies an Indian woman, a Wampanoag, whose family and tribe gave of themselves and their land that this great nation might be born and grow." Okay, gave of themselves and their land, in fact, were murdered, scattered, dispersed, and we stole their land. That's what we're sitting on. There can't be anything more illegitimate. The whole history of this country is illegitimate. Our forefathers stole about a third of Mexico in a war in which they claimed that Mexico attacked us, but if you look back it turns out that that attack took place inside of Mexican territory. The US acquired the area from Texas to California after the Mexican War in 1848.77, and it goes on and on. So what can be legitimate? Take the development of the state system in Europe. The state system in Europe, which was finally sort of established in 1945, is the result of savage wars and murders and atrocities going back hundreds and hundreds of years. In fact, the main reason why the plague of European civilization was able to spread all over the world in the past 500 years is that the Europeans were just a lot more vicious and savage than anyone else, because they'd had a lot more practice murdering one another, so when they came to other places, they knew how to do it, and were very good at it. Well, the European state system has continued to be an extremely bloody and brutal arrangement, right to today. I mean, there are wars all over the Third World just because the national boundaries the European invaders imposed on these places have nothing to do with anything, except where one European power could expand at the expense of other European powers. Okay, if anything has no legitimacy, it's this. But that's our nation-state system, and we just have to begin with it. I mean, it's there, and it has whatever legitimacy. I wouldn't say that it's legitimate, I'd just say that it exists. We have to recognize that it exists, and states have to be given whatever rights they are accorded in the international system. But the indigenous populations have to be given comparable rights too, I think at least. So when I denounce apologetics for Israel's oppression, remember, it's not in any particular criticism of Israel. In fact, I think Israel is just as ugly a state as every other state. The only difference is that Israel has a fabricated image in the United States. It's regarded as having some unique moral quality, and there's all sorts of imagery about purity of arms, and high noble intent and so on. 78. It's complete mythology, just pure fabrication. Israel's a country like every other country, and we should recognize that and stop the nonsense. To talk about legitimacy is ridiculous. The word doesn't apply to their history or anyone else's. Qualifications to speak on world affairs, a presidential campaign. Man, Mr. Chomsky, I'm wondering what specific qualifications you have to be able to speak all around the country about world affairs. None whatsoever. I mean, the qualifications that I have to speak on world affairs are exactly the same ones Henry Kissinger has, and Walt Rostow has, or anybody in the political science department, professional historians, none that you don't have. The only difference is, I don't pretend to have qualifications, nor do I pretend that qualifications are needed. I mean, if somebody were to ask me to give a talk on quantum physics, I'd refuse because I don't understand enough. But world affairs are trivial. There's nothing in the social sciences or history or whatever that is beyond the intellectual capacities of an ordinary 15-year-old. You have to do a little work, you have to do some reading, you have to be able to think, but there's nothing deep. If there are any theories around that require some special kind of training to understand, then they've been kept a carefully guarded secret. In fact, I think the idea that you're supposed to have special qualifications to talk about world affairs is just another scam. It's kind of like Leninism position that socialist revolution should be led by a vanguard party. It's just another technique for making the population feel that they don't know anything, and they'd better just stay out of it and let us smart guys run it. In order to do that, what you pretend is that there's some esoteric discipline, and you've got to have some letters after your name before you can say anything about it. The fact is, that's a joke. Man, but don't you also use that system too, because of your name recognition and the fact that you're a famous linguist? I mean, would I be invited to go somewhere and give talks? You think I was invited here because people know me as a linguist? Okay, if that was the reason, then it was a bad mistake. But there are plenty of other linguists around, and they aren't getting invited to places like this, so I don't really think that can be the reason. I assume that the reason is that these are topics that I've written a lot about, and I've spoken a lot about, and I've demonstrated a lot about, and I've gone to jail about, and so on and so forth. I assume that's the reason. If it's not, well, then it's a bad mistake. If anybody thinks that you should listen to me because I'm a professor at MIT, that's nonsense. You should decide whether something makes sense by its content, not by the letters after the name of the person who says it. And the idea that you're supposed to have special qualifications to talk about things that are common sense, that's just another scam. It's another way to try to marginalize people, and you shouldn't fall for it. Woman, seeing as you're such a big draw with audiences, though, and since you do have some name recognition, I'm wondering, what would you think about running a presidential campaign? I mean, huge crowds come out to listen to your talks all around the country. Those people might support something like that and want to begin getting involved with it. Well, it's true about the audiences, but I don't think that has to do with name recognition or anything like that. See, there are only about 10 people in the country, literally, who do this kind of thing: John Stockwell, Alex Coburn, Dan Ellsberg, Howard Zinn, Holly Sklar, only a couple others, and we all get the same reaction. I think it's just a matter of people all over the country being hungry to hear a different viewpoint. And what's more, we all get the same reaction wherever we go. It's the same in towns where nobody's ever heard of me. Like, I was in Central Michigan last week. They didn't know who I was from Adam, but it was the same kind of crowd. Woman, but seeing as you do get all this draw, why not run a presidential campaign? First of all, there's nobody around to run for president, and if there were, woman, you, Stockwell, anybody who wants to be president, you should right away say, I don't want to hear that guy anymore. Woman, I'm sorry. You should say, I don't want to listen to that person anymore. Anybody who wants to become your leader, you should say, I don't want to follow. That's like a rule of thumb which almost never fails. Woman, but what about just to create a forum where more of the population would hear this different point of view? Well, if you want to use it kind of instrumentally, like jujitsu or something, use the properties of the system against it, okay. But I don't really think that makes any sense, frankly. Woman, the form of government we have just has to be overthrown, in your view. There's no way of doing it through reform. It's not a relevant distinction. If you could ever get to the point where a reformist candidate had a chance, you'd already have won, you'd already have done the main thing. The main thing is to develop the kind of mass support which would make a revolution meaningful. At that point, some crook will come along and say, I'm your leader, I'll do it for you. Man, what do you think could have that effect, though? Just like Noam Chomsky, say, going and talking to 500 people here and there? Just keep plugging away? Yeah, you keep plugging away. That's the way social change takes place. That's the way every social change in history has taken place, by a lot of people, who nobody ever heard of, doing work. Man, did you go through a phase of hopelessness, or? Yeah, every evening. Man, I feel like I'm kind of stuck in one. Every evening. I mean, look, if you want to feel hopeless, there are a lot of things you could feel hopeless about. If you want to sort of work out objectively what's the chance that the human species will survive for another century, probably not very high. But I mean, what's the point? Man, you've just got to work at it. Yeah, what's the point? First of all, those predictions don't mean anything. They're more just a reflection of your mood or your personality than anything else. And if you act on that assumption, then you're guaranteeing that that'll happen. If you act on the assumption that things can change, well, maybe they will. Okay, the only rational choice, given those alternatives, is to forget the pessimism. 5. Ruling the world. Based on discussions in New York, Massachusetts, Maryland, Colorado, Illinois, and Ontario in 1990 and between 1993 and 1996. Soviet versus Western economic development. Woman, in a best-case scenario for the future, how do you envision an economic system that works? Well, our economic system works, it just works in the interests of the masters, and I'd like to see one that works in the interests of the general population. And that will only happen when they are the principal architects of policy, to borrow Adam Smith's phrase. Point 1, I mean, as long as power is narrowly concentrated, whether in the economic or the political system, you know who's going to benefit from the policies. You don't have to be a genius to figure that out. That's why democracy would be a good thing for the general public. But of course, achieving real democracy will require that the whole system of corporate capitalism be completely dismantled, because it's radically anti-democratic. And that can't be done by a stroke of the pen. You have to build up alternative popular institutions, which could allow control over society's investment decisions to be moved into the hands of working people and communities. That's a long job. It requires building up an entire cultural and institutional basis for the changes. It's not something that's just going to happen on its own. There are people who have written about what such a system might look like, kind of a participatory economy. It's sometimes called Point 2, but sure, that's the way to go, I think. Man, but Mr. Chomsky, we just went through a long experience with anti-capitalism like the kind you're advocating, and it didn't work out very well. It was tried, and the experiment failed. Why are you now advocating the same old thing again? I'm not. On the contrary, I presume you're talking about the Soviet Union? Man, exactly. Well, there are really 2 points that ought to be made. First of all, the Soviet Union was basically a capitalist system. The first thing that Lenin and Trotsky did when they took power in October 1917, remember, was to destroy all of the forms of socialist initiative that had developed in Russia since the start of the Russian Revolution in February 1917. The Russian Tsar was overthrown by popular revolution in February 1917. Lenin's Bolshevik Party took over 8 months later in a military coup. Just now I was talking about workers and communities participating in decision-making. The first thing the Bolsheviks did was to destroy that, totally. They destroyed the factory councils, they undermined the Soviets' elected local governing bodies, they eliminated the Constituent Assembly democratically elected parliament initially dominated by a rival socialist group, which was to govern Russia but was dispersed by Bolshevik troops in January 1918. In fact, they dismantled every form of popular organization in Russia and set up a command economy with wages and profits, on sort of a centralized state capitalist model. Point 3. So on the one hand, the example you're referring to is just the extreme opposite of what I was talking about, not the same. Secondly comes another question. Whatever you think of the Soviet economic system, did it work or did it fail? Well, in a culture with deeply totalitarian strains, like ours, we always ask an idiotic question about that. We ask, how does Russia compare economically with Western Europe, or with the United States? And the answer is, it looks pretty bad. But an 8-year-old would know the problem with that question. These economies haven't been alike for 600 years. You'd have to go back to the pre-Columbian period before East and West Europe were anything more or less alike economically. Eastern Europe had started becoming sort of a third world service area for Western Europe even before the time of Columbus, providing resources and raw materials for the emerging textile and metal industries of the West. And for centuries, Russia remained a deeply impoverished third world country. Point 4. I mean, there were a few small pockets of development there and also a rich sector of elites, writers, and so on, but that's like every third world country. Latin American literature is some of the richest in the world, for example, even though its people are some of the most miserable in the world. And if you just look at the Soviet Union's economic development in the 20th century, it's extremely revealing. For instance, the proportion of Eastern European to Western European income was declining until around 1913, then it started rising very fast until around 1950, when it kind of leveled off. Then in the mid-1960s, as the Soviet economy began to stagnate, the proportion started to decline a bit, then it declined a bit more into the late 1980s. After 1989, when the Soviet Empire finally broke up, it went into free fall and it is now again approximately what it was in 1913.5. Okay, that tells you something about whether the Soviet economic model was successful or not. Now, suppose we asked a rational question, instead of asking an insane question like how did the Soviet Union compare with Western Europe? If you want to evaluate alternative modes of economic development whether you like them or not, what you ought to ask is, how did societies that were like the Soviet Union in 1910 compare with it in 1990? Well, history doesn't offer precise analogues, but there are good choices. So we could compare Russia and Brazil, say, or Bulgaria and Guatemala. Those are reasonable comparisons. Brazil, for example, ought to be a super rich country. It has unbelievable natural resources, it has no enemies, it hasn't been practically destroyed 3 times by invasions in this century, i.e. the Soviet Union suffered massive losses in both world wars and the 1918 Western intervention in its civil war. In fact, it's a lot better equipped to develop than the Soviet Union ever was. Okay, just compare Brazil and Russia, that's a sane comparison. Well, there's a good reason why nobody undertakes it, and we only make idiotic comparisons because if you compare Brazil and Russia, or Guatemala and Hungary, you get the wrong answer. Brazil, for maybe 5 or 10% of its population, is indeed like Western Europe, and for around 80% of its population, it's kind of like Central Africa. In fact, for probably 80% of the Brazilian population, Soviet Russia would have looked like heaven. If a Guatemalan peasant suddenly landed in Bulgaria, he'd probably think he'd gone to paradise or something. So therefore we don't make those comparisons, we only make crazy comparisons, which anybody who thinks for a second would see are preposterous. And everybody here does make them, all the academics make them, all the development economists make them, the newspaper commentators make them. But just think for a second, if you want to know how successful the Soviet economic system was, compare Russia in 1990 with some place that was like it in 1910. Is that such a brilliant insight? In fact, the World Bank gave its own analysis of the success of the Soviet development model. The World Bank is not a radical outfit, as I'm sure you realize, but in 1990 it described Russia and China as relatively successful societies that developed by extricating themselves from the international market, although finally they ran into trouble and had to return to the fold. 6 But relatively successful, and as compared with countries they were like before their revolutions, very successful. In fact, that's exactly what the US was worried about in the Cold War in the first place. If you want to know the truth, that Soviet economic development just looked too good to poor third world countries, it was a model they wanted to follow. I mean, in part the Cold War went on because it turned out to be a very good way for the two superpowers to keep control over their respective empires, each using fear of the other to mobilize its own population, and at the same time kind of tacitly agreeing not to interfere with the other's domains. But for the US, the origin of the Cold War, and in fact the stated concern of American planners throughout, was that a huge area of the traditional Third World had extricated itself from exploitation by the West, and was now starting to pursue an independent course. 7 So if you read the declassified internal government record, of which we have plenty by now, you'll see that the main concern of top Western planners right into the 1960s was that the example of Soviet development was threatening to break apart the whole American world system, because Russia was in fact doing so well. For example, guys like John Foster Dulles, American Secretary of State, and Harold Macmillan, British Prime Minister, were frightened out of their wits by Russia's developmental success, and it was successful. 8 I mean, notice that Russia is not referred to as a third world country today, it's called a failed developed country or something like that. In other words, it did develop, although ultimately it failed, and now we can go ahead and start reintegrating it back into the traditional third world again. And in fact, you can see that process taking place ever since the Soviet Empire dissolved, and with the standard effects. The so-called economic reforms we've been instituting in the former Soviet bloc countries have been an absolute catastrophe for most of their populations, but Western investors and a standard third world elite of super-rich are making huge fortunes, in part by skimming off most of the aid that gets sent there, in various ways. 9 In fact, UNICEF, United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, put out a study a little while ago estimating just the simple human cost, like deaths, of what they call the capitalist reforms in Russia and Poland and the others, and incidentally, they approved of the reforms, and for Russia, they calculated that there have been about 500,000 extra deaths a year just as a result of them. Poland's a smaller country, so it was a smaller number, but the results were proportional throughout the region. In the Czech Republic, the percentage of the population living in poverty has gone from 5.7% in 1989 to 18.2% in 1992. In Poland, the figures are something like from 20% to 40%. So if you walk down the streets of Warsaw now, sure, you'll find a lot of nice stuff in the shop windows, but that's the same as in any third world country: plenty of wealth, very narrowly concentrated, and poverty, starvation, death, and huge inequality for the vast majority. 10. And actually, that's the reason the so-called communist parties in Eastern Europe and Russia are getting votes these days. I mean, when they describe that here, they say, it's nostalgia. They forget how bad it was in the old days, but there's no nostalgia. 11 I don't think anybody there actually wants to go back to the Stalinist dungeon again. It's not that they're nostalgic about the past, it's that they're apprehensive about the future. They can see what's coming very well, namely Brazil and Guatemala, and as bad as their system was, that's worse. Much worse. Supporting terror. So the fact that Russia had pulled itself out of the West's traditional third world service area and was developing on an independent course was really one of the major motivations behind the Cold War. I mean, the standard line you always hear about it is that we were opposing Stalin's terror, but that's total bullshit. First of all, we shouldn't even be able to repeat that line without a sense of self-mockery, given our record. Do we oppose anybody else's terror? Do we oppose Indonesia's terror in East Timor? Do we oppose terror in Guatemala and El Salvador? Do we oppose what we did to South Vietnam? No, We support terror all the time. In fact, we put it in power. Just take a look at US aid, for instance. There have been a lot of studies of it, including studies by people who write in the mainstream, and what they show is that there is in fact a very high correlation between US foreign aid and human rights abuses. For example, Lars Skultz at the University of North Carolina, who's the major academic specialist on human rights in Latin America and a highly respected mainstream scholar, published a study on US aid to Latin America almost 15 years ago, in which he identified an extremely close correlation between US aid and torture. As he put it, the more a country tortures its citizens and the more egregious are the violations of human rights, the higher is US aid. 12. In fact, it's true at this very moment. The leading human rights violator in the Western Hemisphere by a good margin is Colombia, which has just an atrocious record. They have social cleansing programs. Before every election, members of the opposition parties get murdered, labor union leaders are murdered, students, dissidents are murdered, there are death squads all around. Okay, more than half of US aid to the entire hemisphere goes to Colombia, and the figure's increasing under Clinton. 13 Well, that's just normal, and like I say, similar results have been shown worldwide. 14 So claims about our concern for human rights are extremely difficult to support, in precisely the regions of the world where we've had the most control. The most hideous things you can imagine happen systematically. People have to sell their organs for money in order to survive. Police death squads leave flayed bodies hanging by the roadsides with their genitals stuffed in their mouths. Children are enslaved, and worse. Those aren't the worst stories. 15. As for Stalin, leaders in the West admired him, they didn't give a damn about his terror. President Truman, for example, described Stalin as smart as hell, honest, we can get along with him, it'll be a real catastrophe if he dies. He said, what goes on in Russia I don't really care about, it's not my business, so long as we get our way 85% of the time. 16 We get our way 85% of the time with this nice, smart, decent, honest guy. We can do business with him fine. He wants to murder 40 million people, what do we care? Winston Churchill was the same. The British documents are now being declassified, and after the Yalta Conference in February 1945, Churchill was praising Stalin in internal cabinet meetings as a man of honor we can trust, who can help lead us forward to a new world, a champion of peace, illustrious, and so on. 17 He was particularly impressed with the fact that Stalin didn't lift a finger while British troops occupied Greece beginning in November 1944 and under Churchill's order treated Athens like a conquered city where a local rebellion is in progress, carrying out a big massacre to destroy the Greek anti-Nazi resistance and restore the Nazi collaborators to power. Stalin just stood there quietly and let the British do it, so Churchill said he's a really nice guy. 18. None of these guys had anything against Stalin's crimes. What's more, they had nothing against Hitler's crimes. All this talk about Western leaders' principled opposition to atrocities is just a complete fabrication, totally undermined by a look at the documentary record. 19 It's just that if you've been properly educated, you can't understand facts like these, even if the information is right in front of your eyes, you can't comprehend it. People's Democratic Socialist Republics. Well, let me just end with one last point to do with your question. One of the issues which has devastated a substantial portion of the left in recent years, and caused enormous triumphalism elsewhere, is the alleged fact that there's been this great battle between socialism and capitalism in the 20th century, and in the end capitalism won and socialism lost, and the reason we know that socialism lost is because the Soviet Union disintegrated. So you have big cover stories in the nation about the end of socialism, and you have socialists who all their lives considered themselves anti-Stalinists saying, yes, it's true, socialism has lost because Russia failed. 20 I mean, even to raise questions about this is something you're not supposed to do in our culture, but let's try it. Suppose you ask a simple question, namely, why do people like the editors at The Nation say that socialism failed? Why don't they say that democracy failed? And the proof that democracy failed is, Look what happened to Eastern Europe. After all, those countries also called themselves democratic. In fact, they called themselves people's democracies, real advanced forms of democracy. So why don't we conclude that democracy failed, not just that socialism failed? Well, I haven't seen any articles anywhere saying, look, democracy failed, let's forget about democracy. And it's obvious why. The fact that they called themselves democratic doesn't mean that they were democratic. Pretty obvious, right? Okay, then in what sense did socialism fail? I mean, it's true that the Soviet Union and its satellites in Eastern Europe called themselves socialist, but they also called themselves democratic. Were they socialist? Well, you can argue about what socialism is, but there are some ideas that are sort of at the core of it, like workers' control over production, elimination of wage labor, things like that. Did those countries have any of those things? They weren't even a thought there. Again, in the pre-Bolshevik part of the Russian Revolution, there were socialist initiatives, but they were crushed instantly after the Bolsheviks took power, like within months. In fact, just as the moves towards democracy in Russia were instantly destroyed, the moves towards socialism were equally instantly destroyed. The Bolshevik takeover was a coup, and that was perfectly well understood at the time, in fact. So if you look in the mainstream of the Marxist movement, Lenin's takeover was regarded as counter-revolutionary. If you look at independent leftists like Bertrand Russell, it was instantly obvious to them, to the libertarian left, it was a truism. 21. But that truism has been driven out of people's heads over the years, as part of a whole prolonged effort to discredit the very idea of socialism by associating it with Soviet totalitarianism. And obviously that effort has been extremely successful. That's why people can tell themselves that socialism failed when they look at what happened to the Soviet Union, and not even see the slightest thing odd about it. And that's been a very valuable propaganda triumph for elites in the West, because it's made it very easy to undercut moves towards real changes in the social system here by saying, well, that's socialism and look what it leads to. Okay, hopefully with the fall of the Soviet Union we can at least begin to get past that barrier, and start recovering an understanding of what socialism could really stand for. The organ trade. Woman, you mentioned social cleansing and people in the third world selling their body parts for money. I don't know if you saw the recent Barbara Walters program. The answer is, no by definition. Woman, well, I have to admit I watched it. She had a segment on some American women who were attacked by villagers in Guatemala and put in jail for allegedly stealing babies for the organ trade. The gist of the story was that the Guatemalan people are totally out of their minds for supposing that babies are being taken out of the country and used for black market sale of organs. 22. What I'd like to know is, do you know of any evidence that this black market trade in children's organs does in fact exist, and do you think the US might be playing a role in it? Well, look, suppose you started a rumor in Boston that children from the Boston suburbs are being kidnapped by Guatemalans and taken to Guatemala so their bodies could be used for organ transplants. How far off the ground do you think that rumor would get? Woman, not far. Okay, but in Guatemalan peasant societies it does get off the ground. Do they have different genes than we do? Woman, no. Alright. So there's got to be some reason why the story spreads there and it wouldn't spread here. And the reason is very clear. Though the specific stories are doubtless false in this case, there's a background which is true. That's why nobody would believe it here, and they do believe it there, because they know about other things that go on. For one thing, in Latin America there is plenty of kidnapping of children. Now, what the children are used for, you can argue. Some of them are kidnapped for adoption, some of them are used for prostitution, and that goes on throughout the US domains. I mean, you take a look at the US domains: Thailand, Brazil, practically everywhere you go there are young children being kidnapped for sex slavery, or just plain slavery. 23. So kidnapping of children unquestionably takes place. And there is strong evidence, I don't think anybody doubts it very much, that people in these regions are killed for organ transplants. Point 24. Now, whether it's children or not, I don't know. But if you take a look at the recent Amnesty International report on Colombia, for example, they say almost casually, just because it's so routine, that in Colombia they carry out what's called social cleansing. The army and the paramilitary forces go through the cities and pick up undesirables, like homeless people, or homosexuals, or prostitutes, or drug addicts, anybody they don't like, and they just take them and murder them, then chop them up and mutilate their bodies for organ transplants. That's called social cleansing, and everybody thinks it's a great idea. 25. And again, this goes on throughout the US domains. In fact, it's even beginning now in Eastern Europe, as they're being turned back into another sector of the third world. People are starting to sell organs to survive, like you sell a cornea or a kidney or something. Point 26. Woman, your own? Yeah, your own. You just sell it because you're totally desperate, so you sell your eyes, or your kidney, something that can be taken out without killing you. That goes on, and it's been going on for a long time. Well, you know, that's a background, and against that background these stories, which have been rampant, are believable, and they are in fact believed. And it's not just by peasants in the highlands. The chief official in the Salvadoran government in charge of children, Victoria de Aviles, the procurator for the defense of children, she's called, recently stated that children in El Salvador are being kidnapped for adoption, crime, and organ transplants. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but it's not an authority you just dismiss. In Brazil too, there's been a lot of testimony about these things from very respectable sources, church sources, medical investigators, legal sources, and others. Point 27. Now, it's interesting, I didn't see the Barbara Walters program you mentioned, but I've read the State Department reports on which she probably based her stuff, and they're very selective in their coverage. They say, oh, it's all nonsense and lies, and it was all started by the communists, and they trace it back to sort of communist sources which doubtless picked it up, but they are not the sources. The State Department carefully excluded all the other sources, like the church sources, the government sources, the mainstream legal investigators, the human rights groups. They didn't mention them, they just said, yeah, the stories were picked up by the Russian propaganda apparatus back in the bad old days. But that's not where it comes from. Like I say, the Russians couldn't start these stories in the Boston suburbs, and there's a reason why they couldn't start them in the Boston suburbs and somebody could start them in Guatemala. And the reason is, there's a background in Guatemala against which these things are not implausible, which is not to say these women are being correctly charged. Undoubtedly they're not. These women are just women who happen to be in Guatemala. But the point is, that background makes it easy for people there to be frightened, and in that sort of context it's quite understandable how these attacks can have happened. The real crime of Cuba. Woman, Mr. Chomsky, I'm wondering, how do you explain our embargo on Cuba? Why is it still going on, and can you talk a bit about the policies that have been behind it over the years? Well, Cuba is a country the United States has considered that it owns ever since the 1820s. In fact, one of the earliest parts of U.S. foreign relations history was the decision by Thomas Jefferson, John Quincy Adams and others to try to annex Cuba. At the time the British Navy was in the way, and they were a real deterrent, so the plan, in Adams's words, was to wait until Cuba falls into our hands like a ripe fruit, by the laws of political gravitation. Point 28. Well, finally it did, and the US ran it with the usual effects all the way up until 1959. In January 1959, Cuba had a popular nationalist revolution. We now know from declassified US government documents that the formal decision to overthrow Castro was made by the American government in March 1960. That's very important, because at that point there were no Russians around, and Castro was in fact considered anti-communist by the US. Castro did not align with the Soviet Union until May 1961, after the US had severed diplomatic relations with Cuba in January and had sponsored an invasion attempt in April. 29 So the reason for deciding to overthrow the Castro government can't have had anything to do with Cuba being a Russian outpost in the Cold War. Cuba was just taking an independent path, which has always been unacceptable to powerful interests in the United States. Strafing and sabotage operations began as early as October 1959. Then, soon after his inauguration in 1961, John F. Kennedy launched a terrorist campaign against them which is without even remote comparison in the history of international terrorism. Operation Mongoose Point 30, and in February 1962, we instituted the embargo which has had absolutely devastating effects on the Cuban population. Remember, Cuba's a tiny country right in the US sphere of influence. It's not going to be able to survive on its own for very long against a monster. But over the years, it was able to survive barely thanks to Soviet support. The Soviet Union was the one place Cuba could turn to try to resist the United States, and the Soviets did provide them with sort of a margin for survival. And we should be realistic about what happened there. Many important and impressive things have been achieved, but it's also been pretty tyrannical, so there's been an upside and a downside. However, the country certainly was succeeding in terms that are meaningful to other populations in the region. I mean, just compare Cuba with Haiti or the Dominican Republic right next door, or with any other place in Latin America which the United States has controlled. The difference is obvious, and that's exactly what the United States has always been concerned about. Look, the real crime of Cuba was never the repression, which, whatever you think about it, doesn't even come close to the kind of repression we have traditionally supported, and in fact implemented, in nearby countries, not even close. The real crime of Cuba was the successes, in terms of things like health care and feeding people, and the general threat of a demonstration effect that follows from that, that is, the threat that people in other countries might try to do the same things. That's what they call a rotten apple that might spoil the barrel, or a virus that might infect the region, and then our whole imperial system begins to fall apart. I mean, for 30 years, Cuba has been doing things which are simply intolerable, such as sending tens of thousands of doctors to support suffering people around the Third World, or developing biotechnology in a poor country with no options, or having health services roughly at the level of the advanced countries and way out of line with the rest of Latin America. 31 These things are not tolerable to American power. They'd be intolerable anywhere in the Third World, and they're multiply. Intolerable in a country which is expected to be a US colony. That's Cuba's real crime. 32. In fact, when the Soviet Empire was disintegrating and the supposed Soviet threat in Cuba had evaporated beyond the point that anyone could possibly take it seriously, an interesting event took place, though nobody in the US media seemed to notice it. For the last 30 years the story had always been, we have to defend ourselves against Cuba because it's an outpost of the Russians. Okay, all of a sudden the Russians weren't there anymore, so what happens? All of a sudden it turned out that we really had Cuba under an embargo because of our love for democracy and human rights, not because they're an outpost of communism about to destroy us. Now it turns out that's why we have to keep torturing them, and nobody in the American press even questions this development. The propaganda system didn't skip a beat. Check back and try to find anybody who even noticed this little curiosity. Then in 1992, a liberal Democrat, Robert Torricelli, pushed a bill through Congress called the Cuban Democracy Act, which made the embargo still tighter. It forbids foreign-based U.S. subsidiaries from trading with Cuba. It allows seizure of cargo from foreign ships that trade with Cuba if they enter U.S. waters, and so on. In fact, this proposal by the liberal Democrat Torricelli was so obviously in conflict with international law that George Bush himself even vetoed it until he was outflanked from the right during the presidential campaign by Bill Clinton, and finally agreed to accept it. Well, the so-called Cuban Democracy Act was immediately denounced by I think every major U.S. ally. At the UN, the entire world condemned it, with the exception of two countries, the United States and Israel. The New York Times apparently never discovered that fact. The preceding year, there had been a UN vote on the embargo in which the United States managed to get 3 votes for its side itself, Israel, and Romania. But Romania apparently dropped off this year. But the US makes its own rules. We don't care what happens at the UN, or what international law requires. As our UN ambassador, Madeleine Albright, put it in a debate, if possible we will act multilaterally, if necessary we will act unilaterally violently. She meant 33, and that's the way it goes when you're the chief mafia don. If you can get support from others, fine, otherwise you just do it yourself because you don't follow any rules. Well, that's us, and the Cuba case illustrates it about as well as you could. The enhanced embargo has been quite effective. About 90% of the aid and trade it's cut off has been food and medicine, and that's had the predictable consequences. In fact, there have been several articles in leading medical journals recently which describe some of the effects. The health system, which was extremely good, is collapsing. There's a tremendous shortage of medicines, malnutrition is increasing, rare diseases that haven't been seen since Japanese prison camps in the Second World War are reappearing, infant mortality is going up, general health conditions are going down. 34 In other words, it's working fine. We're enhancing democracy. Maybe we'll ultimately make them as well off as Haiti or Nicaragua, or one of these other countries we've been taking care of all these years. I mean, putting sanctions on a country in general is a very questionable operation, particularly when those sanctions are not being supported by the population that's supposedly being helped. But this embargo is a particularly brutal one, a really major crime in my opinion. And there's a lot that can be done to stop it, if enough people in the United States actually get together and start doing something about it. In fact, by now even sectors of the US business community are beginning to have second thoughts about the embargo. They're getting a little concerned that they might be cut out of potentially lucrative business operations if the other rich countries of the world stop obeying our rules and just begin violating it. 35 So there's a lot of room for change on this issue. It's certainly something that ought to be pressed very strongly right now. Panama and popular invasions. Woman, noam. I'm wondering how you explain the very high popular approval ratings in the United States for the government's attacks on Grenada, Libya, Panama, and so on. You often talk about the population becoming more dissident, but in the polls after the Panama invasion, about 80% of the American people said that they supported it. My congressman told us the results of a poll he sent out. 81% of 23,000 respondents to the question, "Do you support the Panama invasion?" said yes, they did support it. Well, I think there's been approval mostly because the interventions you mentioned were all quick and successful. I mean, if you can do something where you have an overwhelming advantage, the other side can't fight back, you can't lose, you'll win in a couple days and then people can just forget about it. Sure, you'll get a high approval rating. That's just standard jingoism, but I do not think that kind of support can be sustained for very long the way it could a couple decades ago. The approval ratings are also high because people don't get any information about what really happens in these operations. For instance, I don't think anybody here actually knows what happened in Panama. After the first couple days of the invasion, the news coverage in the US just stopped. So there were big round ups of union leaders, the political opposition was all rounded up and jailed, and so on and so forth, but none of that stuff was even reported in the United States. 36 Or for example, when Quayle, American vice president, went down to Panama in December 1989, if you watched the news coverage on television all you saw was everybody cheering, but if you looked carefully, you'd have noticed that everybody in the crowd was white. In fact, the New York Times claimed that Quayle had not even gone to the black neighborhood in Panama City, El Chorrillo, at all on his trip, but that was a flat-out lie. 37 He did go, the motorcade went through there, and there was an accurate Associated Press report about it by a good journalist, Rita Beamish. She said that in the church Quayle went to where all the television crews were, everybody was cheering, but they were all rich white folk. She said that as the motorcade went by in the black neighborhood, people were silent, stolid, looking out the windows of what was left of their homes, no clapping, no nothing. 38 Okay, so that story didn't appear in the New York Times. What appeared was "We're heroes in Panama." Or another thing nobody here knows is that every year since the US invasion, as the Panamanians themselves call it, Panama commemorates it with a national day of mourning. Nobody here knows that, obviously, because the press doesn't report it. 39 I mean, the government George Bush installed in Panama itself described the country as a country under military occupation. 40 There's a group of 8 Latin American democracies called the Group of Eight, and Panama was expelled from it in March 1990, because, as they pointed out, a country under military occupation cannot possibly be considered democratic. 41 Well, none of this has appeared in the American press either. And if you just look at how the US media presented the reasons for the invasion at the time, it becomes even more obvious why people in the United States generally supported it. What were supposed to be the reasons for invading Panama and getting rid of Noriega? Man, drug trafficking. Drug trafficking? Noriega was much more of a drug trafficker in 1985 than in 1989. Why didn't we have to go and invade Panama and get rid of him in 1985? I mean, if we actually had newspapers in the United States, which we don't, the first thing they would have asked is, why did we have to get rid of Noriega in 1989, but not in 1985? Well, take a look, what was the difference between 1989 and 1985? Man, he was on the CIA payroll in 85. Yeah, he was on the payroll, he was our thug in 1985, so therefore we didn't have to get rid of him. But in the intervening years he was getting too independent, too big for his britches. He wasn't following orders, he was supporting the Contadora Treaty, a plan for peace in Central America, and other bad stuff like that. 42 Well, the United States doesn't want anything like that in its domains, so at that point we had to get rid of him. But again, none of this was presented in the US media at the time of these polls. What was presented was, he's the narco trafficker that's destroying the United States, he's getting your kid hooked on cocaine. Alright. With that kind of media presentation, it's not surprising that 80% of the population would want us to invade Panama and throw him in jail. So frankly, I would interpret the poll results you mention quite differently. In fact, there are still other things which go into explaining them, I think. For example, take George McGovern, 1972 presidential candidate who campaigned on an anti-war platform. George McGovern did not support the invasion of Panama. In fact, about 2 months afterwards he wrote an op-ed piece in the Washington Post saying he had opposed it from the very moment Bush did it. But he also said that he had refrained from saying so at the time. 43 So if he'd been asked about it in a poll, he probably would have answered that he did support the invasion. And the reason is, if you're a red-blooded patriotic American, then when the government is conducting a violent act you're supposed to rally around the flag. That's part of our brainwashing, you know, to have that concept of patriotism drilled into our heads. And people really do feel it, even people like George McGovern, somebody who surely would have been in the 20%, but if he'd been polled about it would have voted with the 80%. We don't want to be anti-American, to use the standard term, which in itself is a pretty startling propaganda triumph, actually. Like, go to Italy and try using the word anti-Italianism, call somebody there anti-Italian and just see what happens, they'd crack up in ridicule. But here those totalitarian values really do mean something to people, because there have been very extensive and systematic efforts to control the population in ways like that, and they have been highly successful. I mean, there's a huge public relations industry in the United States, and it doesn't spend billions of dollars a year for nothing, you know. 44 So you really have to be a little bit more careful and nuanced when you interpret these kinds of poll results, in my view. And the fact is, in the 1980s and 90s, US interventions in the Third World have been of quite a different character than ever before in the past. Direct US military interventions in the last 20 years have been guided by a very simple principle, which was not true before in our history: never attack anybody who can fight back, and that's not accidental. So take a look at who we attacked directly in the 1980s. Grenada, 100,000 people, the nutmeg capital of the world, defended by 43 Cuban paramilitaries and a couple Grenadan militiamen. Libya, it's totally defenseless. You can bomb them, you can knock their ships out of the water, you can do anything you want to them, because there's no way for them to react. Or look at Panama. Panama was already under US military occupation at the time of the invasion, literally. I mean, American forces were able to try dry runs on their targets a couple days before the invasion to make sure everything would go smoothly, and the whole thing was over and done with in a day or 2.45. Well, as long as you can carry out an attack against a completely defenseless target like that, sure, then you can get up and strut around with manly poses and talk about how brave you are. But you don't ever attack anybody who can fight back anymore. If there's anybody who can fight back, you've got to resort to other methods, subversion, mercenary states, things like that. Okay, that's just a major shift in US policy. It's not a constraint that Kennedy and Johnson labored under when they wanted to attack some country, they just attacked it, didn't give it a second thought. Johnson sent 23,000 US Marines to invade and wreck the Dominican Republic in 1965, where people did fight back, incidentally. And the two of them sent a huge expeditionary force of over 500,000 men to invade Vietnam, which went on for years and years without any popular response here. Well, that's the sign of a big change, and I think the change is that the American population simply won't tolerate the traditional kind of intervention any longer. They'll only accept the kind of invasion we carried out in Panama. 46 That's my understanding of the political scene, at least. Muslims and US foreign policy. Man, Dr. Chomsky, I have a question. Would you agree that in this attack on the less powerful people of the world generally, there is also a secret, vicious war being waged on the Muslim people? And what do you think is in store for Muslims in general in the world? Well, it does happen to be the case that plenty of Muslims have been getting it in the neck from the United States, but that's not because they're Muslims, it's because they're not sufficiently under control. There are plenty of white Christian people who are also getting it in the neck. In the 1980s, the United States fought a vicious war in Central America primarily against the Catholic Church, and that means European priests, not just priests from indigenous origins, because the Church had started working for what they called the preferential option for the poor, therefore they had to go. 47 In fact, when America's Watch, a human rights organization focused on North and South America, did their wrap-up study on the 1980s, they pointed out that it was a decade framed by the murder of the Archbishop in 1980 and the murder of 6 Jesuit intellectuals in 1989, both in El Salvador. Yeah, that wasn't accidental. 48. See, the Catholic Church became the main target of the US attacks in Central America because there was a radical and very conscious change in critically important sectors of the Church, including dominant elements among the Latin American bishops, who recognized that for hundreds of years it had been a church of the rich and the oppressors, which was telling the poor, this is your fate, accept it. And so they decided to finally become a church in part devoted to the liberation of the poor, and they immediately fell under attack. So you're right, it is true that the US is attacking a substantial part of the world that happens to be Muslim, but we're not attacking it because they're Muslim. We don't care if they're Martians. The question is, are they obedient? This is very easy to prove, actually. For instance, there's a lot of talk in the US about Islamic fundamentalism, as if that's some bad thing we're trying to fight. But the most extreme Islamic fundamentalist state in the world is Saudi Arabia. Are we going after the leaders of Saudi Arabia? No, they're great guys, they torture and murder and kill and all that stuff, but they also send the oil profits from their country to the West and not to the people of the region, so they're just fine. 49 Or take non-state agents. I suppose the most extreme fanatic Islamic fundamentalist in the world is Gulbuddin Hekmatyar in Afghanistan, who got over $1 billion of aid from the United States and Saudi Arabia and is now tearing what's left of Afghanistan to pieces. Yeah, he's a good guy, he's been fighting on our side, narco-trafficker, terrorist, all those things, but doing what we wanted. 50. On the other hand, if Islamic fundamentalists are organizing clinics in the slums of Cairo, they're going to have to go, just as the liberation theologians in Latin America who happened to be Basques, blue eyes, blonde hair and so on had to go. I mean, there is a racist element to US policy, of course, but the basic motivation is not that, I think. The real goal is just maintaining obedience as in Cuba, as in Panama, and so on. Haiti, disturbance at an export platform. Man, Mr. Chomsky, Haiti, and Jean-Bertrand Aristide, populist Haitian priest elected president in 1990, have been all over the news in recent years, and it seems to me our present policies towards Haiti don't quite fit the overall picture you describe. In that country at least, it does seem that the United States is trying to institute democracy of some sort. After all, we ousted the coup leaders who deposed Aristide in 1991 and restored the popularly elected leader to power in 1994. It appears to me your thesis might be breaking down a little on this one, and I'm interested if you have an analysis of that, what's been happening in Haiti. Well, I'll start with the context, and we can see how different things are. The United States has been supporting the Haitian military and dictators for 200 years. It's not a new policy. And for the last 20 or 30 years, the US has basically been trying to turn Haiti into kind of an export platform with super cheap labor and lucrative returns for US investors. And for a long time it seemed to be working. There was a lot of repression, the population was under control, American investors were making big profits, and so on. Then in 1990, something happened which really surprised the hell out of everyone. There was this free election in Haiti, which everyone here assumed would be won by the former World Bank official we were backing, Marc Bazin, who had all the resources, and foreign support, and so on. But meanwhile something had been going on in the slums and peasant communities of Haiti that nobody here was paying any attention to. A lively and vibrant civil society was forming, with big grassroots organizations, and people getting involved in all kinds of activities. There was in fact a huge amount of popular organizing and activism, but who here was paying any attention? The CIA doesn't look at stuff like that, certainly American journalists don't. So nobody here knew. Well, all of a sudden, in December 1990, these grassroots organizations came out of the woodwork and won the election. Catastrophe. At that point, the only question for people who know anything about American history should have been, how are they going to get rid of this guy? Because something like the Aristide victory simply is not tolerable in our sphere, a populist movement based on grassroots support, and a priest infected with liberation theology. That won't last. And of course, the US instantly started to undermine the Aristide government, investment and aid were cut off, except to the Haitian business community so it could start forming counter-Aristide forces. The National Endowment for Democracy went in to try to set up counter-institutions to subvert the new government, which by an odd accident are exactly the institutions that survived intact after the 1991 coup, though nobody here happened to notice that little coincidence, and so on. Point 51. But nevertheless, despite all this, within a couple months of the election the Aristide regime was in fact proving itself to be very successful, which of course made it even more dangerous from the perspective of US power. It was getting support from international lending institutions, because it was cutting down on bureaucracy. It was finally starting to put the country in order after decades of corruption and abuses by the U.S.-backed Duvalier family dictatorship. Drug trafficking was being cut back, atrocities were reduced far below the normal level, the flow of refugees to the US virtually stopped. Point 52. Okay, September, there's a military coup, and Aristide is overthrown. Theoretically the United States announced an embargo and sanctions on the new junta, but that was pure fraud. The Bush administration made it very clear, instantly, that it was not going to pay any attention to the sanctions, meaning nobody else in the world had to pay any attention to them either. Bush established what they called an exemption to the embargo. In other words, about 800 U.S. owned firms were made exempt from it. The New York Times really had to do a little work on that one. They described this as fine-tuning the embargo, to direct it more exactly against the coup leaders, since we don't want the Haitian people to suffer, as we've demonstrated so clearly over the years. 53 Meanwhile, total U.S. trade with Haiti stayed not very much below the norm during the course of this embargo, and in fact, in 1993 under Bill Clinton it went up by 50%. 54 Somehow the free press seemed to miss this completely. Nobody thought enough to do what I did: give a call to the Commerce Department and ask for the trade figures. It takes approximately 2 minutes, and you discover exactly what happened. But I guess that's beyond the resources of the press here, because they never managed to find it out. Well, as this was all going on, the Haitian generals in effect were being told, look, murder the leaders of the popular organizations, intimidate the whole population, destroy anyone who looks like they might get in the way after you're gone. We'll give you a certain amount of time to do it, then when your job is done, we'll let you know and you can go off to the south of France and be very nicely treated, and don't worry, you'll have plenty of money when you retire, you'll be rich and comfortable for the rest of your lives. And that's exactly what Cedras the coup leader and those guys did. That's precisely what happened, and of course they were given total amnesty when they finally did agree to step down after a diplomatic mission by former US President Jimmy Carter in October 1994. 55. Alright, the day before the US troops were sent into Haiti, a big story to do with this came across the Associated Press news wires, meaning every newsroom in the country knew about it. What it said was that a Justice Department investigation had just revealed that American oil companies were supplying oil directly to the Haitian coup leaders in violation of the embargo, which everybody knew, but also with the official authorization of the US government at the highest level, which not everybody knew. I mean, you could have guessed as much, but you didn't know for certain that the administration in Washington was openly permitting American corporations to support the Haitian junta until this story broke. And what this Justice Department investigation had found was that the Secretary of the Treasury under Bush essentially had just told the big American oil companies, yeah, it's illegal, but don't worry about it, we won't pursue it, and the same exact thing was going on under Clinton too. Okay, the following day I did a Nexus News Media database search on this, just out of curiosity, and it turns out that that story did in fact appear in the American press in something called Platts Oilgram, a journal for the oil industry. Somehow they discovered it. It was also in a bunch of local papers, like the Dayton, Ohio whatever and so on, just because local editors aren't always sophisticated enough to know the things you're not supposed to publish. But it never hit the national press, save for a couple lines buried in the Wall Street Journal somewhere, which didn't give the full picture. 56. And remember, this was at precisely the time when everybody in the country was focusing on Haiti. There were American troops being sent there, supposedly to throw out the coup leaders. There were thousands of stories about Haiti and the embargo, but the media completely silenced this report of the Justice Department investigation. And keep in mind, that was the biggest story of the week. What it said was, there never were any sanctions, never, not under Bush, not under Clinton. Well, that would have given the whole thing away, of course, so therefore it simply did not appear in the major American media. So the American troops moved in, and the generals who led the coup basically were told, you did your job, now you can go away and be rich and happy. Aristide was finally allowed to return to office for a few months to finish out his term with the popular organizations that had elected him now massacred. And do you remember Bill Clinton's big speech about this on TV? In September 1994, when he said that President Aristide has shown what a true Democrat he is because he's agreed to step down in early 1996, when the Haitian Constitution says he has to step down. You remember that? Well, the Haitian Constitution didn't say he had to step down in early 1996. Bill Clinton said that. The Haitian Constitution says that the president is supposed to be in office for a term of 5 years. It doesn't deal with the question of what happens if 3 of those 5 years are spent in forced exile, while U.S. trained terrorists have stolen his office and are murdering the population as he sits in Washington. That's Bill Clinton's interpretation, it's the United States' interpretation. 57 I mean, people who hate democracy as much as we do will say, okay, that counts. But if you actually believe in democracy, that means that the people who voted for Aristide, which was the overwhelming majority of the Haitian population, have a right to 5 years with him as president. But just try to find anyone in the United States who even notices the possibility of this. Actually, it has been mentioned in Canada, but I haven't been able to find a word suggesting it in the United States, again reflecting just how profound is the contempt for democracy here. 58. So Aristide was allowed in for a few months with his hands tied, and with the National Economic Plan being rammed down his throat by the World Bank, a standard structural adjustment package. 59 I mean, it was referred to in the press as the program that Aristide is offering the donor nations, offering it with a gun to his head, and it has lots of nice rhetoric around in it for the benefit of Western journalists. But when you get right down to the core part of it, what it says is the following. It says, the renovated government, meaning Aristide, must focus its energies and efforts on civil society, particularly export industries and foreign investors. 60 Okay, that's Haitian civil society. Foreign investors in New York City are Haitian civil society, not grassroots organizations in Haiti, they're not Haitian civil society. And what that means is, under these World Bank economic conditions, whatever foreign resources do come into Haiti will have to be used to turn the country back into what we've always wanted it to be in the first place, an export platform with super cheap manufacturing labor and agricultural exports to the United States that keep the peasants there from subsistence farming as the population starves. So the upshot is, things in Haiti have been returned to 1990 again, but with one important difference: the popular movements have been decimated. I mean, people in Haiti were extremely happy when the coup leaders were finally kicked out, and boy, if I'd been living there, I'd have been happy too. At least there weren't murderers in control torturing and killing them anymore. But that's basically the choice between water torture and electric torture, really. I guess water torture's better, or so people say. But the hope for Haitian democracy is finished. At least for the moment it'll just go back to being a US export platform again. Meanwhile, there'll be more rousing speeches here about our love for democracy and free elections, and just how far we'll go to uphold our democratic ideals around the world. Maybe in 50 years they'll even discover the business about the oil. Texaco and the Spanish Revolution. Incidentally, there's a little historical footnote here, if you're interested. The oil company that was authorized by the Treasury Department under Bush and Clinton to ship oil to the Haitian coup leaders happened to be Texaco. And people of about my age who were attuned to these sorts of things might remember back to the 1930s, when the Roosevelt administration was trying to undermine the Spanish Republic at the time of the Spanish Revolution in 1936 and 37. You'll remember that Texaco also played a role. See, the Western powers were strongly opposed to the Spanish Republican forces at that point during the Spanish Civil War because the Republican side was aligned with the Popular Revolution, the anarcho-syndicalist revolution that was breaking out in Spain, and there was a danger that that revolution might take root and spread to other countries. After the anarcho-syndicalist organizations were put down by force, the Western powers didn't care so much anymore. Anarcho-syndicalism is a sort of non-Leninist or libertarian socialism. But while the revolution was still going on in Spain and the Republican forces were at war with General Franco and his fascist army, who were being actively supported by Hitler and Mussolini, remember the Western countries and Stalinist Russia all wanted to see the Republican forces just gotten rid of. And one of the ways in which the Roosevelt administration helped to see that they were gotten rid of was through what was called the Neutrality Act. You know, we're going to be neutral. We're not going to send any support to either the Republican side or the fascist side, we're just going to let them fight their own war. 61 Except the Neutrality Act was only 50% applied in this case. You see, the fascists were getting all the guns they needed from Germany, but they didn't have enough oil. So therefore the Texaco Oil Company, which happened to be run by an outright Nazi at the time, Captain Thorkild Reber, something that wasn't so unusual in those days, actually simply terminated its existing oil contracts with the Spanish Republic and redirected its tankers in mid-ocean to start sending the fascists the oil they needed. In July 1936. 62 It was all totally illegal, of course, but the Roosevelt administration never pushed the issue. And again, the entire American press at the time was never able to discover it except the small left-wing press. Somehow they were able to find out about it. So if you read the small left-wing press in the United States back in 1937, they were reporting this all the time, but the big American newspapers just have never had the resources to find out about things like this, so they never said a word. 63 I mean, years later people writing diplomatic history sort of mention these facts in the margins, but at the time there was nothing in the mainstream. 64 And that's exactly what we just saw in Haiti. The American press would not tell people that the US was actively undermining the sanctions, that there never were any sanctions, and that the US was simply trying to get back the old pre-Aristide business climate once again, which was pretty much achieved. Averting democracy in Italy. Man, noam, since you mentioned the US opposing popular democracy and supporting fascist-type structures in Spain and Haiti, I just want to point out that that also happened in Italy, France, Greece, and other allied Western countries after World War II. I mean, there's a big history of the US undermining democracy and supporting fascist elements in the past half-century or so, even in the rich European societies. That's right. In fact, that was the first major post-war operation by the United States, to destroy the anti-fascist resistance all over the world and restore more or less fascist structures to power, and also many fascist collaborators. That happened everywhere, actually, from European countries like Italy and France and Greece, to places like Korea and Thailand. It's the first chapter of post-war history, really, how we broke up the Italian unions, and the French unions, and the Japanese unions, and avoided the very real threat of popular democracy that had arisen around the world by the end of World War II. 65. The first big American intervention was in Italy in 1948, and the point was to disrupt the Italian election, and it was a huge operation. See, US planners were afraid there was going to be a democratic election in Italy which would result in a victory for the Italian anti-fascist movement. That prospect had to be avoided for the same reason it always has to be avoided. Powerful interests in the United States do not want people with the wrong sort of priorities in charge of any government. And in the case of Italy, there was a major effort to prevent the popular democratic forces that had comprised the anti-fascist resistance from winning the election after the war. 66 In fact, US opposition to Italian democracy reached the point of almost sponsoring a military coup around the late 1960s, just to keep the communists, meaning the working class parties, out of the government. 67 And it's probable that when the rest of the internal US records are declassified, we'll find that Italy was actually the major target of CIA operations in the world for years after that. That seems to be the case up until around 1975, when the declassified record sort of runs dry. 68. It was the same story in France and the same throughout Europe. In fact, if you look back, the main reason for the partition of Germany into Eastern and Western countries, which was Western initiated, remember, was put rather nicely by George Kennan of the US State Department, who was one of the main architects of the post-war world. Back in 1946, he said, "We have to wall off Western Germany," nice phrase, "from the Eastern Zone, because of the danger that a German communist movement might develop which would just be too powerful. Germany's an important, powerful country, you know, and since the world was kind of social democratic at that time, a unified socialist movement in a place like Germany or Japan would have been totally intolerable. So therefore we had to wall off Western Germany from the Eastern Zone in order to prevent that possibility from taking place." 69. In Italy, it was an especially serious problem because the anti-fascist resistance there was huge, and it was extremely popular and prestigious. See, France has a much better propaganda system than Italy, so we know a lot more about the French resistance than the Italian resistance. But the fact of the matter is the Italian resistance was way more significant than the French resistance. I mean, the people who were involved in the French resistance were very courageous and honorable, but it was a very small sector of the society. France as a whole was mostly collaborationist during the Nazi occupation. 70 But Italy was quite different. the Italian resistance was so significant that it basically liberated northern Italy, and it was holding down maybe 6 or 7 German divisions, and the Italian working class part of it was very organized, and had widespread support in the population. In fact, when the American and British armies made it up to northern Italy, they had to throw out a government that had already been established by the Italian resistance in the region, and they had to dismantle various steps towards workers' control over industry that were being set up. And what they did was to restore the old industrial owners, on the grounds that removal of these fascist collaborators had been arbitrary dismissal of legitimate owners. That's the term that was used. 71. And then we also undermine the democratic processes, because it was obvious that the resistance and not the discredited conservative order was going to win the upcoming elections. So there was a threat of real democracy breaking out in Italy, what's technically referred to by the US government as communism, and as usual, that had to be stopped. Well, as you say, the same thing also happened elsewhere at the time, and in other countries it was much more violent, actually. So to destroy the anti-Nazi resistance in Greece and restore the Nazi collaborators to power there, it took a war in which maybe 160,000 people were killed and 800,000 became refugees. The country still hasn't recovered from it. 72. In Korea, it meant killing 100,000 people in the late 1940s, before what we call the Korean War even started. 73. But in Italy it was enough just to carry out subversion, and the United States took that very seriously. So we funded ultra-right Masonic lodges and terrorist paramilitary groups in Italy. The fascist police and strike breakers were brought back, we withheld food, we made sure their economy couldn't function. 74. In fact, the first National Security Council Memorandum, NSC-1, is about Italy and the Italian elections. And what it says is that if the communists come to power in the election through legitimate democratic means, the United States must declare a national emergency, the Sixth Fleet in the Mediterranean should be put on alert, the United States should start subversive activities in Italy to overthrow the Italian government, and we should begin contingency planning for direct military intervention. That's if the resistance wins a legitimate democratic election. 75. And this was not taken as a joke, not at all. In fact, there were people at the top levels of the US government who took even more extreme positions than that. For instance, George Kennan, again, who's considered a great humanist, thought that we ought to invade Italy even before the election and not allow anything like that to happen in the first place. But he was kind of held down by other people who said, look, we can probably buy off the election by the threat of starvation and extensive terrorism and subversion, which in the end turned out to be correct. 76. And these sorts of policies were still being followed by the United States right into the 1970s, when the declassified records dry up. The end of the documentation that we have at this point is around 1975. That's when the House Pike Committee report released a lot of information about US subversive activities, and who knows whether it went on after that. 77. Most of the literature about this is in Italian, but there's some in English. For example, Ed Herman and Frank Broadhead have a good book on the so-called plot to kill the Pope disinformation story, which includes an interesting discussion of some of the more recent material on Italy, and there are others. 78. And as I say, the same sorts of policies also were carried out in France, Germany, Japan, and so on. Actually, the US also reconstructed the mafia as part of this whole effort to split the European labor movement after the war. I mean, the mafia had mostly been wiped out by the fascists. Fascists tend to run a pretty tight ship, they don't like competition. So Hitler and Mussolini had essentially wiped out the mafia, and as the American liberating armies moved into Sicily and then through southern Italy and into France, they reconstituted it as a tool to break strikes. See, the US needed goons to break strikers' knees on the waterfront and that kind of thing, and where are you going to find guys like that? Well, the answer was, in the mafia. So in France, the C.I.A. working together with the leadership of the American labor movement, incidentally resurrected the Corsican mafia. And the mafia don't just do it for fun, you know, I mean, maybe they also enjoy it, but they want a payoff. And as kind of a quid pro quo for smashing up the French labor movement, they were allowed to reconstitute the heroin trade, which had been reduced to virtually zero under the fascists. That's the origin of the famous French Connection, the main source of the post-war heroin racket. 79. And there were also covert activities in this period involving the Vatican, the U.S. State Department, and British and American intelligence to save and employ many of the worst Nazi war criminals, and use them in exactly the same sorts of operations the Nazis used them for, against the popular resistance forces in the West and then in Eastern Europe. For example, the guy who invented the gas chambers, Walter Roth, was secreted off to work on counterinsurgency in Chile. The head of Nazi intelligence on the Eastern Front, Reinhard Gehlen, joined American intelligence doing the same kind of work for us in Eastern Europe. The butcher of Lyon, Klaus Barbie, worked for the Americans spying on the French until finally they had to move him out through the Vatican-run Radland to Latin America, where then he finished out his career. 80. That was another part of the whole post-war effort of the United States to destroy the prospects for independent democracy, and certainly it's something which took place. PR in Somalia. Man, Professor Chomsky, in light of all this I'm wondering, do you think there has ever been such a thing as a humanitarian intervention by the US? Take what we were supposed to have been doing in Somalia, for example, that was framed as a humanitarian action here. Do you think that was all image, or was there also some reality to it too? Well, states are not moral agents, they are vehicles of power, which operate in the interests of the particular internal power structures of their societies. So anybody who intervenes in another country, except maybe Luxembourg or something, is going to be intervening for their own purposes. That's always been true in history. And the Somalia operation, to take the case you mention, certainly was not humanitarian. I mean, the US waited very carefully until the famine there was pretty much over, and the major international aid organizations, like the Red Cross and Save the Children and so on, were getting about 80% of their aid into the country, using Somalis to do most of the work, it turns out, before it decided to move in. 81. So if the US government had had any humanitarian feelings with regard to Somalia, it had plenty of time to show it. In fact, it could have shown it from 1978 through 1990, when the US was the chief supporter of Siad Barre, the Somali warlord who destroyed the country and killed maybe 50 or 60,000 people with US assistance, long before the famine. 82. But when our favorite tyrant collapsed, the US pulled out, a civil war then erupted, there was mass starvation, and the US did nothing. When the famine and fighting were at their peak, in the first half of 1992, the US still did nothing. By around the time of the November 1992 presidential election here, it was clear that Somalia could provide some good photo ops if we send 30,000 Marines in when the famine is declining and the fighting is calming down. We'll get really nice shots of Marine colonels handing out cookies to starving children. That'll look good, it'll be a real shot in the arm for the Pentagon budget. And in fact, it was even described that way by people like Colin Powell, then chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and others. They were saying, well, you know, it'll look good for the Pentagon. 83. Of course, it should have been obvious to them that pretty soon it was going to turn into a nightmare. When you put a foreign military force into a country, it won't be long before they're fighting the local population. That's almost automatic, even if the population had welcomed them. Take Northern Ireland, for example. The British were called in by the Catholic population in August 1969, a couple months later, they were murdering the Catholic population. 84. That's what foreign armies are like, the dynamics are clear, and in the case of Somalia, it was only a question of time before the shooting started. 85. Man, then you were opposed to the whole US operation? By that point I was sort of, like, neutral. I mean, you couldn't really tell whether it would cause more good than harm, though it was certainly not a humanitarian intervention. But the more important point is, there was always a much better alternative. Look, the US should have given aid right away, and the UN should have remained there throughout the famine. But by the time you got to mid-1992, Things were already beginning to improve, and they were beginning to improve partly under the leadership of a UN negotiator, an Algerian named Mohamed Sahnoun, who was doing extremely well by all accounts. He was starting to bring local groups together, he had a lot of respect from all sides in the conflict, he was working with traditional elders and women's groups and so on. And they were starting to rehabilitate Somalian society, and to address some of its problems. He was just extremely effective by the testimony of all the international aid agencies, and a lot of others. But he was thrown out, because he publicly opposed the incompetence and corruption of the UN operation. They simply got rid of him, and that means the US supported it. 86. So you see, you really didn't need an intervention at that time. The best thing would have been just to continue giving support to Sahnoun and others like him, who were trying to bring together the various parts of Somalian civil society. I mean, that's the way you've got to do it, or else there isn't really going to be any lasting progress. You have to help the civil society reconstruct itself, because they're the only ones who can ultimately solve their own problems. And Sahnoun and others were doing that, so it would have been very efficient just to help them continue doing it. But of course, that was never a thought here. You don't get any PR for the Pentagon that way. So you can ask whether in the end the Somalis benefited or were harmed by what we did, and I'm not certain what the answer is. But whatever happened, they were secondary, they were just props for photo opportunities. Maybe they were helped by it, I hope so, but if so, it was purely incidental. The Gulf War. Man, probably the major US foreign policy event of recent years was the Gulf War. What would you say was the media's contribution to that? As I remember it, the coverage in the United States was all rah-rah support as we bombed Iraq. It's true there was a lot of that, but in my view, the much more significant period for reviewing the media on the Gulf War is not what people usually concentrate on, and what the media themselves are willing to talk about, that is, the 6 weeks of the actual bombing, January 16 to February 27, 1991, when the constraints on reporting were naturally pretty tight and there was the predictable patriotic jingoism. The most important period was between August 1990 and January 1991, the period when a decision had to be made about how to respond to Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait on August 2, 1990. The decision to use violence is always a very serious one. In a functioning democratic society, I don't mean one with democratic forms, but I stress functioning, that decision would only be taken after a lot of public discussion of the issues, and consideration of the alternatives, and weighing of the consequences. Then, after appropriate public debate, maybe a decision would be made to resort to violence. Well, that never happened in the case of the Gulf War, and it was the fault of the American media that it never happened. Look, the fundamental question throughout the pre-war period was whether the US would pursue the peaceful means that were available and which are in fact required to be pursued by international law for a diplomatic settlement and negotiated Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait, or whether on the other hand we would undercut any possibility for a diplomatic settlement, and move straight to the arena of violence. 87 Well, we don't know whether diplomatic means actually were available in this case, but we don't know that for a very simple reason. Iraq put them on the table, but they were rejected, and they were rejected at once by the Bush administration starting in mid-August 1990, and running right through to the start of the bombing in mid-January. 88. What was the media's role in this? Well, they suppressed the story, basically. I mean, you'd have to be a real media addict to know that Iraq had made proposals in mid-August 1990 that frightened the State Department enough so that they were worried they would have to try to, as the New York Times correspondent put it in a moment of carelessness, reject the diplomatic track. 89 And that suppression continued right up until the bombing started in January 1991. There were diplomatic offers on the table, whether serious or not we don't know, for Iraqi withdrawal in the context of a conference on regional issues, and other things which certainly sounded negotiable and indeed were regarded by US Middle East specialists in the government as they put it, serious and negotiable proposals. 90 But barely anybody knew about this. In Europe, I think virtually no one knew. In the United States, You could have known it if you read the one newspaper in the country that actually followed the story, namely Newsday in Long Island. And Newsday followed it in part, I suspect, although I can't prove this because they were being leaked material from somebody in the government who was trying to smoke out the New York Times, which had failed to publish it. See, Newsday is a very funny publication to see information being leaked to its good, but it's a small suburban newspaper. However, it does happen to be on sale at every newsstand in New York, so when their whole front page has a big headline saying Iraq sent pullout deal to U.S., the New York Times can't pretend not to see it, and they'll have to publish some sort of back-page acknowledgement and dismissal the next day, which is indeed what happened. Point 91. But the point is, by refusing to allow the discussion and debate and even the information that would be the basis for sane decision-making about the need for war in a democratic society, the media set the stage for what turned out to be, predictably, a very destructive and murderous conflict. People don't want a war unless you absolutely have to have one, but the media would not present the possibility that there were alternatives, so therefore we went to war very much in the manner of a totalitarian society. 92. That's really the main point about the media and the Gulf War, in my view. Of course, it didn't stop there. There were also plenty of the things that you referred to as well. So before and during the war, the Bush administration had to build up an image in people's minds of Iraq as a monstrous military superpower, in order to mobilize enough popular hysteria so that people here would go along with their policies. And again, the media did their job 100%. So I don't know how well you remember what was going on around the country back then, but people were literally quaking in their boots about the extraordinary might of Iraq. It was a superpower with artillery we'd never dreamt of, all this kind of stuff. Point 93. I mean, this was a defenseless third world country that was so weak it had been unable to defeat post-revolutionary Iran in 8 years of warfare from 1980 to 88, and that was with the support of the United States, the Soviet Union, all of Europe, the Arab oil countries, not an inconsiderable segment of world power. Yet with all those allies, Iraq had been unable to defeat post-revolutionary Iran, which had killed off its own officers' corps and barely had an army left. All of a sudden this was the superpower that was going to conquer the world. You really had to be a deeply brainwashed Western intellectual even to look at this image, a defenseless third world country threatening the two most advanced military forces in the world, the United States and Britain, and not completely collapse in ridicule. But as you recall, that's what all of them were saying, and people here really believed it. In fact, during the Gulf War I dropped my scheduled speaking engagements and accepted invitations to talk in the most reactionary parts of the country I could find just because I was curious what I'd see. So I went to some place in Georgia which is surrounded by military bases. I went to Lehigh, Pennsylvania, a jingoist working-class town, to some conservative towns in Massachusetts, to Appalachia, places like that. And everywhere I went, people were terrified out of their wits. Sometimes it was pretty amazing. For instance, there's a college in Northern California called Chico State, which is where guys like Reagan and Schultz, Reagan's Secretary of State, send their kids so they won't be infected by lefties at Berkeley. The place is right in the middle of 400 miles of cornfields, or whatever it is they grow out there, a million miles from nowhere, and when you fly in you land at an airport that's about half the size of a house. Well, when I landed there, a student and a faculty member who were like the two local radicals at the school came out to meet me. And as we were walking to the car, I noticed we had to go a pretty long distance, because the airport was all surrounded with yellow police tape. So I asked these guys, what's going on, are they rebuilding the landing strip or something? You know what they said? No, that's to protect the airport from Arab terrorists. I said, Arab terrorists in Northern California. But they thought so. And when I got into the town, everybody was walking around in army fatigues and wearing yellow ribbons, saying if Saddam comes, we're going to fight to the death, and so on. And in a sense, people really believed it. I should say, though, that in every one of these towns I went to, the propaganda line was so thin that as soon as you started discussing the situation and you made a few jokes about what the reality was, the whole thing just totally collapsed, and by the end of the talk you'd get a huge standing ovation. Friends of mine who spoke around the country at the time found exactly the same thing, incidentally Alexander Cockburn, for instance. But that was the image of Iraq that the media presented right on cue, and with the help of that propaganda cover, Bush was able to carry out his bombardment for 6 weeks, and kill a few 100,000 people, and leave Iraq in total ruins, and put on a huge show of force and violence. 94. And notice that contrary to the line that's constantly presented about what the Gulf War was fought for, in reality it had nothing to do with not liking Saddam Hussein, as can very easily be demonstrated. So just take a look at what happened right after the US bombardment ended. A week after the war, Saddam Hussein turned to crushing the Shiite population in the south of Iraq and the Kurdish population in the north. What did the United States do? It watched. In fact, rebelling Iraqi generals pleaded with the United States to let them use captured Iraqi equipment to try to overthrow Saddam Hussein. The US refused. Saudi Arabia, our leading ally in the region, approached the United States with a plan to support the rebel generals in their attempt to overthrow Saddam after the war. The Bush administration blocked the plan, and it was immediately dropped. 95. Furthermore, there was no secret about the American decision to leave Saddam Hussein in power after the Gulf War, and there was even a reason given for it. The reason was explained by a spokesman for the State Department at the New York Times, Thomas Friedman. What he said was, "It is necessary that Saddam Hussein remain in control of Iraq for what's called stability." He said, "The best of all worlds would be an iron-fisted Iraqi junta that would rule Iraq the way Saddam Hussein did, much to the approval of Turkey and Saudi Arabia, and of course the boss in Washington. But since they couldn't get the best of all worlds right then, they were going to have to settle for second best, namely, Saddam Hussein himself, so he could rule Iraq, as Friedman put it, with an iron fist." 96. Therefore the United States did nothing to prevent Saddam from massacring the Shiite rebels, as US troops were stationed all over the region, and that's been going on ever since, with his attack on the marsh dwellers and others. And the only reason why any barriers were ever put up to his attack on the Kurds in the north was that a huge international outcry developed in the west, as people here watched Iraqi forces massacring people who this time happened to have blue eyes and Western features. It was just pure racism that no similar public response ever developed to his assault on the Shiites. But sure, Saddam Hussein stayed in power after the war, and he was supported by George Bush again, just like before the war. Meanwhile, the real victim of the bombing and the U.S. imposed embargo has been the general population of Iraq. In fact, literally hundreds of thousands of children have died in Iraq since the end of the war, just as a result of American insistence on maintaining sanctions, and by now the United States and England are alone at the UN Security Council in insisting that the sanctions against Iraq still remain in effect, even though the formal UN conditions for them have by this point been satisfied. 97. But again, that's another story you won't see pursued very far in the US press. Also, it's widely agreed that Saddam Hussein's hold on power has not been weakened by all of this, it's actually been strengthened. For instance, there was an article not too long ago in Foreign Affairs, the main foreign policy journal, which pointed out that Saddam Hussein now can at least appeal to nationalism in the Iraqi population to tighten his rule, while the sanctions have turned what was previously a relatively wealthy country into a deeply impoverished one, with literally more than 1 million people dying of malnutrition and disease. 98. And this is all being done by the United States for its own reasons. It has nothing much to do with disliking Saddam Hussein, as you can see from the fact that he was George Bush's great friend and trading partner right up until the moment of the Kuwait invasion. 99. Or as you can see from the fact that the Bush White House intervened repeatedly well into 1990 to prevent the Treasury Department and others who thought Iraq wasn't creditworthy from cutting back on U.S. loan guarantees to their dear friend Saddam Hussein. 100. Or as you can see from the fact that we supported him again immediately after the war ended, as he was decimating internal resistance to his rule with Stormin Norman Schwarzkopf, the US general, sitting nearby and refusing even to lift a finger. 101. Woman, so you think in the end the US just wanted to regain control of the Kuwaiti oil fields that Saddam had captured? It was just a war fought for oil? Well, a good place to start if you want to know what something was about is to look to see what changes it introduced. And particularly in the case of a war planned in advance where the outcome was never in any doubt, I think you have solid reason to believe the result was what the thing was really for in the first place. Well, what changes did the Gulf War introduce? The one big thing that happened right as soon as the war ended was that the US arranged the Madrid Conference on the Middle East in October 1991, which set off what was called the peace process that culminated in Israel and the PLO signing the Oslo Agreement in 1994, and with that, the US and Israel won their 20-year campaign of rejecting the possibility of Palestinian national rights, flat out. 102 The Palestinians were basically destroyed. Editor's note: the Oslo Agreement is discussed in more detail at the end of this chapter and in Chapter 8. In fact, you didn't even need hindsight to figure this out. It was perfectly obvious right at the time of the Gulf War that this was going to happen. Like, I had an article in Z magazine saying, okay, now that the Gulf War is over, the US will try to ram through its rejectionist program for a settlement of the Palestinian question. 103 And that's exactly what happened. So look at what took place. The last of the annual UN votes on the Palestinians was held in December 1990, and the result was the same as always, 144-2, the US and Israel standing alone against the rest of the world in rejecting any sort of recognition of Palestinian national rights. 104 Then came the US bombardment of Iraq in January 1991. After the war, the US set up the Madrid Conference and the UN didn't hold any more votes on the Palestinian question after that. The Madrid Conference was run completely by the U.S. It was based totally on American programs. There was nothing for the Palestinians at all. The agenda was, Israel takes what it wants from the occupied territories, the relationships between Israel and the U.S. client oil monarchies in the region, like Saudi Arabia and Oman and Qatar and so on, which have always existed, even though they were officially at war, now kind of rise above the surface and become more overt, and the Palestinians get it in the neck. They're offered nothing. And that was the big effect of the Gulf War. It sort of intimidated everyone. It was a big show of American power that demonstrated that the US will use force to get its way wherever it feels like it, now that the Soviet Union is out of the game. So the Soviet Union was gone. There was no longer that space left for third world countries to be independent and non-aligned. And also, the entire third world just had been devastated by the huge crisis of capitalism that swept the world in the 1980s. Arab nationalism had been dealt yet another blow by Saddam's aggression and PLO tactics of more than the usual ineptitude, so the rulers of the Arab states had less need than before to respond to popular pressures and make pro-Palestinian gestures. Well, after all that, it really was no longer necessary for the US to undermine all diplomatic initiatives in the Middle East, as we'd been doing for the past 20 years. Now we could just use force. The Gulf War was the first demonstration of that. So everybody was scared shitless by it, and Europe finally backed off on the question of Palestinian national rights. They don't even make any proposals about that anymore. In fact, it was kind of interesting that even Norway agreed to be the intermediary in 1993, and to help implement US and Israeli rejectionism in the Oslo Agreement. They wouldn't have done that a couple years earlier. And that's primarily what the Gulf War was about, I think. It wasn't about fear of losing oil. It wasn't about international law, or principled opposition to aggression or anything like that. It wasn't that they didn't like Saddam Hussein. They didn't care about Saddam Hussein one way or the other. It was that after the Gulf War was over, the US was in a perfect position to ram through its rejectionist program and fully extend the Monroe Doctrine to the Middle East. The Monroe Doctrine was proclaimed by the US in 1823 and stated that Latin America was the exclusive domain of the United States, not the European colonial powers. It was our way of saying, look, this is our turf, we'll do what we feel like here. As George Bush in fact put it, what we say goes. 105 Now the world understands that, the Gulf War helped them understand it. Bosnia, intervention questions. Man, Noam, do you recall any major issues on which your views have totally flip-flopped at some point, perhaps by thinking them out more or something like that? It strikes me that your positions have remained extremely consistent over the years. Or are there issues that you wish you'd written and talked about, but haven't yet? Well, there are a lot of major issues on which I simply haven't taken any position just because I don't really know what to say. For example, take the conflict in the former Yugoslavia in the early 1990s, i.e. after the breakup of the Soviet bloc in 1991 and 92, Bosnia and Herzegovina began the process of seceding from Yugoslavia and several years of civil war between the Croat, Muslim, and Serb populations followed. I didn't really have any opinion on what to do about that, actually. I never heard a good proposal about how to resolve it, and I didn't have one myself, so when people asked me to comment on it, I just talked about the general problems and gave no proposal. And in fact, there are plenty of major issues like that in the world, where I just don't know what to say. I don't see any good solutions, or even anything very helpful that could be done. Fortunately, there are hundreds of other cases where there are obvious things that can be done, and I think those are the ones where we really ought to focus our attention. But Bosnia was a striking example just because everybody was talking so much about it, of an issue where if anyone had a good idea about how to stop the atrocities, I missed it. I mean, lots of people said, let's bomb everybody. Okay, great. And there were a lot of people posturing and preening their feathers about how they were the only moral ones because they were opposed to what was happening in Sarajevo, the Bosnian capital, where ethnic warfare raged in the early 1990s. Yeah, sure, we all were opposed to what was happening in Sarajevo, but what did you propose to do about it? That's where it got a lot less obvious. Kill the Serbs. They're human beings too, you know, and it's not like the position of these Serb peasants up in the hills is zero. I mean, maybe their lifestyle's not as much like ours as all those nice Europeans in Sarajevo, but they're people too. In fact, I should say that there's been a lot of class bias in general in the Western reactions to what's been going on there, and in the media coverage in particular. But even if you did decide that it was the Serb peasants who were the killers and the people in Sarajevo were like Gandhi, still the question remained, what should you do? Okay, that's where it got very hard. And there are plenty of other issues like that too. Take Rwanda, where more than 500,000 people were killed in a civil war in 1994. You can see plenty of things people shouldn't have done, but once the massacres got started, I don't know of a lot that anybody could do about them. They were horrendous, certainly, but what exactly could you do? Toying with India. Man, Professor Chomsky, India is refusing to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty unless the countries that already have nuclear weapons agree to give them up. That seems to me to be a pretty brazen contravention of US authority, especially for a poor third world country like India. Why do you think they're saying that, and what is the US reaction going to be to that kind of disobedience? Well, India is basically just saying what everybody else in the third world thinks but is afraid to say publicly, that the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty is a ridiculous joke. I mean, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty is just a way of ensuring that the rich powerful countries have a monopoly of nuclear weapons, not much else. Now, obviously nuclear proliferation is a bad thing, but you know, is it better for the United States to have them? Do we have a better record in international affairs than India? Well, everybody in the third world can appreciate that hypocrisy, but not a lot of them are willing to get up and say it. In India they do say it, and actually that's not so surprising. You see, India is a fairly independent country. It was the head of the non-aligned movement, a coalition of third world nations at the UN, and it's a big country. In fact, within a small number of years India will probably be larger than China, if you project the current population growth rates. 106 India was also one of the first countries to be colonized, and it was destroyed by colonialism, and however brainwashed Indian intellectuals may be, and they are, an understanding of that history is not very deep below the surface. And it does show up in independence. For example, take Nehru, the first Indian Prime Minister. Although he was very pro-Western and very Anglophile, he was absolutely despised by American leaders. You should see the stuff that's coming out about him these days in declassified American documents. They just hated him with a passion. And the reason was, he was standing up for some level of Indian independence. 107, and that streak of independence in India has remained. In fact, if you look over the history of US attitudes towards India since British decolonization in 1947, they've in general been kind of ambivalent. On the one hand, the US was opposed to India because it was fairly independent. It was trying to develop an independent economy and an independent foreign policy. But on the other hand, the US was extremely worried about China right next door. They were worried about Chinese economic success in the years after their revolution in 1949, because they were very much afraid that China would be a development model that other third world countries would want to follow. So we have extensive declassified documents on this stretching until roughly the early 1960s, and right into the time of the Kennedy administration. The documentary record is very explicit. The big fear was that China was starting to look too successful. And therefore, much as they disliked it, US planners determined that they had to support India as sort of the democratic alternative to China, so then they could say to other countries, the Indian way is better than the Chinese way, be capitalist, have a parliament, and so on. And if you look over the history, that ambivalence did lead to policy conflicts. 108. For instance, the US gave very little aid to India. In fact, sometimes it was absolutely scandalous, like, right after Indian independence, in around 1950, India had its last massive famine. Under the British there were famines all the time, and while there aren't very good statistics, probably something on the order of maybe 13 to 15 million people died from starvation. Well, we have the US internal records from that period, and at first there wasn't even any question of giving them aid. I mean, we had food coming out our ears, just huge food surpluses, but there was no aid going to India because we did not like Nehru's independence and his moves towards non-alignment and neutrality. But then there was a discussion about whether the US should give India food aid as a weapon, that is, we give them some food aid as a way of forcing them to accept US policies on various issues. And after that, a little bit of aid was trickled out, but it was delayed and conditioned on India's accepting American positions on things like the Korean War and so on. Nobody knows exactly how many millions of people died because of that. 109. By the 1960s under Kennedy, the US was shifting towards giving some aid to India to make it sort of a counterweight to China, so they'd look good as compared with communist China. But again, the aid was with strings attached. For instance, India badly needed fertilizers, and they wanted to develop their own fertilizer industry using hydrocarbon resources, which they had plenty of, along with a lot of other energy resources, but they needed US aid to do it. And after a big discussion in the United States, which you can read about in the pages of the New York Times if you look back, a decision was made here to help them do it, but only if they would use Western-based hydrocarbons. So India was not allowed to develop its own hydrocarbon resources. Instead they had to buy them from the American oil companies, and in addition they had to allow dominant US control over the fertilizer and any other industries which developed. Well, India resisted those conditions very strongly, but in the end, they had to give in. And you can read New York Times articles in the 1960s recognizing this situation, and basically saying, well, the Indians don't like it, but there's nothing they can do about it, because we've got them by the throat. They'll just have to do what we want. 110. Well, alright, that sort of ambivalent dynamic continued through the 1970s and 80s. In the 1980s, India had a very fast growth rate, but it also adopted extremely bad fiscal policies which got them deeply into debt, and the debt crisis led them into accepting structural adjustment reforms, as throughout the Third World. In India's case, the reforms have actually been fairly moderate, though they've still had the usual effects. For most of the population there's been a decline, and for an elite sector it's meant wealth. The country shot into a deep depression right away, but recently it's been pulling out of it, though still it hasn't recovered the 1980s growth rates, and of course, the recovery is extremely inegalitarian in terms of who actually recovers. But right now the US is very supportive of India, because the country has opened itself even more to Western control. Still, there's also this history of independence which doesn't go away so easily. And sometimes it does show up in India doing things like speaking up against the hypocrisy of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, when most other third world countries would be too afraid to step out of line like that. The Oslo Agreement and imperialist revival. Man, Noam, you said that the Oslo Agreement in the Middle East was sort of a consequence of the Gulf War. I'm wondering, what do you think are the prospects for the Palestinians now that they've signed it? And do you see them still being able to organize resistance to the Israeli occupation, even without pressure from international solidarity movements in the West? Well, first of all, it's not the Palestinians who signed anything. It was the group around Arafat, and they simply made a decision to capitulate. And as far as the prospects go for the Palestinian people right now, in the absence of serious international solidarity movements, their hopes are dead, because this agreement was a complete sellout. It was a total capitulation. A couple nights ago I was reading an article in the Israeli press by a friend of mine at Tel Aviv University, who summarized what's been going on very nicely. She said, people in Israel are comparing this agreement with the end of apartheid in South Africa, but the true comparison is with the onset of apartheid, with the enactment of the 1950s laws in South Africa which set up the Bantustan's partially self-governing black districts. 111 And that's right, that's more or less what the Oslo Agreement is. It's enslavement, it's a plan for enslavement, with about as much independence for the territories, less maybe, as the Bantustans had. So that means that the whole struggle against apartheid is just beginning right now, not ending. Israel and the United States essentially got the settlement they'd been holding out for more than 20 years, and for which the US has blocked every international diplomatic initiative without exception for well over 20 years. 112 In 1994 they finally won. The world capitulated. It's not that the Palestinians capitulated, the whole world capitulated on this one. In fact, it capitulated so profoundly that it doesn't even remember what it stood for so long. It's amazing. In Europe, Europe has become extraordinarily colonized culturally by the United States, to an extent that is almost unbelievable. Europeans aren't aware of it apparently, but if you go there it's kind of like a pale United States at this point, yet they still have this feeling of great independence, so it's even more dramatic. I mean, Western European intellectuals like to think of themselves as very sophisticated and sort of laughing about these dumb Americans, but they are so brainwashed by the United States that it's a joke. Their perceptions of the world and their misunderstandings and so on are all filtered through American television and movies and newspapers, but somehow by this point they just don't recognize it. And one of the issues where this is most clearly demonstrated is with respect to the Middle East. I mean, it's not ancient history, but on the issue of the right of self-determination for the Palestinians, the Europeans have just forgotten what they stood for, at least on paper, until around the time of the Gulf War, because anything like self-determination is completely out of the Oslo Agreement. 113. The long-term arrangement between Israel and the Palestinians now will be in terms of UN 242 alone. UN 242 was a November 1967 United Nations Security Council resolution calling for Israel to withdraw from the territory it had just seized and for a regional peace treaty. Well, the whole battle all along has been about whether a settlement in the Middle East is going to be just in terms of UN 242, which doesn't say anything about the Palestinians, or UN 242 plus other UN resolutions which also call for Palestinian rights. Well, now it turns out that the answer is just 242, so Israel does whatever it feels like. Right now there are huge construction projects going up all over the occupied territories, with, as always, US funding, and Israel will just continue with its settlement program. The idea is to settle Jewish citizens in the Palestinian territories, which are not officially part of the State of Israel, to solidify Israel's claim to them. And what they've pretty much been doing is creating a large bulge of Jewish settlers around this big area they call Greater Jerusalem. In order to break the West Bank into two separate parts and enclose Jerusalem, they're basically breaking the West Bank into two cantons, where they'll then gladly cede authority to the local cops to do the dirty business of keeping order. It would be like asking the New York City police force whether they would like to turn Harlem over to local mercenaries to patrol, while they hold on to Wall Street, the Upper East Side, Madison Avenue, and so on. If you asked the New York City police force that, I'm sure they'd be delighted. Who wants to patrol Harlem? Well, that's in effect what's happening in the occupied territories right now. The idea is, see if you can get local mercenaries, who are still always under your whip, to run the place for you, while you continue integrating the area into Israel. Actually, some Israeli commentators have used the term neocolonialism to describe what's being done with the territories, and that's essentially correct, I think. Point 114. In fact, I think what's been taking place in the Middle East is really just a part of something much broader that's happened throughout the West in recent years, particularly since the Gulf War. There's been a real revival of traditional European racism and imperialism, in a very dramatic way. I mean, people often talk about neo-fascists being on the rise, but I think that's really missing the point. They're just the froth on the surface. In my view, what we're seeing now is a profound revival of pure old-fashioned racist imperialism, with regard to the entire Third World. You see it in articles by British journalists in the New York Times Magazine about how the best thing we can do for Africa is to recolonize it. It shows up at the economic level in structural adjustment programs, which are a big part of how we siphon off the wealth of the Third World to the rich countries. The anti-immigrant campaigns in the US and Europe are a part of it. This program for the Palestinians is another part of it, and one could go on and on. Point 115. The idea is, we smashed up the world and stole everything from it. Now we're not going to let anyone come and take any piece of it back. That's an attitude I see right on the surface all over the place in the West these days. So to go back to your question, the Oslo Agreement was just a complete capitulation. I mean, I'm not saying it shouldn't have been signed. Maybe that's the best that the Palestinians could do given the state they were in. But we shouldn't have any illusions about it. All of their problems are exactly the same, maybe worse. And unless there's support from the West, I don't know what to say. Without support from inside the imperial countries, no group in the Third World has any hope. The Palestinians certainly don't. 6. Community activists. Based on discussions in British Columbia, Massachusetts, Illinois, Maryland, and Wyoming in 1989 and between 1993 and 1996. Discussion circle. I hardly know what to say. What all of you said reflects, I think very accurately, the state that we're in. Any place I go to, there are people like you. They're all interested in significant, important problems of personal empowerment, of understanding the world, of working with others, of just finding out what your values are, of trying to figure out how people can control their own lives, and helping each other to do it. We're all facing essentially the same fact: there's no structure of popular institutions around within which we can work. You don't have to go back very far in history to find that in past days, a group like us wouldn't have been meeting in a place like this. We would have been meeting in the labor union headquarters. There's still a residue of that in parts of the world. For instance, I was in England last week giving political talks, and talks in England are not in churches or on college campuses, they're in a guild hall, because in England there's still a residue of the period when there was a popular movement, a workers' movement, with its own media, its own places of gathering, its own ways of bringing people together. There was a time when we had a working class culture here too. I mean, I can remember it barely, because I was a child, but there was a live working class culture in the United States not that long ago. My family was in it, that's how I got my political education. A lot of it was centered around the Communist Party USA, which for the people who were involved in it didn't mean supporting Stalin's crimes, it meant saving people's lives in the South, and unionizing industry, and being at the front of every civil rights struggle, doing everything that was important. I mean, the American Communist Party had a lot of terrible things about it, but it also had a lot of very good things too. And one of them was this, that was a life. The Communist Party wasn't something you voted for, it was something where if you were an unemployed seamstress in New York and you wanted to get away for the summer, they had a summer camp where you could go and be with your friends, get into the Catskill Mountains, that sort of thing. And it was picnics, and meetings, and concerts, fighting on picket lines, demonstrations, the whole business. That was all just normal life, it was very organic. And they had their own media. In fact, you don't have to go back too far in the United States, a little earlier than that, to find working class and community-based newspapers that were roughly at the scale of the mainstream capitalist press. So a journal like Appeal to Reason, which was sort of a socialist journal in the early part of the century, had I think about 750,000 subscribers, meaning who knows how many people actually read it. Point 1, and that was in a much smaller population than today, of course, much smaller. Now, we're not in anything like that situation, we don't have parties, we don't have media, we don't have stable institutions, so, this group isn't meeting in a union hall, because there isn't any such thing. On the other hand, we have other advantages. There's a tremendous diversity and range of interests and concerns now, and an awful lot of people are involved. And that gives us a kind of strength. An organized, centralized movement can easily be crushed, a very diverse movement that's rooted all over the society. Well, you can get rid of this piece and that piece and the other piece, but it'll just come back up somewhere else. So there are both strengths and weaknesses, and I think we should recognize that. My own feeling is that the right approach is to build on the strengths, to recognize what's healthy and solid about having not hundreds, but thousands of flowers blooming all over the place, people with parallel concerns, maybe differently focused, but at the core sort of similar values and a similar interest in empowerment, in learning, in helping people understand how to defend themselves against external power and take control of their own lives, in reaching out your hand to people who need it. All the things that you people have talked about, that's a common array of concerns. And the fact that there's a tremendous diversity can be a real advantage. It can be a real way of learning about yourself, and what you care about, and what you want to do, and so on. But of course, if it's going to bring about real change, that broad array of concerns is going to require some form of integration and intercommunication and collaboration among its various subparts. Now, we're not going to develop that sort of integration through the mainstream institutions. That would be crazy. I mean, you should not expect an institution to say, "Help me destroy myself." That's not the way institutions function. And if anybody inside the institution tried to do that, they wouldn't be inside it much longer. Now, that's not to say that you can do nothing if you're already in something like the mass media. People who have seeped in from the popular movements can have effects, and people outside them can also have effects, just by barraging the editors and so on. I mean, the editors don't like people coming to their doors and causing trouble any more than politicians do, or businessmen do. And if you come and you bother them, and give them material, and pressure them, you can sometimes get results. But in the end, there really are only small changes that can be made within the existing institutions, because they've got their own commitments, which are basically to private power. In the case of the media, they have a commitment to indoctrination in the interests of power, and that imposes pretty strict limits on what they can do. So the answer is, we've got to create alternatives, and the alternatives have got to integrate these lots and lots of different interests and concerns into a movement, or maybe not one necessarily, which somebody could then cut the head off of, but a series of interconnected ones, lots of associations of people with similar concerns, who've got in mind the other people next door who have related concerns, and who can get together with them to work for changes. Maybe then we can ultimately construct serious alternative media. I mean, not serious in the sense that the concerns of existing alternative media aren't serious, but serious in scale, at the point where they can consistently present people with a different picture of the world, a picture different than the one you get from an indoctrination system based on private control over resources. And as to how you can do that, well, I don't think there's any big secret about it. If there's any big secret about getting social change, I've never heard of it. Woman, just keep organizing. Yes, large-scale social change in the past and major social revolutions in the past, so far as I know, have come about just because lots of people, working wherever they are, have worked hard, and have looked around to find other people who are working hard, and have tried to work together with them when they find them. I think every social change in history, from the democratic revolutions to things like the civil rights movement, has worked that way. It's mostly just a question of scale and dedication. There are plenty of resources around that people can use. They're very scattered, but part of the way the institutions protect themselves is to keep them scattered. It's very important for institutions of concentrated power to keep people alone and isolated, that way they're ineffective, they can't defend themselves against indoctrination, they can't even figure out what they think. So I think it makes sense to look at what the institutions are doing and to take that almost as a key. What they're trying to do is what we're trying to combat. If they're keeping people isolated and separate, well, we're trying to do the opposite, we're trying to bring them together. So in your local community, you want to have unity groups or whatever they're called, I don't know, left unity groups, I don't even like the word. But you want to turn them into sources of alternative action that people can get involved with, and can join in together to fight the effects of atomization. There are plenty of resources around, enormous numbers of people are interested, and if you don't see organizations that are doing things, well, figure out what you can do, and do it yourself. I don't think there are any secrets. Man, the greatest source of information for me in these past couple years has been our co-op radio. And I trust everyone here supports co-op radio. If not, well, you should. Because we have to cultivate and develop any form of alternate media that is working, or that we can think of that will work. So I just want to say, hats off to co-op radio, I'm glad you're here. It's certainly true when you go to towns or communities that have alternative radio or other media that involve community participation, the general mood is strikingly different. And the reason is, people there are constantly challenged with a different point of view, and they can participate in the debates, they're not just passive spectators. That's the way you learn, that's the way you discover who you are, and what you really want, it's how you figure out your own values and gain understanding. You have to be able to knock ideas off other people and hear them get beaten down in order to find out what you actually think. That's learning, as distinct from indoctrination, and listener-supported radio is very good in that respect. But the same is true of the whole tremendous network of alternative media that exists by now on just about every imaginable issue, all over Canada and the United States. For instance, I don't know how many of you know the journal Z Magazine, but it's a political journal that's an offshoot of South End Press, which brings together interests of essentially the sort that you've all been raising here. And it's national, and you read it in one place and see that people are thinking about the same things somewhere else, and you write a letter in, or propose an article and so on. That's the type of serious intercommunication that we want to foster. After all, we're living in a world where you don't have to talk just to the person who lives next door, we have the same interests as people all across the world, and these days we can communicate with them. In fact, as they develop, things like this could really help to unify the popular movements, and they should be pressed as far as they can go, I think. Point 2. The early peace movement and a change in the 1970s. Man, noam, there are two contradictory strains that I can identify in your work on the question of hope. On the one hand, you speak about the efforts organizing on behalf of Central America and East Timor and other activist causes, some of the successes that people like us have had. But on the other hand, I hear you always talking about the destructions the US and other powers are causing all over the world, and it seems to me that you draw a picture of an overall global trend which is very despairing. I'm wondering, How do you deal with that tension personally? Do you just keep doing what you do because it's the right thing to do, or do you actually have a sense of hope in it? Do I personally? Well, first of all, I don't think that matters very much because that's only a reflection of my personality and mood, and who gives a damn? But if I try to be realistic about it and ask myself what I could say that would mean something to someone else, well, 25 years ago I did it because I thought you just have to do it, you can't look yourself in the mirror if you don't do it. I didn't think that there was any hope at all at the time. I mean, when I got involved in the anti-Vietnam War movement, it seemed to me impossible that it would ever have any effect. In fact, the few of us who got involved in the early 60s confidently expected that the only consequence of what we were doing would be that we'd spend years and years in jail and destroy our lives. I came very close to that, incidentally. I mean, just to tell you personally, when I got started actively in the peace movement, my wife went back to college, because we figured that somebody was going to have to support the kids. I wasn't going to be able to. And in fact, there were only two reasons why that didn't happen. One was, the FBI was too incompetent and ideologically fanatic to figure out what I was doing. That's not a joke actually, and it's something to bear in mind. And the other was, the Tet Offensive happened in 1968, and it changed US government policy towards the war, so they began to cancel the prosecutions of activists that were underway. In fact, the Tet Offensive even changed people's heads. You know who was prosecuting those trials? Ramsey Clark, just to illustrate how things have changed. Clark was President Johnson's Attorney General and is now a radical political activist. But those were pretty difficult days. It was real confrontation with state power, and it was getting ugly, especially if you were involved in resistance, helping deserters, that sort of thing. And it was just impossible at that time to imagine that anything would come out of it. And that was wrong. A lot came out of it, not out of what I did, but out of what lots and lots of people were doing all over the country. A lot came out of it. So looking back, I think my evaluation of the hope was much too pessimistic. It was based on a complete misunderstanding. I was sort of believing what I read. And the immediate experience supported it, like, right off, you found that when you tried to give a talk you needed 200 cops to save you from being lynched. But it didn't take too long for that to change, and in a couple years it had changed very significantly. Now, I don't think what happened with the movements in the 1960s led to very much sophistication and insight, frankly, but I think what happened in the later years did. And exactly how that worked I don't really understand at all. But something happened in the 1970s that just changed things. People were looking at things differently. It wasn't just, I hate that they're dropping napalm on babies. It was, I really want to change the world, and I don't like coercion and control, and that kind of thing. That happened in the 70s, and you can certainly see the consequences. I mean, in the 1960s, I never even talked about the nature of the institutions or capitalism. It was just too exotic. Now I don't cut corners. I can be giving a talk in eastern Kentucky or in central Iowa or something, and I say exactly what I think. And people understand it. They may not agree, they may be surprised, but they want to listen and think about it, and they take it seriously. So I think there's reason to be hopeful. But on the other hand, don't forget, the people with power in the society are watching all these things too, and they have institutions. They can learn, they can see what didn't work the last time and do it better the next time, and they have plenty of resources to try out different strategies. On our side, what happens is, people forget. I mean, it does take skills to organize. It's not that simple. You want to organize a demonstration or a letter writing campaign or do fundraising, it does take skills, and those skills tend to get lost. You can see it happening over and over. The people who do it the first time around work hard and learn how to do things, then get burnt out and drift off to something else. Then another issue comes up, and others with a roughly similar understanding, but maybe a little younger or less experienced, have to start over again and learn all the skills from the beginning. How do you organize a meeting? How do you get leaflets out? Is it worth approaching the press? In what way do you approach them? Well, since we don't have stable popular institutions, all these things that you kind of get in your bones after a while if you do a lot of organizing do not become part of the common lore that the movements could call on and improve upon, if we only had more integration and more continuity. But for people with power, there is a common lore, and they do improve upon it. In fact, this is part of an ongoing battle that stretches back to the 17th century. If you go back to the beginnings of the modern version of democracy, it's the same conflict. People are trying to figure out ways to control their own lives, and people with power are trying to stop them. Now, until we dissolve the centers of private power and really get popular control over how the most crucial decisions in the society get made, like the decisions about what's produced and what's invested and so on, this battle is always going to go on. But yes, there have been both victories and defeats. You can look at the course of events and see many significant victories by gangsters and murderers and thugs, and you can also see many respects in which people have been able to stop them, and limit their victories, and offer people an opportunity to keep living and to improve their lives. So it doesn't make sense to be either optimistic or pessimistic, I think. You just look at what's happening and try to do the best you can under those circumstances. Woman, can I give it a whack? For years I've been working with people who are doing 25 years in prison and never getting out, that sort of thing. To answer the question, how do you keep going? I figure, the most pessimistic way to look at it is, it's really bad, 50,000 nuclear bombs floating around, we don't need some dumb American president to put his finger on the wrong button. I figure, it's a miracle that we're here, realistically, let's face it. It is. Woman, okay, so if you accept that, you have two choices: you can cut your throat and forget about it, or you can keep fighting. If you're going to keep fighting, then you've got to fight to win, and to survive. So what you do is, you find yourself a corner that you can fight really well from, and that you like, and that you fit in, and you give it the works, have a good time. That way you can keep your sanity, you don't get overwhelmed with the whole enormous situation, and you can accomplish something. And as I say, you have a good time while you're doing it. That's the way I keep going. Man, but do you ever succeed, or do you just keep fighting? Well, see, you have succeeded. Things are better than they would have been if you hadn't done it. Another woman, and we should remember that the mainstream media obviously won't publicize and draw attention to the successes, so we have to keep reminding ourselves of just how much we have achieved. I think we get burned out when we stop reminding ourselves of that. That's right, we should always bear that in mind, that they're not going to tell us we're succeeding. It would be against their interests to tell us that. The media's part of what popular organizing has to oppose, remember. And they're not going to function in a way so as to self-destruct. For instance, take this supposed big phenomenon that swept the country in the 1970s, the culture of narcissism, and the me generation and so on. I'm just convinced that that whole thing was crafted by the public relations industry to tell mainly young people, look, this is who you are. You don't care about all the solidarity and sympathy and helping people that had started to break out. And of course, that's what they would do. In fact, they shouldn't get their salaries if they don't do things like that. We should expect them to do it. We should expect them to tell us, you guys can't do anything, you're all alone, you're each separate, you've never achieved anything, and you never will achieve anything. Of course they should tell us that, and they should even tell us, you don't want to achieve anything, all you want to do is consume more. As long as power's concentrated, that's what it's going to tell us. There's no point in working to help other people, you don't care about them, you're just out for yourself. Sure, it's going to tell us that, because that's what's in its interests. There's no point in telling ourselves, they're lying to us over and over again. Of course they are, it's like saying the sun's setting or something like that. Obviously they are. So what we want to try to do is develop stable enough structures so that we can learn these kinds of things and not keep getting beaten down by the indoctrination, so we don't have to keep fighting the same battles over and over again. We can go on to new ones, and bigger ones, better ones. I think that could be done, slowly, over time. Man, do you see any of those sorts of continuing progressive structures developing these days in the United States? There isn't a lot, it's mostly local. So I'll go to some place like Detroit, say, and there'll be a meeting like this with people from different parts of the city who are working on different things, but many of them don't even know about the others. Everything is pretty much fractionated. Now, if you go to a small town which has listener-supported radio like Boulder, Colorado, for instance, it's different, it's unified. And part of the reason it's unified is because of one community radio station and a couple of journals and so on that everybody can be a part of. Or I remember going to some town in New Hampshire which happened to have a movement bookstore, and everybody went to the bookstore to find out what was going on. You'd go there and look at what's on the wall and stick together that way. You do find things like that around the country. But take Boston, where there's nothing central to bring people together. There's no community radio, there's no community newspaper. I mean, there are lots of people doing all sorts of activist work, but they don't even know about each other. There's a group in one section working on bikes for Nicaragua, there's a group in another section of the city working on a sister cities program for Central America. They don't even know of each other's existence. The nuclear freeze movement. Woman, what else do you feel we can learn from organizations you don't think are going about it the right way? Well, there are plenty of groups around that are doing things I don't think are very constructive, even though I'm often a member of them and give them support and so on. Take the nuclear freeze campaign, for example. I really thought they were going about it the wrong way. The nuclear freeze campaign was in a way one of the most successful popular organizing movements in history. They managed to get 75% of the American population in favor of a nuclear freeze at a time when there was no articulate public support for that position. There wasn't a newspaper, a political figure, anybody who came out publicly for it. Point 3 now, in a way that's a tremendous achievement. But frankly, I didn't think it was an achievement. I thought the disarmament movement was going to collapse, and in fact, it did collapse. And the reason it collapsed is, it wasn't based on anything, it was based on nothing except people signing a petition. I mean, if you sign a petition it's kind of nice, but that's the end of it. You just go back home and do whatever you were doing. There's no continuity, there's no real engagement, it's not sustained activity that builds up a community of activism. Well, an awful lot of the political work I see in the United States is of that type. Now, if we had stable popular institutions, we'd be able to remember how we failed the last time. Instead of somebody else doing it all over again and making the same mistakes, we'd know that's not the way to do anything. The nuclear freeze movement amounted to a public opinion poll. Basically, they found out that 3 times as many people want the government to spend the money on Medicare and things like that as want it spent on nuclear weapons. So what? What are they going to do about it? Nothing. So all these nuclear freeze people did was answer a poll question. That's not organizing. I think an awful lot of movement activity goes into things like that, and it doesn't get anywhere. In fact, that's what leads to burnout. I mean, you had all these people collecting all these signatures, and they worked hard. They got so many signatures you could show that almost all of the country wants a nuclear freeze. Then they went to the Democratic Party convention in 1984 and presented their results, and everybody there said, "Gee, that's really nice that you did that, we're going to support you all the way." Then the Democrats went off to the election and never mentioned it again, unless they were talking in some town where they figured they could score some easy points by referring to it. You know, we've got to remember in this town you want to say so on and so forth. That's the kind of thing that gets people frustrated, and makes them give up. But that's because they started with illusions about how power operates and how you affect change, and we shouldn't have those illusions, any more than we should have illusions about whether the media's telling you the truth. If you don't have the illusions, then you don't get burnt out by the failure, and the way we overcome the illusions is by developing our own institutions, where we can learn from experiences like this. For instance, if we see a big organizing effort where everybody signs the petitions and some people try to introduce the issue into the 84 Democratic Party platform, and it has absolutely no effect, and a year later Mikhail Gorbachev, Soviet leader, declares a unilateral nuclear test freeze and still there's no effect, well, we should be learning something. Point 4, then we should be carrying on to the next step. But that wasn't the reaction of the nuclear freeze organizers. The reaction among the organizers wasn't, well, we obviously misunderstood the way things work. It was, we did the right thing, but we partially failed. We convinced the population, but we didn't manage to convince the elites, so now let's convince the elites. You know, we'll go talk to the strategic analysts, who are confused, they don't understand what we understand, and we'll explain to them why a nuclear freeze would be a good thing. And in fact, that's the direction a lot of the disarmament movement took after that. The people went off and got themselves MacArthur fellowships and so on, and then they went around convincing the strategic analysts. Point 5. Well, that's one of the ways in which you can kid yourself into believing that you're still doing your work, when really you're being bought off, because there's nothing that elites like better than saying, oh, come convince me. That stops you from organizing, and getting people involved, and causing disruption, because now you're talking to some elite smart guy and you can do that forever. Any argument you can give in favor of it, he can give an argument against it, and it just keeps going. And also, you get respectable, and you're invited to lunch at the Harvard Faculty Club, and everybody pays attention to you and loves you, and it's all great. That's in fact the direction in which the nuclear freeze movement went, and that's a mistake. And we ought to be aware of those mistakes and learn from them. If you're getting accepted in elite circles, chances are very strong that you're doing something wrong. I mean, for very simple reasons. Why should they have any respect for people who are trying to undermine their power? It doesn't make any sense. Awareness and actions. Man, a lot of the activists I work with operate under the assumption that if we can just make people aware, everything's going to work out and there'll be a change. Even with civil disobedience actions protesting nuclear weapons, that's been my assumption too. Get people to see us doing it, hold up our signs. But it seems like that's not all that is needed. Really, what more, would you say, besides education? Education is just the beginning, and furthermore, there are situations where you can get everybody aware and on your side, and they still won't be able to do anything. Like, take a look at Haiti. I don't think there's much doubt about what 90% of the population there wants, and they're aware of it, they just can't do anything about it without getting slaughtered. So there's a whole series of things which have to happen, and they begin with awareness. You don't do anything without awareness. Obviously you don't do anything unless you're aware that there's something that ought to be done, so that's the beginning almost by definition. But real awareness in fact comes about through practice and experience with the world. It's not, first you become aware and then you start doing things, you become aware through doing things. For instance, you become aware of the limits of reformist politics by trying it. In my view, you should always push all of the opportunities to their limits, partly because sometimes you can get some useful results that help people, but primarily because pretty soon you'll find out what those limits are, and you'll understand why there are limits. You'll gain awareness you can't gain from a lecture. I mean, you can hear all the lectures you like about the way that power works, but you learn it very fast when you actually confront it, without the lectures. So there's an interaction between awareness and action, and sometimes the steps you have to take to make changes require taking things to the level of violent revolutionary struggle. Like, if people in Haiti were in a position to overthrow the military there by force, in my opinion they ought to do it. Sometimes it comes to that. As to the CD demonstrations about nuclear weapons, just personally speaking, I had a lot of disagreements with some of my friends on that. People I really respect a lot, like the people in Plowshares, a group active on disarmament issues. I mean, I think these are all tactical questions, like, I don't think there's any question of principle involved in whether you should smash a missile nose cone or not. It's not like a contract between you and God or something. The question is, what are the effects? And there I thought the effects were negative. It seemed to me that the effects of what they were doing were, first of all, to remove them from political action, because they were going to be in jail for 20 years, and also to tie up tons of money and effort in courts, which is absolutely the worst place to be. I mean, the worst waste of time and effort and money in the world is a court, so any time you can stay out of courts, you're well off. But the second thing is, I don't think that they reached people because they didn't prepare the ground for it. Like, if you smash up a missile nose cone in some town where people are working at the missile plant and there's no other way they can make a living, and they haven't heard of any reason why we shouldn't have missiles, that doesn't educate anybody, it just gets them mad at you. So I think these tactical questions have to be very carefully thought through. You can't really predict with much certainty, but as well as you can, you have to make a guess as to what the effect of the tactic is going to be. If the effect is going to be to build up awareness, that's good. But of course, awareness is only the beginning, because people can be aware and still not do anything. For instance, maybe they're afraid they'll lose their jobs. And obviously you can't criticize people for worrying about that. They've got kids, they've got to live. That's fair enough. It's hard to struggle for your rights you usually suffer. Leaders and movements. Woman, as an activist, I think we also have an obligation to get across the fact that we have fun doing this, that we get nurtured by working on these issues which are close to our essence. If we're looking to the long term, and building up the types of institutions you're talking about, we have to project that a lot more than we do, almost as a way of recruitment. Too often, people's image of the activist is of someone who's always burned out. We have to create a culture that is engaging to people and exciting, so that it doesn't just seem like we're putting in the hours and chanting radical slogans. See, I think the people who've really made social movements successful have been the ones who did those things. They're gone from history, of course, none of the books mention them, nobody knows the names of the people who really made the social movements in history work, but that's the way it's always happened, I think. And this is even true of the recent ones, like the anti-war movement in the 1960s. So there are a lot of books coming out these days that tell you what went on in the SDS. Students for a Democratic Society office, or what one smart guy said to some other smart guy, but none of that had anything to do with why the peace movement in the 60s became a huge mass movement. From my own personal experience in it, and that's only a little piece of it obviously, I know who was doing the really important things, and I remember them. Like, I remember that the student worked hard to set up that demonstration, and that's why I had a chance to talk there, and they were bringing other people in to get involved, they were enjoying what they were doing, and communicating that to others somehow. That's what makes popular movements work, but of course, that's all going to be gone from history. What will be left in history is just the fluff on the top. Man, I'm curious what you think about some of the more famous leaders of change like Martin Luther King or Mahatma Gandhi, for instance. You don't ever seem to mention them when you speak. Why is that? Well, let's take Martin Luther King. See, I think Martin Luther King was an important person, but I do not think that he was a big agent of change. In fact, I think Martin Luther King was able to play a role in bringing about change only because the real agents of change were doing a lot of work. And the real agents of change were people working at the grassroots level, like SNCC. Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee activists, for example. Look, part of the whole technique of disempowering people is to make sure that the real agents of change fall out of history, and are never recognized in the culture for what they are. So it's necessary to distort history and make it look as if great men did everything. That's part of how you teach people they can't do anything, they're helpless, they just have to wait for some great man to come along and do it for them. But just take a look at the civil rights movement in the United States, for example. Take, say, Rosa Parks, who triggered the 1955 Montgomery bus boycott protesting racial segregation. I mean, The story about Rosa Parks is, this courageous black woman suddenly decided, I've had enough, I'm not going to sit in the back of the bus. Well, that's sort of half true but only half. Rosa Parks came out of a community, a well-organized community, which in fact had Communist Party roots if you trace it back, things like Highlander School, a Tennessee school for educating political organizers and so on. Point 6 But it was a community of people who were working together and had decided on a plan for breaking through the system of segregation. Rosa Parks was just an agent of that plan. Okay, that's all out of history. What's in history is, one person had the courage to do something which she did. But not on her own. Nobody does anything on their own. Rosa Parks came out of an organized community of committed people, people who'd been working together for change for a very long time. And that's how it always works. The same was true of Martin Luther King. He was able to appear and give public speeches because SNCC workers and freedom riders and others had prepared the ground and taken a brutal beating for it. And a lot of those people were pretty privileged kids. Remember, they chose it, they didn't have to do it. They're the civil rights movement. Martin Luther King was important because he could stand up there and get the cameras, but these other people were the real civil rights movement. I'm sure he would have said the same thing too, incidentally, or at least, he should have. As for Gandhi, again it's the same story. He had a very mixed record, actually, but the point is, it was the people on the ground who did the work that prepared the basis for Gandhi to become prominent, and sort of articulate things. And when you look at any other popular movement, I think it's always like that. Levels of change. Man, noam, as we work to build up that kind of movement, what do you think are the best methods we should be using as pressure tactics right now? Should we be doing the traditional reformist kind of steps, lobbying legislators, writing letters, trying to get Democrats into office, or should we go with more of a direct action kind of approach, demonstrations and civil disobedience and so on? Well, those are tactical decisions you have to make. The only people qualified to make that kind of decision are the ones who live in a place, and can see what's going on. So really it would be ridiculous for me to have an opinion on it. Demonstrations are often the right thing to do, you just have to make tactical decisions, but keep in mind, they're just as reformist as lobbying your legislature. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, even if you're the most extreme revolutionary in the world, you're going to use whatever methods are available to try to ameliorate things, and then if ultimately you run into limits where powerful institutions will not permit more reform, well, then you go beyond it. But first you have to reach those limits, and there are many ways of reaching them. One way is lobbying your legislator, one may be another political party, others are demonstrations which simply change the conditions under which powerful people make decisions. But that does have an effect. Let me just give you an example. There's a part of the Pentagon Papers, the leaked official Defense Department planning record of U.S. involvement in Vietnam, which is considered politically incorrect. It doesn't appear in big histories and nobody discusses it, because it's just too revealing. It's the part that deals with the time right after the Tet Offensive. Right after the Tet Offensive in 1968, everyone recognized that the Vietnam War was going to take a long time. It wasn't going to be possible to win it quickly, so major decisions had to be made about strategy and policy. Well, the Joint Chiefs of Staff were asked by General Westmoreland, the top American commander in Vietnam, to send 200,000 more troops over to the war, and they refused. They didn't want to do it. And the reason is, they said they were afraid they might have to use the troops here in the United States to put down a civil war. They said they were going to need the troops at home for civil disorder control, as they put it, and therefore they didn't want to send them to Vietnam. Point 7 These guys thought the society was going to crack up in 1968, because people here were just too opposed to what they were doing. In fact, the civil disorder was also one of the reasons why a group called the Wise Men came to Washington with a lot of money in their pockets, and shortly after, in an unusually blatant power play, essentially told President Johnson, "You're through, you're not running for re-election." And he didn't. We started withdrawing from Vietnam, and we entered into peace negotiations, and so on. Well, a lot of public protest here and huge demonstrations and direct actions were a big part of the reason behind that. So, yes, demonstrations and resistance can have effects, but they're no more revolutionary than talking to your legislator. They don't affect power, they don't change the institutions of power, they just change the decisions that will be made within those institutions. And that's a fine thing to do. There's nothing wrong with that, it helps a lot of people. I mean, I don't think the institutions of power should exist either, but that's another question for right now. Man, what would you say are the most important causes for us to be focusing on, then I mean, what do you think can actually be done by activists working today? Well, everything can be done up to the point of eliminating all structures of authority and repression, they're human institutions, they can be dismantled. If you ask what's most important at this point, well, that's not the kind of thing you just decide right on the spot, those are decisions that come by serious thought and discussion in groups like this, among people who are really trying to institute change. I mean, you have to start with where the world is. Like, you don't start by saying, okay, let's overthrow transnational corporations because right now it's just not within range. So you start by saying, look, here's where the world is, what can we begin to do? Well, you can begin to do things which will get people to understand better what the real source of power is, and just how much they can achieve if they get involved in political activism. And once you've broken through the pretense, you just construct organizations, that's it. You work on the things that are worth working on. If it's taking control of your community, it's that. If it's gaining control of your workplace, it's that. If it's working on solidarity, it's that. If it's taking care of the homeless, it's that. With regard to the domestic scene, take the fact that the criminal justice system increasingly is becoming a system for targeting the poor and minorities, who are being turned into people under military occupation. Look, that's an easy one to change, you really just have to change public opinion on that one. You aren't striking at the core of private power when you begin to have a civilized criminal justice system instead of a brutal, barbaric one. So that's an example of something I think is changeable. Or you could start by getting us to stop torturing people in the third world, right? Easy things to do are, stop killing children in Cuba, stop massacring people in East Timor, get people in the United States to realize that Palestinians are human beings. Those are easy things. So let's do those. First, do the easy things. On things like what's taking place in the international economy, you're getting into harder territory because there, crucial interests of authoritarian institutions are at stake. And at that point, you're going to have to face the fact, which sooner or later we're going to have to face after all, that maybe the most totalitarian institution in human history, or certainly close to it, is a corporation. It's a centrally managed institution in which authority is structured strictly from top to bottom, control is in the hands of owners and investors. If you're inside the organization, you take orders from above and transmit them down. If you're outside it, there are only extremely weak popular controls, which indeed are fast eroding. And this isn't some new insight of mine. Incidentally, for example, it was pointed out by Thomas Jefferson in his later years, which were only the early days of corporations. Jefferson warned that if power was going to shift into the hands of what he called banking institutions and moneyed incorporations, then the democratic experiment would be over. We'd have a form of absolutism worse than what the colonists had struggled against. Point 9. Okay, Thomas Jefferson is not exactly a figure who's off the mainstream spectrum in American history, so this is not some new off-the-wall insight. It's as American as apple pie, and we should recognize what Thomas Jefferson could see. But when you do recognize it, you realize it's a hard nut to crack, because these are enormous agglomerations of power, indeed concentrating, and indeed transnational, which are almost totally protected from public scrutiny and popular participation. And that's just got to change. After all, why do corporations have the rights they do? Why are they treated as immortal persons, Contrary to the warnings of people like Adam Smith and others, it's not by nature. In fact, these rights weren't even granted by Congress. This happened because of decisions made in courts by judges and lawyers, which simply changed the world totally. Point 11. So, if you ask what should be done, well, I don't think any sane human being can look around at the world and not figure out things that have to be done. Take a walk through the streets, you'll find plenty of things that have to be done. So you get started doing them. But you're not going to be able to do them alone. Like, if you take a walk down the streets and say, that ought to be done, nothing's going to happen. On the other hand, if people become organized enough to act together, then you can achieve things. And there's no particular limit to what you can achieve. I mean, that's why we don't still have slavery. Man, could you mention some specific organizations that we could try to link up with and network with, which are doing a good job of working on these problems? Well, a lot of organizations are involved, from a lot of different points of view. For example, at one level, which is important, though of course superficial, Ralph Nader's Public Citizen is involved. The group works primarily on consumer issues. That's important, like I say, but not really touching the basic structure of power. Beyond that, if the American labor movement ever recovers the insights that ordinary working people had 100 years ago, then it will be working on them too. So if you look back 100 years and even much more recently than that, in fact you'll find that the major goal of the labor movement in the United States was achieving industrial democracy, placing the workplace under democratic control. Point 12. And it wasn't because they'd read Marx. People figured that out for themselves long before Marx. It was just the natural response to industrial capitalism. And in fact, Marx didn't say much about it anyway. So it could be the labor movement that's doing it. But there's a ton of activism going on around the country apart from that, and though right now it's focused on pretty narrow issues, ultimately the people are all talking about the same thing: illegitimate authority of one form or another. I mean, if you want a list of organizations to contact, it's easy to find. Just write to any of the major progressive funding organizations, like Resist in Boston, for example, and they'll be delighted to give you a list of the couple hundred groups they've funded in the last few years. You'll find among them groups involved in any political cause you can imagine. Point 13. Also, in any major city there's typically some church which is a coordinating center for all kinds of peace and justice activities. And you'll find anything in the world there. That happens everywhere, and they'll be thrilled if you help direct people to them. Nonviolence. Man, Mr. Chomsky, I've always hoped we could disassemble corporate capitalism through nonviolent yet very determined and organized resistance, and the creation of alternative institutions that could someday take over and diffuse power peacefully. I'm wondering, do you think that kind of hope for nonviolence is at all realistic, and how do you feel about the use of violence in general? Well, like I say, nobody really knows anything much about tactics, at least I don't. But I think you have to think through the nonviolence question in detail. I mean, anybody is going to try to do things nonviolently if possible. What's the point of violence? But when you begin to encroach on power, you may find that it's necessary to defend your rights, and defense of your rights sometimes does require violence. Then either you use it or you don't, depending on your moral values. So take a look at American labor history. Around the first half of the century, hundreds of American workers were simply killed by security forces, just for trying to organize. Point 14. The United States has an unusually violent labor history, so violent in fact that if you read the right-wing British press in the 1890s, the right-wing British press, like the London Times, they just couldn't understand the brutality of the treatment of American workers and their lack of rights. Point 15. And it's not because the workers were trying to be violent, it's because people with power were violently protecting their power against people trying to get elementary rights. Alright, if you're a pacifist or something, you have to ask yourself some questions at that point. Are people allowed to defend themselves by force when they're attacked by force? Well, okay, people's values may differ on that, but those are at least the questions. My own opinion is that popular movements should try a lot of tactics, but even things that are non-violent on their face could become violent. For example, one thing that I think is important is the building of a political party which could enter the political arena and represent the population, not just business interests. I mean, it's certainly conceivable that there could be a party like that in the United States. But if such a party ever got any power, people with power in the society would defend themselves against it. And at that point everyone's got to decide, do you use violence to protect your rights or don't you? Look, violence usually comes from the powerful. People may talk about it coming from the revolutionaries, but that's typically because they're attacked and they then defend themselves with violence. The same question also arises with another thing that I think has to go on now: the building up of alternative media, and of networks of activist organizations which could help bring people together to fight the effects of indoctrination, like we've been talking about. Again, that's nonviolent, but only up to the point where it starts to have the effect of undermining corporate power, when then you may discover that it's not going to be nonviolent anymore, because the rich may find ways of defending themselves with violence. So talking about nonviolence is easy, but personally I can't really see taking it as an absolute principle. Now, of course, there are also ways of transcending violence. Like, if enough people got together and took over a factory, let's say, the police would try to stop them, but ultimately the police and soldiers are just other people, and if understanding and solidarity were to spread enough, they wouldn't stop them. So in a sense, one answer to your question just has to be more solidarity, broader solidarity, so they can't bring in soldiers from someplace else to smash people up. But that's going to be hard. We simply have to face that it's not just going to happen on its own. The fact that societies today are so stratified and divided by hatreds means that elites don't have to go very far away to bring in people who are willing to repress you. But that can change. In fact, it has to change, because there's a real limit to how much popular movements can defend themselves with violence and still maintain a popular democratic character, in my opinion. To the extent that the defense would require guns and warfare, I think that any revolutionary developments would probably decline, and the chance of real changes would likely be destroyed. So the hope ultimately lies in more international solidarity, I think, and in the political appeal of what you're doing to other people in this country, and elsewhere around the world as well. Transcending capitalism. Man, referring back to your comments about escaping from or doing away with capitalism, I'm wondering what workable scheme you would put in its place? Me. Man, or what would you suggest to others who might be in a position to set it up and get it going? Well, I think that what used to be called, centuries ago, wage slavery is intolerable. I mean, I do not think that people ought to be forced to rent themselves in order to survive. I think that the economic institutions ought to be run democratically by their participants, and by the communities in which they live. And I think that through various forms of free association and federalism, it's possible to imagine a society working like that. I mean, I don't think you can lay it out in detail. Nobody's smart enough to design a society, you've got to experiment. But reasonable principles on which to build such a society are quite clear. Man, most efforts at planned economies kind of go against the grain of democratic ideals, and founder on those rocks. Well, it depends which planned economies you mean. There are lots of planned economies. The United States is a planned economy, for example. I mean, we talk about ourselves as a free market, but that's baloney. The only parts of the US economy that are internationally competitive are the planned parts, the state-subsidized parts like capital-intensive agriculture, which has a state-guaranteed market as a cushion in case there are excesses, or high-technology industry, which is dependent on the Pentagon system, or pharmaceuticals, which is massively subsidized by publicly funded research. Those are the parts of the US economy that are functioning well. Point 16. And if you go to the East Asian countries that are supposed to be the big economic successes, you know, what everybody talks about as a triumph of free market democracy, they don't even have the most remote relation to free market democracy. Formally speaking, they're fascist. Their state-organized economies run in cooperation with big conglomerates. That's precisely fascism, it's not the free market. Now, that kind of planned economy works, in a way it produces at least. Other kinds of command economies don't work, or work differently. For example, the Eastern European planned economies in the Soviet era were highly centralized, over-bureaucratized, and they worked very inefficiently, although they did provide a kind of minimal safety net for people. But all of these systems have been very anti-democratic. Like, in the Soviet Union, there were virtually no peasants or workers involved in any decision-making process.